Hi, guys. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome to Take It to Trial. How's everyone doing this morning? Yeah, we're back in court. I hope everybody got their coffee and they're ready to go. Welcome to. We are currently looking at the Christopher Davis trial that's being held in Florida. He has a missing boyfriend. His missing boyfriend is Barry Schmalbach. Um, the case details is that we don't have a body. Yesterday we completed jury selection. There were a total of 6 jurors and 2 alternatives that were selected. He's being charged with second degree murder of Christopher. Christopher is being charged with second degree murder for killing his boyfriend in July of 2023. July 19th was the last time that he was actually seen, and that was Barry. The prosecutors did their opening statements yesterday, and the defense also did their opening statements. Don't forget, if you missed those opening statements, I will be posting those later today. The key testimony that we heard yesterday was from one of his friends, Miguel Blanco. He reported Barry missing and testified about a voicemail that he received from Barry that it was really chilling. It was very explosive. It was kind of like he was reaching out for help to get rid of Christopher, the defendant in the case. They also had a neighbor that testified, and she was basically describing Barry's personality, how he was friendly, and confirmed she hadn't heard from him since July. She hadn't seen him in the neighborhood, and how Barry and Chris would come to the pool outings that they had in the community. We heard from the rideshare driver that confirmed that he transported Christopher Davis and Barry to a bar called Cruisers in the area on July the 19th, 2023. Then the detective got on the stand, and he was just basically testifying to the receipts, the video footage that was pulled from Walmart, showing where he had purchased some Tarte, 2 rolls of duct tape, and a drink. Of course, he had to have some milk, right? So that was all on that tape at Walmart and included to the receipt. So today, I know that we did not finish up with the detective testimony, so he'll be back on the stand this morning. Court has already started. I did try to get us a little TiVo time just in case we have any sidebars or any breaks for the jurors. Let me know your thoughts on the case. And I'm going to take you right in.
And so make sure you're not showing juror faces or anything, correct? Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Oh, just real quickly, for any of my followers that are my justice seekers out here in the community, if you are coming over from the Ronnie Walker trial, I am still monitoring for a verdict. We are on verdict watch, and the Ronnie Walker trial went to the jury yesterday. So I am still looking for that. So if that does come in, I will stop the testimony in this trial in order to bring that breaking news. All right, guys, back in the courtroom.
And I don't know if during recesses you leave a hot mic open or if you mute it or what have you, but just let us know so that everybody knows that you've got an open mic. Okay. Oh, maybe that's okay. Is Court TV here today? Law and crime.
What's already in evidence? I'm using the phone records if need be.
Okay.
Using that one, criminal.
Probably.
That's my favorite. Grab whatever you need.
Yours entry.
All right. Please be seated. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. By a show of hands, was there anyone on the jury who was not able to follow the court's previous instructions about doing any research, looking up anything, or discussing anything about their service as a juror on the case? Seeing no hands, we're ready to proceed. State and call their next witness.
Your Honor, the state would call Rosalie Felico.
All right. Good morning. If you'll face the clerk, raise your right hand. She'll swear you in.
Do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do.
You can take the stand, please.
Wow, I stand corrected. We didn't finish up with the detective's testimony yesterday, but maybe they're just calling another witness in between. So we'll see what Rose has to say in regards to the details that she can offer for this missing person mystery.
All right.
May I proceed?
You may.
Would you please state your name?
Rosalie Falico, Fallico.
And where do you live, Miss Falico?
1776 Goldsboro Lane, Crystal Lake, Illinois.
Where is Crystal Lake, Illinois?
It is about 60 miles northwest of Chicago.
Did you know someone by the name of Barry Schmalbach?
Yes.
How did you know Barry?
Barry was my best friend for 40 years. He was everything to me.
When you say it was everything to you, can you kind of describe your relationship for the jury?
We met when we were very young, so I was kind of like his mom. We were best friends, talked all the time, and yeah, we shared everything.
You guys ever live together?
We never lived together. We vacationed, but we didn't live together.
When you vacationed with him, can you describe kind of how he kept the room you guys were staying in, or any sort of condo or anything he owned?
He always folded my clothes, so I might have been the messy one, but he was very meticulous and he was very clean. Everything was always orderly. It was just who he was.
So it would be weird to see something amiss in the place he was living.
Yes.
And when you say you're kind of like his mom, what did you mean by that?
I was the older one, so I always looked out for him, and he would always stay in touch with me where he was going. You know, if he was traveling, he would stay in contact. Even if he was abroad, he would let me know, you know, when he would be back or what he was doing.
And what was Barry's birthday?
October 15th, 1966.
Okay. And how much older are you than him? A few years?
2 years, yeah, 2 years.
You said he communicated with you a lot. What did you mean by that?
So we would text or we would have phone conversations. It all depended on, you know, how life was moving. We were both busy, careers, you know, life in general. So
So he was constantly in communication, whether it be phone call or text messages?
yes, correct.
Did he ever go out of the country or out of town and try to reach out to you?
Yes, yeah, often. If he was leaving town, he would let me know when he would be back. Sometimes he would come and visit, you know, to Chicago after he had moved to Florida, and he would, you know, tell me I'm on the plane. We're ready to take off if we were meeting. He was always very, I guess, mindful, you would say, of like your time and his time.
So he kind of would give you a play-by-play of the plans if he was going out of town or coming to visit.
Correct.
Did he ever go out of the country and still reach out to you?
Yes.
And what country did he go to?
I remember him being in France and reaching out, and he'd taken many trips to Asia for his work also. So yes, we would have contact, text messages.
So would you say anywhere in the world he would have reached out to you?
Yes.
Did you always know him to carry any sort of electronic devices with him?
Oh yeah. Barry always had his phone with him. He had an Apple Watch, a computer, a laptop, an iPad, depending on, you know, where he was going, how long he would be gone. But he always had a form of communication.
And you said that he traveled a lot. Did you ever travel with Barry?
Yes.
And did he ever not bring any sort of cell phone with him when he traveled?
No. He
Did
was
he ever-
very self-sufficient.
Did he ever not have his driver's license when he traveled with you?
No, never.
Or his passport?
Never. He always had his identification. He was very, very independent person.
In being friends with him for 40 years, how would you describe his financial situation?
Barry worked hard his whole life and saved his money. I would say he wasn't frugal, but he wasn't frivolous also.
Was he one to give away his credit cards?
No.
Did he ever give you one of his credit cards in 40 years?
No.
Is there a time that you guys ever shared a credit card?
Yeah, we went on a cruise. We shared a credit card on, you know, like cruise expenditures, but it was my credit card.
So he never in 40 years gave you the card?
No.
Did he give people money to your knowledge?
No, unless it was like a birthday present, but no, he wouldn't gift people money or.
So he'd give them cash, if anything?
Yeah, if we split a bill, you know, he would pay his half, but.
So you talked about his house or places that he lived being clean. Did you ever have a chance to go into one of his vehicles?
Yeah, many times.
And how could you describe the way he kept his vehicles?
Immaculate, very meticulous. I used to slide around on his armor out seats, so he was very, very clean.
Did you ever notice anything about the seats having drips or dribbles or any marks on them?
Oh no, he was very meticulous the way everything was taken care of.
Are you aware of how Barry's health was?
Yes.
And what, if anything, occurred right before when he moved to Florida?
So Barry had a heart condition that kind of took him by surprise, and he wanted to be healthy and live to be an old man. So he lost like over 100 pounds, and he was very, very good about his eating, counting his macros. He walked like 6 miles, I want to say, a day. You know, he was out like as soon as the sun rose in the mornings before the Florida heat hit.
And he'd call you on his walks.
Yeah, oh yeah. He talked, yep, morning Barry walks, yep.
Now, Chicago, is that the same time zone as Florida?
No, Chicago is 1 hour behind Florida.
So right now it's approximately 9:21 a.m. So what time is it in Chicago?
8:21.
Did you know about his love life?
Not very much. Barry was very private. He did not speak about that part of his life.
Did you know that he liked men, but he...
That's correct. Yes, I knew he was a gay man, but we didn't talk about anything related to dating.
When was the last time you saw him in person?
I saw Barry, I was here, well, so the last time I saw him was May 18th, 2023.
And was that here in Florida or where was that?
That was in Illinois. He was traveling to the National Restaurant Show in Chicago, and we made time to meet up for lunch. So he flew in that morning, texted me, I'm on the plane. And then he texted me, I got here early, I'll meet you at the restaurant. And then we met at the restaurant. That was May 18th.
And was he supposed to come visit the Chicago area again?
Yeah, he was expected to come in August of 2023.
Did he make the trip in August of 2023?
He did not.
Was Barry ever one not to show up to his trips to Chicago?
No, never. If he was very mindful of everybody's time and his time as well. So, you know, if he organized a trip, he showed up. He was there.
Had you guys started making plans to see each other or were going to see each other when he came up in August?
We talked about we were just going to figure it out as we went. He was going to come for a baseball game, see his sister Emily, and you know, and visit.
But he never showed?
He never showed.
Did he ever call you
Um,
about the trip to Chicago?
we spoke about it at lunch.
Did he call you at all to tell you what was going after July 19th, 2023?
I've had no contact since July 19th.
And that would be phone calls,
I tried, but there was no answer.
text messages.
I had text messages with him on the 19th. Yes.
How would you explain how he would communicate when he would text you or you would text him?
So Barry was a pretty instant responder. He would, within the same hour generally, you know, maybe the same day if he was traveling and had bad reception. But if I texted him, he texted me back. If I called him, if he was busy, he'd call me right back.
Did you know Barry to ever not respond to you within a day?
No.
Was it pretty much instantaneous?
Pretty instantaneous, yeah.
And you said that you had talked to him on July 19th. How did you communicate that day with Barry?
By text.
And for example, you're an hour behind. So again, it's 9:24. So right now it would be 8:24
Correct.
in Chicago area. Your Honor, may the record reflect I am showing opposing counsel with the previously marked for identification purposes the state's proposed exhibit 4. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
I'm now showing you for identification purposes what's known as state's proposed exhibit 4. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that?
This is a text message between Barry and myself.
And that text message fairly and accurately depicts a conversation that you had with Barry or who purported to be Barry on July 19, 2023.
That's correct.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move into evidence state's proposed exhibit 4.
Any objections?
No objection.
Be admitted.
Your Honor, permission to publish?
You may.
Okay, so looking at this particular screenshot. So this is a screenshot of your cell phone.
Yes.
Now I see that there's items in gray and items in blue.
Correct.
The items in gray, who is that?
That's Barry.
And the items in blue?
That's me.
Now, with regards to this particular message, this says July 19th, Wednesday at 6:06 p.m. So that would be 6:06 p.m. your time?
Correct.
So what time was it in Florida?
7:06 p.m.
And this was a message that you had sent to Barry?
That is correct.
And Barry's response came shortly thereafter?
That is correct.
And what did you and Barry talk about?
Well, Barry was expressing that he was unhappy with something that was happening in his life at the bar, and that he's done with the bullshit, is how I interpret BS. And I had to call him in tomorrow.
So when it says, I'm at the bar with my boyfriend, but I am so done with the BS, sorry, BF, excuse me, but I'm so done with the BS. Please call me tomorrow. I miss you so much. Do you know what BF meant?
Well, it meant boyfriend, but I had no knowledge of a boyfriend.
and BS you're taking is.
Bullshit.
Is there anything in particular about this particular text message that you knew it came from Barry?
Yeah, Barry didn't use punctuation. When he used a period, it was always a space and a period.
Now, you said he didn't use punctuation. This is a text message that was also on the chain,
Right.
and it's from earlier in July. There's no punctuation there, is it?
Correct.
And why is there no punctuation there?
He just never did. He always had sentence run-ons and he never used it.
Did he use talk to text a lot?
Sometimes he talked to text, sure. Yep, depending on if he was driving, sure.
So the only time he ever used punctuation is if it was space, period, space.
Correct.
And that you see there as well as there. Is that
Correct.
accurate?
That is accurate.
Okay. And then you responded to him.
That is correct.
Now, did you receive a message later from Barry?
I did.
And this is the message. It's okay. I love him. He's a knucklehead, but I can't wait to speak to you. I've had a few.
That is correct.
Was there anything that caused you concern when you got this message?
Yes.
And could you walk us through what it happened?
It was not written the way Barry would speak. Barry always spelled out the word okay, O-K-A-Y. It was just something that he never did. This has perfect punctuation, which was very confusing to me. I was like, wow, it's this spelled out so well. And then it said, I've had a few. Well, it was kind of like, if you knew Barry, you know Barry, he drank daily. He always had a few. So it's kind of like, you see this, I see this. Why do we talk about it? It was something that was just never spoken about.
So he never would have said he drank too much to you?
No,
Did he ever say anything like that in 40 years?
no. And he would never say, I love him. That was something that he would never have said to me.
And that's because within 40 years, he never told you he loved anyone.
No, correct. And he was very private. He would never have shared that.
Now, you talked about punctuation and being the space, period, space. We see here that it's no space. Is that
Correct.
accurate?
Yes,
As well as we see a comma.
correct.
Did he ever use commas in his
No,
text messages to
He
you?
did not. Everything was a sentence run on.
Is it normal for him not to respond to text messages and phone calls from you?
No.
Your Honor, may I have a moment?
Yes.
No further questions for this witness.
All right. Mr. Reddick?
Good morning. It's Miss Fallico, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, Miss Fallico, you were in pretty good contact with Mr. Schmalbach up to May of 2023. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And May 18th, I think, is the date you said he came and visited you in Chicago.
That is correct.
Okay. And isn't it true that after that trip to Chicago, the communication with him sort of dwindled off a little bit? Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, in his prior relationships, I know he was private, but whenever he got into a relationship of sorts, did contact sort of dwindle off at all?
I wouldn't know because he wouldn't talk about it.
Okay. But you were friends with for 40 years, but he just didn't share that. He was very private.
That is correct.
And so on that May trip, did you learn that Mr. Schmalbach was seeing someone?
I did not.
No. So you don't recall him at all mentioning that he was seeing someone when he visited in Chicago on May 18th?
He did not.
Okay. Do you remember giving a deposition in this case with the defense attorney? The state was there on January 8th of 2025.
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall being asked the question, all right, and then when he was there in May, did he mention being in the relationship with this Christopher Davis person? Do you remember being asked that question?
Not specifically. I remember a lot of questions.
Would it refresh your recollection to review a transcript of that
Sure.
deposition?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Can you see what he's showing?
Yes.
Your Honor, may we approach?
You may.
So they are approaching. here comes the part where they're trying to make sure that they show some inconsistencies in her testimony from a deposition that she had all the way back in May in regards to, okay, wait a minute, they're back. Sorry about that.
Now, Ms. Falico, when Mr. Schmalbach was there in May, did he mention being in the relationship with this Christopher Davis person?
He did not mention Christopher Davis.
Okay. Now, do you recall being giving a deposition in this case on January 8th, 2025?
Objection, Your Honor. Same objection.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to send you back to the jury room for a few minutes.
All rise.
So it's from January of 2025, this deposition. And he came back after they came from the sidebar and literally asked the same exact questions. Like, of course, the prosecution is going to object to it again because you asked it the same exact way. And I'm pretty sure the judge ruled something at the bench. But we're going to listen to the argument that
All right,
they sent back to the juror.
Thank you.
Everybody can see. Let the record reflect the jury's exit in the courtroom. Same objection is to
Same
improper
objection, Your Honor.
impeachment.
He's asking if she knew he was in a relationship with Christopher Davis. Her response to the deposition that she
The
knew he
exact
was.
question was, did he mention being in a relationship with Christopher Davis back in May?
Yes, and with regards to the conversation in the deposition, her response was that he was in a relationship, but he didn't mention the name.
What was the question in the deposition?
Can I read that, Your Honor? It says, all right, and then he was there in May. Did he mention being in the relationship with this Christopher Davis person? Which I believe is what I asked. I read it
That
straight
was
from the
okay. That was
deposition.
okay. Then that's not improper.
She does say that he was mentioning he was in a relationship, that he was seeing somebody, but didn't mention the name. So I apologize, I missed the first sentence, Your Honor.
Okay, let's be clear before we. I don't want to have to keep sending the
I
jury
understand,
out.
Your
So
Honor. I didn't know we
let's
were
bring the
talking
jury back in.
I guess the prosecution didn't have that information correct and got checked in regards to it. You see the defense attorneys throwing up his hands like, I told you so. Boy, oh boy. I'm waiting for the jury to come back in. And yeah, the judge like, I'm not about to keep sending this jury out. You better make sure you got this stuff right before I be stopping this trial, especially after we already came up here to the bench, right, and discussed this.
Yours entering.
All right, please be seated. All right, and Mr. Reddick, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Ms. Falico, I'll ask it again. So when he was there in May, talking about Mr. Schmalbach, am I pronouncing that correctly?
Schmalbach.
Schmalbach? Okay, I just want to clarify. Thank you. Did he mention being in the relationship with this Christopher Davis?
Okay, guys, now you know I definitely don't feel bad now, considering I was messing up this name too. So the defense attorney is messing. He got to get clarification on the name pronunciation also. So I don't feel bad. So as we're going through this trial, if I mess it up, just know that it happens.
This person.
He mentioned dating someone.
Okay, so he did mention that he was in a relationship. You just didn't know it was Mr. Davis.
What he said was that the cameras went off in his house because he had like a camera inside your house,
Mhm.
and the cameras turned off. And I said, "Why did your camera turn off?" And he said, "Don't worry about it." And I said, "Are you dating someone?" And he said, "Yeah, it's okay."
Now, was that common for Mr. Schmalbach to allow someone to live with him in his house?
No,
So were you surprised by that?
very.
Now, again, in your 40 years, had there been other times where he had let people move in and live with him?
Not to my knowledge.
Now you mentioned you were also aware of Mr. Schmalbach's heart condition. Is that right?
Correct.
Do you know the exact specifics of what that diagnosis was?
I don't recall.
Okay. Did you know him to be taking medication for that daily or anything like that?
He took his medication daily, correct?
Okay. What kind of medication was it? Do you know?
I can't speak on that. I don't
Okay.
know.
Was it something with injections or anything like that?
I don't know. I wouldn't think it was injections. I would say pills, but because it was a cardiac condition.
Okay, so it was a heart condition of some sort.
Correct.
And I guess whenever you talked to him, that heart condition occurred back in, like, what was it, 2022, sometime around then?
I don't remember the exact time.
Okay, but was it serious enough for him to end up in the hospital?
Correct.
Okay, and was it a day or 2 days? Do you recall?
I don't. I'm not his medical power of attorney.
Of course. Do you know who is his medical power of attorney?
Yes.
Who is that?
I don't know how to say his last name. I always screw it up. His first name is Leon. His last name starts with a G.
Okay, thank you. So besides taking daily medication for this heart issue, he would also walk up to 6 miles a day. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And he would do that early in the morning before the heat?
Correct.
Okay. And you're an hour behind, so he'd call you early in the morning.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, the last time you heard from him, you said he texted you on July 19th. Is that right?
That is correct.
And we saw the text messages there. And that was the last time you received something from Mr. Schmalbach.
That is correct.
Okay. But you believe that those text messages on July 19th were not from him?
The first one was from him. The one later in the evening did not feel like the way he spoke.
Okay. Now on that text message exchange, that was the text message exchange between yourself and Mr. Schmalbach, nobody else, correct?
That is correct.
I believe the last time that you had talked to him or texted with him prior to that was July 4th. Is that right? Is that what was on the?
July 4th. Yep. And he responded to me. He was in San Diego traveling.
And so that was then a 2-week lapse between the last time you texted with him up until whenever he texted you on July 19th.
I don't recall. I didn't review it.
Okay.
We would call also. It wasn't always texting.
Okay. So you would say the calls were a little bit more frequent than the text messages?
At times, depend on his schedule and mine.
Now, prior to these incidents, was there a time where you had to, I guess, assist Mr. Schmalbach with some sort of scam that he was involved with on Grindr?
As well as relevance.
Overruled at this point.
So does that mean I answer?
You can answer.
Or can you ask it again, please?
Yes. So prior to, I guess, this time frame in July, was there an incident or a time where you assisted with Mr. Schmalbach with a Grindr scam situation? You had to help him go to the police or something about that?
I didn't help him go to the police, but I had visited in April, and he had told me that he had met someone they had not ever met in person, and that he had given this person money because they needed help. And he met this person on Grindr. And then he decided to go to the police and make a report.
And do you know how much money he gave to this person? Do you know the exact parameters of that by chance?
I don't. I couldn't speak. I would be guessing.
And was it, I guess enough for Mr. Schmalbach to be concerned about?
But Barry would have been concerned about $100 if somebody stole it from him.
And I believe earlier you testified that it was very rare for him to give money out.
Correct.
Okay. So this is kind of out of line for him to be giving money to some person he's never met on Grindr. You would agree with that?
I would agree. He had a big heart, but yeah, I would agree. He said that he needed help. And it was a loan, not a gift. It was supposed to be paid back.
Okay. Now, you also said that you thought the text message, the last message about him having a few, that was out of character for him because he drank often.
That is correct.
Was he continuing to drink often after he had those heart issues that led him to the hospital?
Well, he was never drunk. I spent a week with him in April here. He was not drunk. So he would have a couple of, cocktails, but not more than 2.
But still, he would drink often, daily, sometimes. You would say.
In my understanding, sure. I didn't live with him, but yeah.
Now, were you aware that Mr. Schmalbach had some cats in the apartment too, as well?
Barry did not have a cat.
Okay. Just one moment, Your Honor. No further questions at this time. Thank you.
You're welcome.
No further questions from the state, Your Honor. May we
All right.
release the witness?
You may step down. Is any objection to her being released?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. You may step down and you're released from your subpoena.
Thank you.
You know what I will say is that these witnesses are like coming up and going right down. Like everybody is just like kind of giving a piece of information. Like we are already on our 5th witness of this trial, and we're not even like no more than probably 3 hours in totality from yesterday to today. Opening statements was real short and sweet. I guess because they don't really have a lot, and the trial should only be maybe 4 to 5 days, but it's very interesting. I wonder if they're going to bring back up the detective that did not finish yesterday. I'm assuming that Rosa was brought in because she was traveling from Chicago area to testify. I think the only thing that I can take away from her testimony is, I mean, she stayed pretty far away from Barry, so I don't know how much she knew about his life, even though they were friends for 40 years, but the distance between the two of them during these recent events from till he was missing. But she did receive some text messages from Barry that were not in his normal text messaging manner, that were sent on the date that he went missing. So I'll take us back in. They're calling up their next witness.
State and call their next witness. All right, sir, if you'll face the clerk, raise your right hand, she'll swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
You can take the stand. You may proceed when you're ready.
Morning. Would you please state your name?
Christopher Blondin.
And do you know the defendant in this case, Christopher Davis?
I do.
Would you please point to him and identify him by an article of clothing?
Black pants.
Can you tell the color of shirt he's wearing?
Blue.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
All right.
And how do you know Mr. Davis?
From being out at the bar. We dated briefly.
And when you say you dated briefly, how long did you guys date for?
It was a couple weeks. We went on a few dates.
And I'm going to have to ask you to speak up a little bit louder for me,
All right,
please.
sorry.
The microphone doesn't pick up very well.
So for a couple weeks you dated?
Yeah, we just went on a few dates.
Do you know when you dated Mr. Davis?
I think it was March or April.
And did you know somebody by the name of Barry Schmalbach?
Briefly, just through Chris.
And in July of 2023, where were you working?
Cruisers.
Are you currently still working at Cruisers?
I am not.
Okay. What is Cruisers?
It's a bar in Cape Coral.
And Does the bar have different theme nights?
Yeah.
Was there a theme night on Wednesday, July 19th, 2023?
I think it's bingo night, if I remember correctly.
And were you working that night?
I was.
Can you describe the bar to the jury back in July of 2023?
If I remember correctly, it was, I think at that point it was quiet. Most of the crowd had left. We had crowd earlier with playing bingo.
When you walk into the bar, is it an open area? Is there a bar in front of you? Can
When
you
you
kind of
first
describe
walk,
the layout?
yeah, when you first walk in, it's a big oval bar or U-shaped bar, and then to the left is like the showroom
And where were you working that evening?
at the bar.
Did you notice Barry Schmalbach and the defendant walk into the bar on July 19th, 2023?
I don't remember them walking in.
At some point, did you see them at the bar?
Yes,
And where did you see them sitting?
they were sitting at the far end of the bar. It's like I said, it's a U shape. They were sitting at the far end. You're looking just on the right side.
Did you notice anything about how they were acting towards one another?
Not at first, no.
What do you mean not at first?
They were just sitting there having a couple drinks, chatting.
Did
That's
something
when
change?
Christopher introduced me to Barry.
Did something change where you noticed something?
It seemed like they were having like a little heated argument, but nothing like crazy, getting loud or obnoxious.
So you weren't able to hear their conversation, but you were able to read body language?
Yeah.
What happened after you saw them in this argument?
They kind of abruptly paid their bill and just left.
And do you know who paid the bill?
I don't off the top of my head.
Your Honor, may the record reflect I'm now showing opposing counsel at previous parentheses opposes it by identification purposes. May I approach the witness?
You may.
I'm now showing what's been previously marked as states proposed to the five for identification purposes. Is that the receipt from Cruisers on July 19th, 2023?
Mhm.
And that is signed as well as dated by a credit card armed by Barry Schmalbach?
Mhm.
Your Honor, at this time, the statement of evidence states Exhibit 5.
Any objection? You admit it? You may.
So we know this is Cruisers Lounge and the location's in Cape Coral. Is that accurate?
Correct.
And this would be the bill, and we know he would pay with a credit card, which was an, oops, sorry. The bill, which we knew he paid with a credit card, which was an Amex.
Correct.
And the bottom of this receipt actually states American Express in the last 4 digits, correct?
Correct.
And it's owned by Barry Schmalbach.
Correct.
Your Honor, may I have a moment?
You may.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right.
Morning.
You said they mostly sat at the bar quiet?
Mhm.
And they never got loud or out of control or anything?
No.
Okay, and so you could just tell, being the bartender, being kind of close, there was some kind of little argument maybe going on,
That's correct.
but nothing over the top?
Mhm.
Okay. And I just noticed on the receipt, it said cashier Greg. Was that someone else there?
That was the other bartender working. So he's the one who opened the tab.
Okay, so then he would have closed it out. And,
Correct.
okay. And that was the first time you had met Barry?
I believe so.
Okay, well, you're familiar with Chris. You said you dated a couple times. All right, and then you were familiar with some of the other friends in this group, like Miguel and Thomas?
Correct.
Okay. But they weren't there that evening? Or?
Correct.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
All right. Any redirect?
No, Your Honor. Permission to release the witness?
Any objection?
No.
All right, sir. You may step down and release from your stand. You may call your next witness.
State would call Sean Ribbentrop.
So the witnesses are going up there quick and coming down quicker. So he just basically testified to that he used to date the defendant that's currently on trial. That the night that Barry went missing, they were both in the bar. They had a disagreement that he was able to overhear. But he said it wasn't anything like egregious or very loud or anything while they were in the bar. They paid their tab and they left. So that was his testimony. And it seems like it's a small knit community and a local bar that a lot of the people that have been the witnesses that have been testifying have attended or are familiar with. Okay, they're bringing up the next witness. Here we go. Definitely let me know what your thoughts are so far. Can this be proven without a body, no weapon, and no witnesses? Can they prove that he's guilty beyond a reasonable doubt? Let me know in the chat.
All right, sir. If you'll face the clerk, raise your right hand, the clerk will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, you may take the stand.
Please watch your step.
May I inquire?
Yeah.
Would you please state your name?
Sean David Rippentrop.
And Mr. Rippentroff, what do you do for a living?
I'm a technician at Valward Cadillac.
Do you live here in Lee County?
Yes, ma'am.
Where do you live?
131 Southeast 44th Street, Cape Coral.
Who do you live with?
Miguel Blanco, Tom Wilson, and Jeff Colwell.
Do you know somebody by the name of, did you know somebody by the name of Barry Schmalbach?
I did.
And how did you know Barry?
Through my two roommates, Miguel and Tom Wilson.
How long have you known Barry for?
Acquaintance, a year.
Did you know someone by the name of Christopher Davis?
I did.
Do you see him in the courtroom today?
I do.
Would you please point to him and identify him by an article of clothing?
Right there. In the blue shirt.
Your Honor, may the record
Sure.
reflect that the witnesses identified the defendant.
All right.
How did you know him?
He was dating a friend of mine, Rainey Tangway, and I'd seen him in the bar cruisers while I'd be there too, but we never really spoke.
So you would see Christopher Davis with Mr. Rainey Tanagway,
Not at the bar.
but he was dating one of your friends?
Yes,
And did you ever contact Mr. Davis yourself?
I did.
Could you just explain to the jury why you did?
I contacted him and invited him to a Cinco de Mayo party that we had the first of Saturday of May of 2023
And how did you contact him?
through social media.
And social media, do you remember what app it was?
Yes, it was the Grindr app.
And what is Grindr?
Grindr is a gay hookup app.
And why did you message him on Grindr?
Because my friend Rainey Tangway was going to attend the party.
So you thought because they were hanging out, it would be okay just to invite him?
Yes.
And did the defendant show up to the Cinco de Mayo party?
Yes.
Did Rainey show up as well?
Yes.
Did they talk?
No.
Could you explain to the jury what happened?
Christopher was only at the party for maybe an hour. He left before Rainey got there.
What, if anything, happened while Christopher was at the party?
He met Barry Schmalbach there.
And did you see him and Barry speaking?
I did.
And where were they talking?
We have a patio outside our lanai. They were sitting at a bistro table talking.
And after he met Barry, what did he do?
I was socializing with other friends, and then I noticed he was gone. And then Rainey, I told Rainey, my friend Rainey tagged me, showed up at the party, and I was like, Christopher left. And that was about it.
Did
Yeah.
something happen the next day?
The next day, yes.
What happened?
Christopher Davis texted me on the Grinder app and asked Miguel Blanco for Barry Schmalbach's phone number, which I got and I sent it to him.
Did you ever talk to Chris after the next day?
No.
And you didn't have Barry's number, you had to get it through Miguel?
Yes, I did not have Barry's number. He was just an acquaintance.
Did it come to a time you were at Cruisers on July 19th, 2023?
Yes, I was there.
Who did you go to Cruisers with?
I went with my partner, Jeff Colwell.
Can you describe the layout of Cruisers to the jury?
There's, when you first walk in the front door, you face a horseshoe bar. That's a, horseshoe shaped bar. And then over to the left, there's tables and chairs, which you can sit at and face the bar or not face the bar. But if you sit at those tables, you can see the bar and see everybody at the bar.
Did you take a seat at that bar?
I did not sit at the bar.
Where did you guys sit?
We sat off to a table off to the side, kind of near the DJ booth. It's off to the one side, but we could see the bar.
Did you see other people in the bar?
Yes, we saw Christopher and Barry Schmalbach there.
And what did you notice about Christopher and Barry when they were at the bar?
Later on, I saw Christopher go into the back bar while we were there. And Barry was there, sitting there by himself.
So Barry didn't follow Christopher into the back bar area?
No.
How far was Christopher in the back bar area?
Well, it goes, you have to go through another door because it's like a whole nother room to go into the back bar.
And when he went to the door, was he in there for a short period of time?
I really don't remember how long he was in there.
Did it seem longer than like a quick potty break?
Yes.
And what did Barry do when Christopher was in that back room?
Oh, he was still sitting at the bar.
Did it come to a point when Barry left and paid?
I seen Barry left and paid, and Barry walked out the door alone.
And did Christopher at some point come back to the bar?
Yes, I seen Christopher abruptly walk, not run, but walk briskly out the front door after him.
And the Grinder app, you're familiar with the Grinder app?
Yes.
Did you ever know Barry to be on the Grinder app after the Cinco de Mayo party on May 5th?
No.
Your Honor, may I have a moment?
You may.
No further questions.
Mr. Misovich?
So the night you were there was a Wednesday for like a bingo night at Cruisers,
Yes.
and was it real busy or not?
Moderate busy, wasn't super packed at all.
Okay, and then at some point you just said Chris went to this back bar for some time,
Yes.
like 30 minutes or 20 minutes or?
I really don't remember.
All right, and then were you there? Who were you there with?
I was with my partner, Jeff Colwell.
Okay, and so while you're sitting there with Jeff, at some point Jeff gets up and goes to the back bar to talk with Chris.
No, Jeff did not go back to the back bar and talk to Chris. He talked with Barry Schmalbach
Okay, I was confused.
at the bar.
He went to the bar to talk to Barry. Sorry, that was my.
Yes, sir.
And then, so how long's he at the bar talking? 10, 15 minutes?
Not very long.
And you're kind of at the booth by yourself during that time?
Yeah, I was at a table by myself. Yeah.
All right, and then Jeff comes back to where you're at.
Mhm.
And then some point after that, you see Barry go out the front door.
Yes.
And then a couple minutes later, you see Chris come through and go out the front door.
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor. Permission to excuse and release.
Any objection? Sir, you may step down and release from your subpoena. State and call our next witness.
Judge State would call Mrs. Kimberly Sansultani.
All right. If you'll face the clerk and raise your right hand, she'll swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes.
All right. You may take the stand.
Just watch your step.
All right. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Would you please introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury by telling them your name?
Kimberly Zansultani,
And Ms. Sansultani, where do you reside?
1835 Beach Parkway, Unit 203.
And did you know a gentleman by the name of Barry Schmalbach?
Yes, he was my neighbor.
When you say neighbor, what do you mean by that?
He lived directly above my unit.
Now, how long had you resided at 1835 Beach Parkway?
I moved there in 2019 of January.
And do you remember when Mr. Schmalbach moved in?
He moved in 2 weeks right after Ian had hit in October. Well, he moved in October. Just like I said, 2 weeks after Ian had hit.
Now, I'd like to direct your attention to that big screen over there and showing you what's been previously admitted as a state's exhibit number 39.
Mhm.
You recognize that photograph?
Yes.
How do you recognize that?
Well, my unit is the second unit right there.
Okay, when you're talking about the second unit, are you referring to this unit here directly in the
Correct.
middle of the photograph
Yes.
that I'm pointing to?
Mhm.
And Mr. Schmalbach's unit
It
was,
was right above mine. We had matching floor plans.
okay. So when you say matching floor plans, his floor plan looked exactly like yours.
Correct.
How long did you know Mr. Schmalbach?
Since he moved in October, maybe.
How did you meet?
Just casually walking down the steps, saying hi, and then over the time, getting a little bit closer, go down to the pool and stuff like that, just like a regular neighbor.
How would you describe this condo complex as far as people knowing everyone and that type of thing?
We used to joke that, or I joked that it was like Melrose Place. Everyone knew everyone, and we all, knew each other's schedules, where they were going, what they were doing. We knew everything.
You said you knew everyone's schedules?
Yeah.
Did you know Mr. Schmalbach's schedule?
Yeah, he worked from home.
Did you know what he did?
He sold like restaurant supplies, from what I understand, and maybe did a little bit import export. I never really got into detail, but that I knew of.
Were you also familiar with his comings and goings?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And how are you familiar with those?
He would tell me that, hey, I'm going to be flying out, here, or I won't be around then, or stuff like that.
Did he make it a regular habit to let you know where he was going and when he was returning?
Yes.
Okay, why?
Well, I remember because one time he was leaving and I said he always used to take an Uber to the airport. And this one day I offered to drive him to the airport. So I always knew then.
And was he fairly conscientious with regards to letting you know when and where he was going?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Now, at this complex that you described as Melrose Place, affectionately, did you do anything together there at the condo complex?
Oh, yeah. We would swim. We'd have little barbecues down at the pool. We even went to the beach together one time.
And did you do that on a fairly regular basis with regards to getting together there at the condo complex?
Yes.
And how would you go about organizing those get-togethers?
Text.
Okay. And would those texts be individual or would they be group texts?
Both.
Okay. And when you engage in a individual text, Mr. Schmalbach,
Mhm.
how did he respond to you, or how quickly would he respond to you?
Within minutes.
And was that fairly regularly?
Yes.
Now, with regards to any type of group texts,
Mhm.
how would he respond there?
He would text, and he'd probably be the first one to text back.
Now, did you also do anything special for Mr. Schmalbach when he was out of town?
No. I mean, just one time. Not per se for him, but for somebody else
Okay.
that was living there.
What exactly did you do?
I watched the cat.
Watch the cats.
Yeah.
Do you remember when that was approximately?
Not really. Maybe in June.
Now, when you said you watched,
Did anybody notice that she stated that she was watching his cats? Remember, the last witness wrote, not the last one, but the witness before the last, Rosa, she didn't even know he had cats. So even though she was friends with him for 40 years, she didn't even know that he had cats in his apartment. So I wonder, how much of her testimony will the jury believe in regards to how much she knew his inner daily activities at this point in time in his life. Let me know your thoughts. I just caught that, like, oh, she mentioned about the cats. So he did have cats.
the cats, did Barry actually have cats?
No,
Okay. Who had cats?
Christopher Davis,
And do you see a gentleman by the name of Christopher Davis in the courtroom here today?
right there in the white.
Well, I guess that explains that part. So Christopher had the cat, but they were still in Barry's house. So I guess Barry didn't have cats. So maybe she does know a little bit more. Okay. Maybe I shouldn't have cut in and let her finish her statement.
Well, blue shirt.
Judge, let the record reflect which is identify the defendant.
Right.
Now, when you say cats, did you have contact with those cats when you had an opportunity to watch them in jail?
Not to pet them. I remember going upstairs into the condo and making sure they had food and water. And I looked around for them, couldn't find the one, but the other one was there. And then that was it.
How would you describe their disposition?
Very laid back, chill, just laying there.
And are you familiar with cats?
Yes, I've had a few.
When you say a few, can you tell us a little bit?
Well, I've had one here in Florida that just passed away recently, and I've had him for 15 years. And then I've had, cats before that as well.
And did you ever notice any type of harness or any type of leash for the cats in Mr. Schmalbach's apartment or
No.
condo?
No.
Have you tried to harness or leash your cats?
Yeah. And as soon as, when it's your own personal cat, they'll just let you do whatever they want. But once you put that on, that cat rolls over and won't move.
Didn't like to be
No,
have a harness on them or a
No.
leash. Is that correct?
correct.
Okay. Now, you also indicated to us earlier that you all got together at the pool fairly regularly, and Mr. Schmalbach would respond fairly quickly. When he would come down to the pool area and engage in a social situation with you all, did he have any type of forms of communication with him at that time?
Oh, he would text and say, okay, I'll like if he texted me, hey, I'm going down the pool. I text back, I'm going. I'll bring cheese and cracker, stuff like that. That was it.
Did you also notice him to always have his phone with him?
Oh
when he
yes,
was when he was
phone,
visiting?
wallet, right there on the table at the palapa at the pool
Every time he was with you all?
every time.
Did he also have what's also known as an eye watch?
Yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
Did he wear that fairly regularly?
When he got it, yes. Mhm.
And do you know why he always wore that?
He liked to walk, so he kept track of his steps and his heart rate and all that kind of stuff.
When you say he liked to walk, what do you mean by that?
He walked every morning, so his schedule was to get up very early in the morning. Once in a while I had walked with him, but then he was going like at 4:30, 5 o'clock. I wouldn't go that early.
but because it was getting hot out in the summer.
So he made it a regular habit to go up in the morning and go for walks.
Every single day.
Now, when you said that you were taking care of his cats, obviously you had to have access to his condo. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes.
When I say his cats, I'm referring to Mr. Davis's cats.
Correct.
How would you describe the inside of the apartment?
Oh, very nice. Very clean, tidied up.
Now, did there come a point in time on July 19th? I'd like to direct your attention specifically to somewhere between 8 and 9 o'clock in the evening time. Did anything unusual occur around that time on that date?
Yes, I was off of work that day, and I stayed in, and I was watching some TV, and between that time, I heard something direct.
Hey guys, we have a verdict that's coming in, so I am going to switch very quickly over to the Ronnie Walker trial so we can watch the verdict. Give me a second here. Let's get that pulled up. And then we'll come right back to this. No worries. This is the jury has came back. We've been waiting for this. The jury did not have it long. That's what I can tell you. Wow, this was actually very quick. Like the jury has not even been in that long. Oh my. So just, I don't know if any of you guys watched the Ronnie Walker with the Nylexia Alexander case with the 14-year-old. The case was sent to the jurors yesterday, and it was like at the end of the day, like they couldn't even been back there. All they could have done is probably selected a fourth person. And this is a capital murder case, right? And the trial was only 4 days. If you didn't see it, you can actually go back and look on my YouTube channel, and I have every day of coverage on there. And we have a verdict already early this morning. I am just like really, really surprised, but I thought it was going to come in later today, but we are here now. So we'll wait until they actually come in. I'll monitor that on this screen. And I guess it may take them time to get everybody in there. So I'll keep monitoring it, and I'll take us back to the trial that we're currently watching for right now.
Directly right above my unit where I was sitting, because we had, like I said, have the same floor plans. I heard something being thrown up against the wall and heard, no, no, no.
And did you hear anything after that?
Yeah, a couple minutes later, I heard this noise, and it gave me chills, like the hair on my arms. And it was, like someone losing their last breaths.
Then what happened next?
I just sat there like, oh my God, what is that? And then maybe 10 minutes later, I heard chirp, chirp, which was a car.
Woo.
Someone opening up their car. And like I said, I know it had to be around 9 o'clock, and I thought, well, that's weird. There's only 3 of us on my side of the building, and they were on upstairs. And like I said, I know they go to bed early, and Mary was downstairs. She don't go nowhere, and it was me. So I thought, well, it's time for me to go to bed. So I went to the front to lock the door, and as I walked by my window, I thought, let me see who. And I looked out, and Barry's Jeep was missing.
And did Barry have an assigned parking spot?
Yes, we all did.
Okay. And you said that his Jeep was missing.
Yep. So I know he left that night.
Do you know whether or not that Jeep was there before you heard that struggle and that no?
Yes, it was there.
And shortly after you heard that last breath, you heard that chirp.
Hmm.
And is that when you saw?
I mean, I'm going to say about 10 minutes later.
Okay.
10
minutes later, you
after those last, sighs or whatever it is I heard.
And that's when you looked outside and then you saw the Jeep leave.
I didn't see it leave.
Okay.
It was missing.
Did you see anyone go inside? of that
No.
Jeep? You just heard that the car noise of a chirp of the.
Someone
Hard to
unlocking. Yeah.
All right. Is that the first and only time you ever heard that type of noise above your?
Oh,
Unit?
yes. Hmm.
Objection, leading.
Oh,
Did you do anything after you looked outside and saw that Jeep missing?
No, then I decided to go to bed.
Now, you indicated for us that you're familiar with Mr. Schmalbach's Jeep.
Yes,
How did Mr. Schmalbach keep that Jeep?
very clean.
When you say clean, what do you mean?
It was never dirty. You couldn't run your hand down it and, say, clean me. It was always clean.
Inside and out.
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions for this.
Okay, guys, I'm gonna pause this here and I'm gonna go ahead and bring up the jury,
Let me ask you, at the condo
The-
complex,
the-
is there like a,
the portion for the jury and Ronnie Walker. They have reached a decision. It does look like they are bringing the jury in, and I don't want us to miss a moment of it. So let's hop over there. Make sure the volume is up. Make sure we're good. Hopefully everybody can hear it. Hopefully everybody can hear it. Let me know if there's any issues. Woo. This was definitely fast. That's what I will tell you. There was that judge back there was twirling around that rubber band. He been doing that the whole entire trial. I don't know if he didn't listen to anything. because that's all he been doing in the background, not taking no notes or anything, or really attentive. I don't know if it's just the way he filmed it, but he's been swinging that rubber band. So they do have the defendant. That's Ronnie Walker that we're seeing right over here, sitting in the chair, and it looks like his attorney's out. I'm assuming that they'll be bringing the jury out fairly shortly. Once we're finished here, we will go back to the Christopher Davis trial that's currently happening in Florida. We're just building up a little TiVo time because I'll fast forward through the breaks and everything and any sidebars in order to keep us up to date. Okay, guys.
All rise for the jurors.
Jury's returned. You all may be seated. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. My understanding is that you all have reached a verdict. All right, and who's the foreperson? Ma'am, if you could hand the verdict form to one of the bailiffs. Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk, you publish the verdict.
State of Florida versus Ronnie Trammell Walker, verdict form. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 1. The defendant is guilty of murder in the first degree as charged. And did the defendant actually and personally kill Alexia Alexander? Yes. Related to a criminal trial proceeding or investigation of a capital felony? Yes. So say we all, dated the 24th day of June, 2025, signed foreperson of the jury.
Would the defense like the jury polled?
Yes, currently. Juror number 1, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 2, is this your true and correct verdict? Yes. Juror number 3, is this your true and correct verdict? Yes. Juror number 4, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 5, is
Just so y'all know, it's not me. It is Channel 10's live feed. It is terrible. It did this all day yesterday. Channel 13 actually had a better live feed. It typically glitches out and comes back in. I will just wait here and see if it'll come back in regards to if
For
we
a
can catch
10-minute
anything.
recess while we work out a few logistic matters.
All rise.
to talk about. We have the prison release reoffender. And at what point would you like to consider that? After the,
After we complete the second phase.
if I'm, oh, that's fine. Stayed, no problem with that, I assume.
I'm sorry, Judge. Well, I don't have an objection.
All right, I'm not even sure under the law if it would apply to a death case anyway, because it's life or death either way. Secondly, there's the third charge, felon in possession of a firearm.
So that charge was severed, Judge.
It was severed, right? So you're just going to leave that?
Right, we'll handle that after this. is
I
all.
figured as much. I just wanted to make sure that was the case.
Well, Judge, I believe we need to proceed with that now, the felon in possession charge, as far as the indictment is concerned. We're prepared. All we need is to get our fingerprint examiner down here, and we can proceed forward with it. We've got instructions done on it, and we've got a verdict form ready for that one as well.
That was severed from these charges, so he will be entitled to an entirely separate trial, an entirely separate jury on that issue. My motion to sever was granted.
Let me just say, did they do, who did the severing?
Well,
Did
you did, Judge, when the
Right.
state re-indicted Mr. Walker, and we addressed that before we selected the jury. I requested that charge be severed, and you granted my request for that to be severed.
But that's true, Judge, but I don't think you get a separate jury and everything like that. I think it's the same jury.
You absolutely do. There are 100 things that would have gone differently. First of all, that's something I would have talked to the jury about in jury selection. Second of all, there are tons of things that were admissible for the purposes of this trial that would not be admissible for purposes of that. So he's entitled to a separate trial.
I'm looking for it.
Yeah, this judge been back here twirling this rubber band, and he don't even know whether or not he severed this man's other case. How dare him? I didn't know if he was really paying attention a lot to this trial as we were going along, because he don't even know what he done did in the past. Tyre and the prosecution like, well, no, we can handle that right now with this jury. But no. If the case was severed, then that means that he, even though he's guilty on this charge, he is able to have a separate trial for this other charge that he's charged with. But let's see what the judge comes up with.
That was in June, right? This mouse goes the wrong way sometimes. Right here. I take it your motion was oral?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. Do we just want to get a copy of the contract? Okay. Remember which day you made that on?
So it's been wasn't a bifurcation, it was a severance.
Well, I understand. So that would have been the 11th. I'll just look at the transcript to make sure of the wording.
Yes.
So did you file a written order on that, Your Honor? Was that in?
Well, I'm going to order a copy of the transcript on the 11th of June. All the arguments prior to the beginning of jury selection. So whatever was done. Does that make any sense? Madam Court Reporter.
Oh, I'm sorry, I wasn't
Oh, yeah.
here.
So, okay. So
I think it was Mia?
Mia was there that day, so
Yeah.
I'll get with Mia. All right.
Okay.
Very good. Next, let's ignore that issue for now. So before we enter the death phase,
And it would be my position that even if the court were to proceed on that, that we should do that after the second phase as well.
I would agree with that also. The same, even if it was the same jury, it should probably go after the death phase, so there's no, and it might even be you could actually have it contemporaneously with, or use some of the testimony and evidence. They're going to be introducing a lot of that anyways, an aggravating factor. But I'm not worried about that. All right, so let's say that we'll take tomorrow off and we'll start Thursday morning. And how many days do you anticipate your case would take on the penalty, on the
State's case, half a day to, maybe some little bit in the afternoon. Well, it's not gonna be long.
Okay, and it's defense, and I'm not holding you to anything, I'm just curious.
Approximately 8 to 10 witnesses, one of which will be on Zoom.
We don't do Zoom.
I'm sorry?
We don't do Zoom.
Oh, we're handling all of the Zoom.
I don't,
Handling all the arrangements.
I don't
Oh.
allow Zoom for evidentiary hearings.
Okay. That's
So
fine.
that's in my preferences on the,
Okay, that's fine.
I don't find it to be reliable,
That's fine. That's fine.
so,
A day and a half.
okay. And like I said, I'm not holding anyone to it, just for the scheduling purposes. So what my intention is, whenever we finish the evidence and before the jury deliberates, so let's say we finish at noon on Tuesday of next week or Wednesday of next week, I would read the instructions Thursday morning so that the jury would have the entire day to deliberate and to avoid issues. Any objections to that?
I don't foresee it taking that long.
I know, I'm just saying, whatever day it is, I'm not gonna send the jury out on for it to start with a half day left.
I totally understand that.
Okay,
I agree with that.
so whatever
I'm just
day
saying,
it
I
is.
don't think it's gonna be that far into next week. It might not even get, it might get to like maybe Monday or something.
I agree with Mr. Terry, but either way, we can arrange it that way, Your Honor.
Yes.
Okay.
We have no objection to that
Right.
arrangement. That's.
All right, so we agree there are no issues left for the jury today.
Yes.
State?
That's fine, Judge, yes.
All right, so I'm gonna call them in and I will release them until Thursday morning. I'll have them here at 8:30.
With the same admonitions,
Absolutely.
and then the alternates will come back.
We will notify the alternates to be back as well. Anything else before we bring them back?
Judge Mariko?
Yes.
we'll definitely have coverage of everything on Thursday. In regards to the penalty phase and the Ronnie Walker trial, if you were following that, I'll be live bringing it directly to you from the courtroom. Yeah. Like he shouldn't have probably never got out the first time, right? And we could have had a life still here. Okay. I'll be quiet.
Adjourn you until Thursday morning at 10 a.m., where we will begin the second phase of this. I want to remind you that you're to continue to follow the court's instructions. Make sure you avoid any media, TV, radio, internet that would deal with this case. If anybody tries to ask you about this case, tell them you're still part of the jury of this case and you cannot speak to them, and don't discuss the case amongst yourselves any further until such times you're instructed to by the court. All right? With that, I will release you, or actually adjourn you, would be a better word, until 10 o'clock in the morning, Thursday of this week. Thank you.
All rise.
Sure, he's left. Y'all may be seated. Thank you. Any matters we need to discuss? All right, if anything comes up, let me know. Just email me those things when you get them, and I'll be spending some time familiarizing myself with those and be able to jump start on it. All right, thank you. Court will be in recess till 10 a.m. Thursday morning.
Court stands in recess. Please exit.
Yeah, I'll have. Does Megan have the alternates numbers? Okay. Check with her real quick. Get her to call them up. I'm sorry. We're coming back. Just a reminder, Mr. Terry, Ms. Bradley, we're coming back at 8:30 on Thursday.
We're coming back on Thursday. Yes, that's.
Yeah, just to make sure. Yeah, thank you. Let me anticipate or soon. All right, I'll make sure Megan has it.
If not, do you want to order that transfer from Mia or no?
Yeah, I do. I just need it just to make.
Okay, I told her that you wanted it.
Yeah, it's just.
Okay, guys. So there we have it. We have a guilty verdict in the Ronnie Walker case. Oh, we got justice for Nylexia Alexander. Oh gosh, like guilty. We go into the penalty phase on Thursday. We will be live watching it. If anybody was on my other channel, on my other live feed, we are going to be going back and looking at the testimony from the Christopher Davis trial today. So we're going to jump back into that. If you're over here watching the Ronnie Walker verdict, please feel free to look at our trial that we're currently watching in regards to Christopher Davis, where we have nobody, circumstantial evidence. The prosecutors have an uphill battle to climb, considering we have nobody, no murder weapon, no witnesses. So check me out over there. And for all my people over here on watching the Ronnie Walker, I appreciate you coming back, looking at the verdict with me. We have been watching this trial, and I will see you guys on Thursday. Hi. Okay, guys, we're back in here. Let me go ahead and put where we were at in regards to the Christopher Davis back up on the screen. I apologize for that brief interruption, but for those that have been following me, you know that we have been looking at this Ronnie Walker trial, and it was breaking news. So we will be deciding whether the jury will be deciding on Thursday whether he lives or dies. In that regards, let's go ahead and get back up our thing and give me 1 second here and I will get that up for us. We're not going to miss a moment of this. Okay, and we're right back in here with Christopher Davis, right where the testimony left off. Here we go, guys.
Car wash area.
I mean, you can take it down by the trash cans. There's a hose down there if you wanted to wash it.
Is it, you would see Barry out there like detailing this car?
Barry never washed
or
his car.
Maybe he would take it somewhere and you would just notice it was clean all the time.
Yes.
Okay. All right, so going back a little, the first time you met Chris was at your condo?
Correct.
Okay, and you guys were gonna go to Gasparilla Beach, I guess,
Yeah,
the next day?
Gasparilla Island, we're going to the beach.
Okay, and there was like some group text and it was come down to my condo and we'll discuss plans for tomorrow?
Correct.
All right, and then Chris shows up and did you already know he was living up there or?
I knew he was living there only because Barry was out of town, probably like a week before, and I saw Chris coming and going, but I had not met him.
Okay, so this is the first time now you meet who this person is and.
Yes.
And y'all discuss going to Gasparilla and then the next day you go to the beach?
Yes.
Okay, approximately when was that?
It was Memorial Day.
Okay. All right, and then going forward, that night when you heard the noises, did you call the police?
No,
Okay, you didn't call 911 or anything?
I wanted to text Barry and say, what's going on up there, but I thought, let me just stay out of that.
All right, and then like you said about 10 minutes later, you heard a chirp and you look out and the Jeep is not there?
Correct.
Have a second. Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Anything else?
Briefly, Judge. Ms. Anzaltani, are you familiar with who drove Barry's Jeep?
Just Barry.
Okay. You wouldn't let anyone else drive his Jeep?
I drove it once.
Okay. When?
Probably a few weeks before he was going out of town, and we were in the pool, and
South side of the scope.
Oh,
we were in the pool, and he was telling me he was going out of town, and I said, you want me to give you a lift to the airport? Because I always knew he took Ubers, and I always thought it was strange, that he would take an Uber when Chris was living there. Why didn't he drive it? But I didn't ever ask any questions. So he said, yeah, that'd be great if you could give me a lift. Well, the night before, my son needed my car. So then I texted Barry and I said, hey, I can still take you to the airport. The only thing is I can't take you in my vehicle. I said, but if you're comfortable, I said, I can drive your car. I said, I am insured. You don't have to worry about that. And then, I'll put your keys, and he was like, yeah, perfect.
But he would never allow Mr. Davis to drive his Jeep. Is that correct?
I never saw him drive it at all.
Thank you. No further questions.
okay. Any questions based on that?
Nothing further.
All right. You may step down. Is she released?
She is not, Judge.
Okay. You may step down.
Thank you.
How's everybody in the jury doing? Okay. All right. State, call their next witness.
They would call Bryce Spearman.
All right, sir. If you'll face the clerk, raise your right hand. She'll swear.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
You can take the stand. You may proceed.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Just for the record, would you please state your name?
Bryce Bierman.
And Detective Bierman, just going from yesterday, you were the lead investigator on this particular matter.
That is correct.
Can you take the jury through the next day of your investigation?
Would have been July 20th, 2023.
And that was a Thursday?
Yes.
Can you take us through the first steps of what your investigation ended up leading you?
It would have just been continuing the timeline from when the clock switches over to the 20th to the 21st. So everything that went on that day.
Did anything happen in the early hours of the 20th?
Yes. There was a phone call to Discover Card around 4:47 a.m., I believe.
In Your Honor, I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 56, which is the defendant's cell phone records. And who made a phone call to Discover Card that morning?
It would have come from the Chris's phone.
So I'm now showing you what is page 3 of the mobility report for State's Exhibit 56, which is the defendant's cell phone number. I'm going to direct your attention to line 57. The date says 7:20 and then it says 8:47, but you just testified to a different time. Can you remind the jury? What
Yes, that's those phone records are published in UTC time, which is 4 hours ahead of Eastern time.
And you said they called PNC Bank?
I believe it was Discover.
I apologize, Discover. And how do you know that a Discover card was important in this particular case?
It was used at several different locations that we'd found during the course of the investigation.
Did you end up finding a wallet when you did a search of Christopher Davis on the 24th of July?
Yes, I did.
And in that particular wallet, did you notice anything?
Yes, there was
What-
a Discover card.
And whose name was on that Discover card?
Barry Schmalbach.
And Your Honor, may the record reflect I'm now showing opposing counsel. Let's approve the closing exhibits 22, 39W, and 54D. Your Honor, permission to approach with, for the record, 39W as well as 22 for identification purposes.
Okay.
I'm now showing you this marked as States Exhibit 22, as well as 39W. Do you recognize those two?
Yes.
And 39W, what is that a photograph of?
This is the wallet and the contents therein that we seized on July 24th.
And that was the wallet of Mr. Davis?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of the items that were located in Mr. Davis's wallet on the 24th of July?
Yes.
With regards to State Exhibit 22, do you recognize that as well?
Yes.
And what is that?
This is a Discover card statement for Mr. Schmalbach.
And with the Discover card statement from Mr. Schmalbach, that'll go through items that were purchased over a period of time using that particular credit card?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state will move into evidence 39W as well as 22.
The objection? Be admitted.
Permission to publish?
You may. You said 39W and 22.
Yes, Your Honor. Now, I'm publishing states 39W. So, a little bit darker. Can we turn the lights off just a smidge? So this is the contents of Christopher Davis's wallet,
Yes.
and I see that there is a picture. Is this a picture of Mr. Davis?
Yes.
And where would I be looking for the Discover credit card?
It's the one with the Blackhawks logo on it. Yes.
So that's in the middle of of States Exhibit 39W.
Correct.
And whose name was on that credit card?
Barry Schmalbach.
Now, I do see a multitude of other cards as well. It looks like there is a credit card here, one that says Sky Miles, an American Express, Capital One MasterCard, a Visa, as well as an Advantage City. Are that accurate?
Yes.
And who are all those credit cards?
They were in the name of Barry Schmalbach.
Did you find any credit cards in the name of Christopher Davis?
No.
Thank you. If you could turn the lights back on. Thank you. So Mr. Davis called from his cell phone Discover credit card at about 4:47 a.m.
Yes.
And then States Publishing, States Exhibit 22. So walking us through this particular exhibit. So this is for the Discover credit card, the Blackhawk NHL team.
Correct.
And we see dates on this side, purchases in the middle, as well as an amount. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And if we go to the 20th, what is that?
That is for Starbucks.
Okay, so there was a Starbucks purchase using the Discover card,
Yes.
and we see that there's some other purchases as well. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And we see one at Target,
To a Target. Yes.
at Publix,
Yes.
and we see some other ones, it looks like later on. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
And we'll come back to those. So based on your investigation after the Discover credit card company is called and looking at the records, what did you do next?
Again, tracking the locations on the charges, and then going to those locations looking for video.
Did you end up speaking to individuals at Starbucks?
Yes.
Were you able to ascertain that he was in fact at Starbucks? the
Yes.
defendant? What did you do after Starbucks?
Then we went tracking other purchases and stuff like that, and in terms of the timeline, trying to determine where the next stop was.
And did you determine the next stop to be a Lowe's?
Yes, we did.
And what happens at Lowe's?
A male walks in and buys a hand cart dolly.
What is a hand cart dolly?
It's a big red dolly. It's used to move around heavy objects, like when you're moving furniture.
Here, may I have one moment? Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm now showing of Housing Council what's been marked for identification purposes as states exhibits 15, 16, 17. Additionally, there is 15A. May I approach the witness?
You may.
May the record reflect I'm now showing the witness what's been previously marked for identification purposes as states 15, 15A, 16, as well as 17. With regards to 15 and 15A, do you recognize those documents?
Yes,
And are they photographs of still images from Lowe's?
correct.
With regards to States Exhibit 16, which for the record, Miguel Blanco identified as the defendant Christopher Davis being in yesterday. Do you recognize that document or that CD?
Yes,
And what is that?
this is surveillance video from Lowe's.
I'm also showing you what's been previously marked as State's Proposed Exhibit 17. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
And what is that?
this is a copy of the receipt for the dolly.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move into evidence states 15, 15A, 16, and 17.
Any objections?
No objection.
Be admitted.
And Your Honor, permission to publish State's Exhibit 16?
Yes.
Stop that for a second. Okay, so we're looking at State's Exhibit 16, which has been published for the record. What is this a view of?
That is the parking lot of the Lowe's at 285 Southwest 25th Lane, Cape Coral, Florida.
And with regards to the view of the parking lot, is there a specific area that you see a vehicle in that the jury should be looking for?
I believe it's over to the left.
And we
It's-
said
I'm having
left.
to the screen. I'm having a hard time.
Would you say it's
seeing
going
that
to be
far.
over by that box truck at the very far left back?
Yes, that's one. Yep.
And that is the Jeep of Barry Schmalbach, correct? That's been
Yes.
in that back area. If you could play. And Miguel Blanco identified as Christopher Davis being in this video yesterday.
It's not a question. She's just making statements.
Overruled at this point, it's foundational.
And in this particular image frame, which for the record is at 4 seconds, you see an individual pushing an object. What is that object?
That's the hand truck.
And where does this individual end up walking?
So the Jeep.
And this particular individual, does he get into the driver's side or the passenger side of the Jeep when he gets there?
Driver's side.
permission to move freely about the courtroom?
You may.
For the record, this is paused at 2 minutes and 13 seconds. I am pointing to the upper right corner next to a white truck that looks like a box truck. Is this the Jeep that you were talking about?
Yes.
Did you see anyone get into or out of the passenger side of the Jeep?
No.
And this Jeep you later found out to be owned by Barry Schmalbach?
Yes.
And the only person that got into that vehicle that day?
Was the Christopher?
You could push play.
Wow. So you see, this is after Barry was missing, and Christopher is utilizing his car, and they have him on videotape actually utilizing this car, Barry's car, after he went missing. Now, keep in mind, we don't have a body. We do not have any witnesses. And we also do not have a murder weapon, but we'll see. It's a circumstantial case, but circumstantial evidence does matter.
And this is stopped now at 2:33. Now, the particular parking spot where the Jeep was parked, how would you describe that for the jury?
That is very close to an exit that goes right out to, you can either go out to Veterans or you can go back to the parking lot, Target and Publix and Lowe's and out on the Santa Barbara.
Now, I know that there's a tree in the way, but with regards to behind this tree, are you familiar with this parking lot?
Yes.
And what is behind this tree?
That would be the parking lot for, that would be, there's a street there, and then on the other side of that street would be Target, Publix, the new First Watch that just opened up, places like that.
And we see a bunch of what looks like white lines with empty, nothing in it. What are those?
Parking spaces?
So was the parking space that the Jeep in the closest parking space to the store?
No.
Was there a multitude of parking that was available other than the parking spot behind the big white box truck?
Yes.
So the Jeep parked near the exit and then left the exit?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would publish 15.
Okay.
I am now showing you what's been marked as states 15. This was previously identified yesterday as being a photograph of Mr. Davis by Miguel Blanco. Do you recognize this photo?
Yes.
Could you explain to the jury what this is a photo of?
This is the male's checking out at the register. on
And
the way
what
out
is
the
he
door.
holding?
The red hand truck, his wallet.
And I see something on his wrist. What is that?
It appears to be an Apple Watch.
And I am now publishing States Exhibit 17. And what is the States Exhibit? What is States Exhibit 17?
That is a receipt for a Milwaukee brand 800-pound dual handle hand truck.
And when was it purchased?
It was purchased on 7/20/23 at 8:45 a.m.
And how was it paid for?
Cash.
And I'm now showing you what's been previously moved into evidence as States Exhibit 15A. And for identification purposes, this is the same individual Miguel Blanco yesterday stated was Christopher Davis. And what is this photo an image of?
That's the parking lot. That's a still from the video we watched of him exiting.
And that is a picture of the same man that was in 15
Correct.
pushing a dolly.
Correct.
And that individual gets into the Jeep.
Yes.
And after that Jeep, may we have the lights again? After that Jeep leaves the parking lot, what would your next part of the investigation lead you to?
When we initially got the investigation, it was a missing and endangered. We entered the Barry's vehicle's license plate and 4 LPR hits throughout the county, and we're able to get several of those.
What is an LPR?
It's a license plate reader.
Can you kind of explain to the jury how that works?
There are several intersections throughout the county and state and all that. When you go through, it's a license plate reader. It actually captures your license plate. And we use it for missing person cases. As soon as we get it, that'll pop up. Any kind of investigation like that, it's a law enforcement tool that we use. And we were able to ascertain that there were several hits on Mr. Schmalbach's vehicle on the 20th.
And you actually see a photograph for these license plate
Yes,
readers.
yes. You get the license plate, you get the vehicle, the location or was hidden.
Your Honor, may the record reflect I am now showing opposing counsel with previously previously marked for identification purposes. It's 14, 14A, 14B, 14C. May I approach the witness?
You may.
May the record reflect that I am now approaching the witness list with marked estates proposed exhibits 14A, 14B, and 14C. Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes,
And are those true and accurate depictions of the license plate reader photographs that were taken on the 20th of July, 2023?
yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state will move into evidence 14, 14A, 14B, and 14C.
Any objections?
I can just proffer a few questions. Detective, how do you know those pictures show what actually took place that day?
Those were captured at certain times on the July 20th.
Okay, those are, like, which company do you get those from?
That's through the state. It's a LPR. I can't remember the name of it. It's LPR. There's 2 different ones that we use, Intel or Vigilant, and it's a law enforcement database
Okay, and then it shows the date and time that license tag was captured.
at a certain spot,
and
at a
then-
certain location.
And then you request those photos and then they're given to you?
What we do is we enter a search with the tag, and then they'll send back anytime it was hit, they'll send back where it was hit and a photo of the vehicle as it goes through.
Okay, but you're not there personally to observe it and say, yeah, that fairly inaccurately depicts what actually took place. That's just what the records show.
It shows the tag as it goes through on the vehicle, which comes back to Mr. Schmalbach, and it shows the vehicle attached to that tag as it goes through the intersection.
No objection.
All right, be admitted.
Your Honor, permission to publish State's Exhibit 14.
You may.
Okay, so this is State's Exhibit 14. So what is this down here on the bottom left corner?
That's the license plate.
And so this is what you were saying, anytime somebody's driving around, it picks up a license plate?
Correct.
So for example, if I was driving from here to North Fort Myers, it would capture my license plate and take a picture of the vehicle at that time.
Correct.
And we see Okay. What is this wording right here on the bottom right corner?
Vehicle spotted at 7/20/23 at 10:50:07 a.m. Eastern Time.
Okay, and that is the location of 41 and Bell Tower. Is that accurate?
Without seeing the report at that time, I couldn't tell you exactly which one it was, but it was, I know it hit in that area.
And did you notice anything about the exterior of the vehicle at this time?
Right there, it's clean.
When you say clean, what do you mean by that?
It doesn't appear to be any dirt, any buildup, any muck, anything like that. It appears to be maintained, clean vehicle.
I'm now showing you for identification. Sorry, I'm now showing you State's Exhibit 14A. Is that Mr. Schmalbach's vehicle once again?
Yes,
And again, we see the license plate for Barry's vehicle, which is IZ48WH. Is that accurate?
yes.
And it says vehicle spotted once again. What is this information?
7/20/23 at 11:12 a.m. 13 seconds.
Okay, and that again is him or whoever's in the vehicle driving around town.
Correct.
And is there anything in particular about the vehicle exterior that you noticed?
Once again, it's clean.
And for the record, this is right after Lowe's.
Within what time is it?
So the first one's at 10:50.
That's within, was it 8:43? I think it was. So within a couple hours.
And then we see 14B. And again, we see the license plate as well as we see the vehicle.
Yes.
What was the time on this one?
7/20/23, 12:24 p.m.
And this particular vehicle, what do you notice about the exterior of it?
It's clean as well.
And I'm now showing you what State's Exhibit 14C. And what do you notice about the exterior of the vehicle?
It's clean.
And we see license plate for Barry's car again.
Yes.
And then what is the timestamp on this?
7/20/23, 12:34.
And based on your investigation, were you able to tell where the vehicle went on the 20th of July between 10:50 and roughly 12:43?
As I recall going through it, I believe it went out somewhere towards Lehigh and then came back into the Cape.
And did your investigation then lead you to a home located in Cape Coral off 30th Street?
Yes.
And do you know what that address was?
138 Southeast 30th Street, I think.
And that's an Airbnb?
Yes.
What is an Airbnb?
It's a vacation rental. Instead of a hotel, you get a house to stay in.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that I am now showing opposing counsel what's been previously marked as State's proposed Exhibit 13 for identification purposes. It was a video that Miguel Blanco watched or identified yesterday as being a video of Christopher Davis.
Okay.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that I am now showing the witness what has been marked as State's proposed Exhibit 13 for identification purposes. What is that?
This is Ring doorbell cam from the Airbnb on 30th Street.
And it's a fair and accurate depiction of what occurred on the 20th at the Airbnb?
Correct.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move into evidence State's Exhibit 13.
All right. Any objection?
What do you base the fair and accurate depiction on? Like you weren't there, so you didn't know what happened. So what do you?
Just the video that we recovered is what I'm.
You recover that from what, the owner of the
Yes.
Airbnb?
Correct.
Okay. All right. No objection.
Be admitted.
And the individual in this video that was identified as by Miguel as Mr. Davis, is he wearing the same clothes as earlier in the day at Lowe's?
Yes.
Permission to publish State's Exhibit 14.
You may. But is it 14?
Or sorry, 13. I apologize.
Okay.
And for the record, we have now published State's Exhibit 13. What is this a view of?
Driveway from the house.
And we see a vehicle that is in the middle of the driveway. What vehicle is that?
Appears to be Barry Schmalbach's Jeep.
And this video was collected, if we look at the bottom right corner, it captures 7/20/2023 at 2022.
Yes,
And what is 2022 in non-military time?
8:22 p.m.
Now, the individual in this particular image, is that the same individual or appears to be the same individual based on clothing that was in the Lowe's video?
Yes.
And for the record, it's been paused at 33 seconds. Are you able to see inside the vehicle?
I can see the front seats, yes.
Are you able to see if anybody is in the front passenger seat?
I do not see anybody now.
So the only person you saw in that vehicle was the person that got out
Yes.
of the driver's side? And are you familiar with where 138 Southeast 30th Street in Cape Coral is?
Yes, I am.
And where in relation to Barry's condo is that?
Probably 4 or 5 miles, maybe a little bit further. It's off of Santa Barbara. The apartment or the residence is off of Del Prado.
And what did you do next with regards to the investigation?
Was able to track some purchases that were made at locations near the Airbnb.
And would that location be Target?
Yes, Target, yes, that's one of them.
And for the record, I am publishing States 22, which has already been admitted into evidence. And based on States Exhibit 22, it looks like there is a couple numbers that correspond kind of in the middle section. And it says 720 Target, 720 Target. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And those purchases are for how much?
255 and 169.
So based on your investigation, did you end up going to Target?
Yes.
And what Target was that?
2420 Santa Barbara Boulevard.
And is that located in Lee County, Florida?
Yes.
And I apologize, the Starbucks that this card was used at earlier in that day, is that also located in Lee County, Florida?
Yes, Cape Coral, off of Cape Coral Parkway.
And were you able to recover still frames and videos as well?
Yes.
And did your investigation later lead you to a Publix?
Yes.
And that's based on the 720 Publix, Cape Coral, Florida for 1969. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
And were you able to obtain a video from Publix as well?
Yes.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that I am now approaching opposing counsel as been previously marked for identification purposes as States Exhibit 21, 19, 18, 18A, 18B, 18C, 20, and 20A. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that I am now approaching the witness what's been previously marked as state's identification purposes 18, 18A, 18B, 18C, 19, 20, 20A, 20B, and 21. I'm going to start by showing you state's exhibit 18, 18A, 18B, and 18C, as well as state's exhibit 19. Do you recognize state's exhibits for identification purposes 18, 18A, 18B, 18C, and 19?
Yes, I do.
And what are they?
These are stills that were obtained from video that was taken from Target in Santa Barbara.
And
and Cape
the
Coral.
stills in this particular image, are they of the same individual that we saw previously at the Airbnb getting out of Barry's Jeep, as well as Lowe's?
Yes,
And are they wearing the same clothing?
yes,
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move into evidence states exhibit 18, 18A, 18B, 18C, and 19.
Any objection? You may.
And for the record, those are the images that, as well as video that Miguel Blanco identified the defendant Christopher Davis being in yesterday. With regards to states exhibits 20, 20A, 20B, as well as 21, do you recognize these?
yes,
And are they fair and accurate depictions of a still frame, a video, as well as a receipt that you received from Publix?
correct.
And that's the same individual that you see in both the Target video, the Airbnb video, and the Lowe's video from July 20th, 2023.
Yes,
Your Honor, at this time, the state will move into evidence states exhibit 20, 20A, as well as 20B and 21.
Any objection? Be admitted.
And for the record, these are the videos from Publix that Miguel identified as being Christopher Davis yesterday. Your Honor, the state would publish 19.
If you dim them, can you dim these? Not now, but I'm just saying if they dim them, just dim these above me too.
While the lights are on, we'll just do this part, Your Honor, to save time. With regards to this particular image, and which is for the record, State's Exhibit 18, what is this an image of?
A male walking into the Target.
And that is the same male that you see earlier depicted on all the other videos we just spoke about.
Yes.
And how do you know that's Target?
Well, one, the red bump, the red blocks there, that's standard at that Target.
And this Target is located in Lee County, Florida.
Yes. Cape Coral, it's Santa Barbara.
And we see a image, which is State's Exhibit 18A. What is that an image of?
That is self-checkout, mail purchasing items. It is.
And that's the same male that is walking into Target from the previous frame.
Correct.
And we also see State's Exhibit 18B. What is this image of?
That's mail at ATM machine there within Target.
And that's the same person that's in the previous images as well as in all the videos that we've brought in through this day.
Yes.
He's wearing the same clothing as well.
Yes.
And you said that's an ATM machine.
Correct.
Where in Target is that?
As you're walking into that particular Target, you would take a right, and there's a customer service area there, and back around the corner. It's in the back up against the wall in the corner there.
You're on at this time the state would publish State's Exhibit 19. May we have the lights?
Okay.
And this is the overview at Target, the self-checkout.
Correct.
So what is this individual doing at this time?
He's removing a card from his wallet.
And that card you later find out to belong to Barry Schmalbach, which is the Discover NHL Blackhawk card.
Correct.
Okay, is that Barry Schmalbach in the video?
No.
You could continue pushing play. Please stop it for a moment. And what's happening in this frame? And for the record, this is at 1:15.
He comes back and makes a second purchase, which is why there's two on the receipt from earlier.
You can push play again. And then we see him inserting something back into it. What is he inserting?
The Discover card.
Now, this is a secondary video, which seems similar to State's Exhibits 18B. Where is this in Target?
This is, so that's the front entrance as you walk in, as I was talking about. And as you come through the doors, you make an immediate right where the customer service area is. And in the back corner there on the right, as you're looking at it, is the ATM machine.
You could push play. That's the same individual we just saw checking out.
Yes.
So this guy, like Christopher, the dates on these receipts are July the 20th, right? 2023. Barry went missing on July the 19th, 2023. So we have seen receipts for the hand truck. He's also shopping at Target. So he's like actively utilizing this man's card on July the 20th, 2023. And remember, the last time anybody seen Barry was on July 19th. So why does Christopher have all Barry's cards? Why is he utilizing Barry's cards? And now he's at an ATM machine withdrawing or attempting to withdraw money from Barry's account. We'll continue to see if he actually got the money or not. But wow, and they have everything on camera. Like, how do you dispute this? Like, video doesn't lie. It amazes me how people appear one way. People appear one way, and then when they get in court and they're actually facing these charges in front of the jury, they look totally different. And I guess, of course, the defense strategy not to make them look so hard or anything. But yeah, I really, interesting to me. So I can still tell that it's still Christopher that's driving his vehicle, that Christopher is in Target, that Christopher was also in Walmart purchasing all these things, these tools, tarps and tapes and everything. And they have cameras everywhere. Like, who is committing these heinous acts in 2025? We have all these phones tracking us. And as you see, I'm assuming that he has on Barry's iWatch. They pointed that out earlier. So that's probably tracking him. Then we have all the videos. We have license plate readers. We have all these ways to track people. But yet people are still convinced that they can get away with these things, right? And the second that notion, like, how do you get rid of a whole body? Like, nobody has found Barry. Like, where is he at? Like, how do you get rid of a whole body? That's what I do not understand. I really don't get it. Where people are disposing of these bodies and how nobody sees them carrying them out. Like, I haven't figured that out yet. But I'll go ahead and go back to the testimony. Here we go, guys. Yeah, Benny, like, really, like, it is bizarre. Like, all this technology, right? Up in, like, literally, like, I do not understand that it really is mind-boggling to me. Like, who thinks they can get away with this? But apparently some people still do. Like, their motive or whatever they need, their greed, or whatever the case may be, they think they can get away with this. And like, there's no way, no how. Like, no.
He's still back in the corner with the ATM machine. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
Are you able to see in this video if he was ever able to pull out money from the ATM machine?
I was not.
Can you explain how an ATM machine works?
You put a card in, put in a code, and if you have money available, it gives you money. Or you can check your balances, or
Were you able to ascertain through your investigation that he was not able to pull out cash from that machine?
I believe that was correct at that time.
And for the record, the state is republishing State's Exhibit 22 as well as State's Exhibit 18C. So I'm now showing you State's Exhibit 22, which is the Discover Blackhawk record for purchases on that particular vehicle, or sorry, particular car, I apologize. And then you also see State's Exhibit 18, which is below it, and that's 18C. What is 18C?
That is a copy of the receipt for the transaction at Target.
And we're able to know that this is the same transaction based on the card number as well as the timestamps.
Correct.
And we also see that it's a $255 purchase, and we could see that it correlates to Target at $720 for $255.
Correct.
And that card you end up finding out belongs to Barry Schmalbach.
Yes.
Now, after this particular stop at Target, where does the defendant go next?
Publix, right next door.
And Your Honor, at this time, the state is publishing States 20.
Let me just pause for just a minute. Is everybody okay on the jury? Does anybody need a break? I think they do.
Okay.
Can we take a short comfort break and then resume? All right, we'll be in recess for about 10 minutes. I'll send you back to the jury.
All right.
Don't worry, guys. I am going to fast forward us through this actual break for 10 minutes because we have TiVo time. So no worries there, but just wanted to check in, see what your thoughts are. Make sure you hit the like, subscribe, and share button. We're going to be covering this case in regards to Mr. Christopher Davis, who's currently on trial. I tell you, I just, with all this technology and things, you know, I don't understand how these people are deciding that they don't have that, what I call snapback, right? When you are on the edge and you're thinking that you may want to do something that is harmful to somebody else or illegal or committing a crime, you have that snapback, right? That says, no, don't do this. So I don't understand how they don't have that snapback. But I'm gonna fast forward us through this portion of this break since we have our TiVo time. Give me 1 second here.
Bring jury back.
And they just gonna leave him on the screen. Usually they have us sitting up there looking at the sign.
I have one.
Purchases at Publix.
And we see a box of.
Okay, wait a minute. Let me go back. I went too far.
All right, and let the record reflect, state's president, defense counsel, and defendant are all
Okay,
present.
here we go.
Ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And we'll bring the jury back. And the defense is ready too, Mr. Miscavige?
Yes.
Okay.
Yours entering.
All right, please be seated. All right, you may continue.
Thank you. Now, we see the same individual that we have seen throughout the day in this photograph. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And what is this person doing?
Making purchases at Publix.
And we see a box in his hand that he's buying.
Fried chicken and I believe some tea.
Okay. And that corresponds to State's Exhibit 22, which says Publix, the amount of $19.69. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And Your Honor, at this time, the state is publishing 20A. And 20A, this is a receipt from Publix. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And that shows the same amount of the 1969.
Correct.
So in this particular instance, this credit card was used at Publix as well
Yeah.
by the individual in that photo.
Yeah.
I have one moment, Your Honor.
You may.
Yep. And Your Honor, it's permission to publish State's Exhibit 21 at this time.
All right.
And we got the lights again. I apologize. And State's Exhibit 21, that is, for the record, a video at Publix where Miguel Blanco yesterday identified it as being Christopher Davis in said video. And what is this a video of?
That is checkout at Publix.
And for the record, this is paused at 41 seconds. And what is that an image of?
Is paying.
And that's inserting a credit card,
into the machine. Yep.
Machine. Maybe have the lights. And both in the Target video as well as the Publix video, do you see Mr. Schmalbach, Barry, in any of those?
No.
Do you see him ever entering Target?
No.
Do you ever see him entering Publix?
No.
And what did your investigation lead you to after Publix?
More phone calls. There were several phone calls made during the evening.
And when you say several phone calls made during the evening, they were made by the defendant's phone?
Yes.
And Your Honor, I'm permission to publish State's Exhibit 56, and it will be.
Okay.
Page 5 of the mobility page. I'm now showing you page 5 of State's Exhibit 56. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And you said there were phone calls made later by Christopher's phone. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And I'm going to direct your attention to line number 115.
Yes.
What date does this say?
7/21/23 at 1 a.m., but that's UTC time, so it's backed up to 4 hours.
So what the time should be?
Oh, math skills. I believe 9 o'clock.
Okay, and that would actually be on the 20th, correct?
Correct.
And the number that calls this 1-800 number is Christopher Davis's number, correct?
Correct.
And this particular phone number, were you able to investigate and ascertain what that number is from?
I believe that's Apple Pay.
And when Christopher wallet was searched on the 24th, did you end up finding an Apple Pay card?
An Apple Pay card.
Sorry, a card that corresponds to the Apple Pay.
Well, the Discover card does.
And with regards to line 116, there is another call that would be right after the call. So it would be about 9 o'clock as well on the 20th.
Yes.
And it's to another 1-800 number. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And were you able to ascertain that number is to a PNC bank?
Yes.
And that's coming from the defendant's phone to PNC Bank?
Yes.
And I'm turning it to page 6 of State's Exhibit 56. Now, there is a multitude of, it looks like, phone numbers from 7/21/2023 from about 1:12 until about 1:44. Those are actually on 7/20 between the hours of 9 and 9:44.
Yes.
And all of the numbers are called by Christopher Davis's phone to 1-800 numbers.
Yes.
And when you did a search warrant on Christopher's wallet, you were able to find a variety of credit cards.
Correct.
Did you end up at a point on the 28th of July finding a wallet that belonged to Barry Schmalbach?
Yes.
And with regards to the wallet on Barry Schmalbach, were there credit cards in there as well?
Yes.
Were you able to look at the credit cards that were in that wallet too?
Yes.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that I am now showing opposing counsel with regard to previously for identification purposes of State's 54D.
Okay.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
I'm now showing you for identification purposes what's been marked as State's proposed Exhibit D. Is that a picture of the contents of Barry's wallet with regards to credit cards?
Yes.
And that was recovered on the 28th of July?
Yes.
It's a fair and accurate depiction of the credit cards that were obtained from the wallet.
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move into evidence states 54D.
Any objections? Be admitted.
Now going back to states 56 and page 6, all of these 1-800 numbers that we see that Christopher's making, are they all in correlation to cards that we see in Mr. Davis's wallet on the 24th of July?
Most of them, yes.
And with regards to 54D, which is the contents of Barry's wallet, are the rest of the numbers that don't correspond to the cards that were found in Chris's wallet correspond to the cards that were found in Barry's wallet?
Yes.
And there were about 8 calls to 1-800 numbers, which all correspond to banking institutions.
Yes.
And they were all associated with credit cards owned by Barry Schmalbach.
Yes.
And none of those cards that were located in either Christopher's wallet or Barry's wallet had Christopher's name on it.
No, that is correct.
They all had Barry's name.
Yes.
And with regards to State's Exhibit 54D, there is a blue card, correct?
Yes.
And it looks like there is a name on that blue card. What is that name?
Barry J. Schmalbach,
And with regards to the right corner of the blue card,
PNC Bank.
and there was a corresponding call that was made from Mr. Davis's phone to PNC Bank. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
Your Honor, we would reference page 5 of State's Exhibit 56. And we see lines 115 and 116. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And we see that there is a 509 and a 214 number. Does that correspond to an actual phone call that there's conversation?
Yes.
Were you able to obtain a phone call from PNC Bank?
One.
I'm sorry?
One.
One. And you were able to give that phone call to the state attorney's office?
Yes, I was.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm now showing opposing counsel what's been marked to state's proposed exhibit 24 for identification purposes. May I approach the witness?
You may.
I'm now showing you what's been marked for identification purposes to state's proposed exhibit 24. Do you recognize this?
This is a copy of PNC call.
And it's a copy of what is purported to be the call coming from Mr. Davis's phone to PNC Bank.
Yes.
And that correlates to a card that was found in Barry's wallet on the 28th of July,
Yes.
not to any cards that were in Christopher's wallet.
Correct.
Your Honor, the state would admit State's Exhibit 24
Any
into
objection?
evidence.
No.
Be admitted.
Now, with regards to this particular PNC Bank call, were there any records on Barry's phone that correlate to a PNC Bank call?
No.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at Barry's phone records again? Your Honor, may the record reflect that I am showing the witness what is State's Exhibit 55. And it will be page pages 3 and 4. May I approach?
Yes.
With regards to Mr. Schmalbach's phone records, were you able to ascertain if there was any sort of communication to his phone on the 20th, which would correlate to the PNC Bank call?
Yes,
And that's a call in or a call out?
that's a call in.
Okay. And do you ever see on the 20th of July any phone calls out, text messages out, or data usage from Barry's phone? Other than the phone call in that was answered from PNC Bank?
I'm sorry, what was the question again?
With regards to that, there's no phone calls that are answered other than the PNC Bank call on the 20th.
I don't see any, no.
Okay. And are there any calls out from Barry's phone on the 20th or corresponding messages that Barry's phone shows activity sending out, not in?
There's one where it looks like he's calling himself.
But that's the only one?
Yes,
And that's around the same time as the PNC call?
yes. It's a couple
And
hours
with
before.
regards to the phone records for the defendant, he makes all of the calls to 1-800 numbers. Barry's phone does not make a single call to a 1-800 number.
That is correct.
The only call to a 1-800 number is from PNC Bank to Barry's phone at or about the same time the defendant's phone is making the same call.
Yes.
Your Honor, may I have a moment?
Yes.
Okay, and Your Honor, for the record, may the record reflect I am showing opposing counsel with the previously marked state's proposed exhibit 23. May I approach the witness?
You may.
I'm now showing you for identification purposes, State's Exhibit 23. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And what is it?
This is a copy of Barry Schmalbach's PNC Bank inventories.
And Barry Schmalbach had a PNC card only that you were able to ascertain?
He had two accounts. We were able to find one card.
And Mr. Davis did not have any accounts to your knowledge with PNC Bank?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves it out, then State's Exhibit 23.
Any objection? You admitted.
And with regards to State's Exhibit 23, permission to publish?
You may.
This again just shows the account as being Barry's account, correct?
Correct.
And then we see an account number. Those are the numbers that are associated with Barry having an account.
Correct.
And the PNC bank call, which was State's Exhibit 24, that correlates to one of these accounts, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, may I have a moment?
You may.
No further questions at this time, Your Honor.
All right. Go ahead.
That earlier, we mentioned when we saw the the Discover card statement indicates it went through like Apple Pay.
That was the one for Starbucks, correct?
Okay, and there's actually, if you look at those records, there's earlier charges from like July 9th, July 11th. One was to a Winn-Dixie, and it says via Apple Pay. Do you recall those?
I was looking at them, yes.
Okay, and so when you were asked earlier about an Apple Pay card, there's no card for Apple Pay, is there?
Correct.
Okay, it's on your Apple
Yes.
iPhone. Someone that doesn't have an Apple iPhone, but you can have the Apple Pay app on your phone and then use different cards to fund that.
Correct.
So then if you're, say Starbucks, for example, and you use the Apple Pay to pay it, but then it charges that particular card you choose.
That card that's linked to that account, yes.
Okay. And I guess whether someone's given permission to use cards on their own Apple Pay account, you wouldn't have knowledge of that? If
As who's been given permission to,
you use someone's card on their Apple Pay account,
okay,
okay, without verifying from that person, if they did in fact give permission to use that on their account.
I wouldn't,
Calls for speculation.
Overruled. You can answer if you can.
whether there was permission given to that, for that person to use that card,
Yes.
I wouldn't know.
Okay. And also, we earlier saw the photo from Chris's wallet and all the cards that were in there.
Yes,
Okay, and whether he took those cards or whether someone gave them to him with permission, you wouldn't have an answers to that, whether he was given those with permission to use them or he took them, you wouldn't know.
no, I haven't been able to ask the person's name on the card who they were.
Okay. All right, and then earlier we saw the video and the pictures of the hand truck.
Yes,
Okay, and what led you to the hand truck was you guys had searched like a trash can
yes, we did a search warrant, trash,
and you found a wrapping for a Milwaukee brand hand truck.
correct.
Okay, and so it wasn't the credit card records that led you there. It was,
It was just investigations throughout the day.
okay, and finding that in the trash, this Milwaukee brand, and then another detective verified that came from a Lowe's.
Yes,
Okay, and then that led you to the Lowe's and tracking when this hand truck was, I guess, purchased.
yes,
All right. And then the Cape Coral Airbnb, remember the video we watched on that?
yes.
And would you agree what we're seeing in that frame is at that point, the male's leaving the place. However, because it's the Airbnb, there's no garage door opener in the car. So person has to pull out of the garage, go back through the garage, and then come out the front door and leave.
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll overrule the objection if you know.
The only thing in the video I saw was him walking into the garage, out of the car and into the garage.
Okay. Did you watch all the videos?
Yes,
Okay, where like the car pulls up and then the person apparently goes through the front door and then later opens the garage and pulls the car into the garage?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance
Overruled at this point.
and speculation, not in evidence.
Overruled.
yes, and based upon the time, that would have been about the time we determined he was leaving the residence, yes.
Okay. All right. And then the ATM at the Target, you said you did or you didn't ascertain if funds were obtained?
I believe that it was not allowed to make the funds. I don't think there was anything on it, on the account.
That was through Mr. Davis' account or an account, Mr. Small?
I'd have to go back and look and see which card was actually used on it.
Okay. So it was trying to get money out, but there wasn't funds available?
Correct.
All right, thank you.
You redirect?
No redirect at this time. He is not excused. We will be recalling him for the next
All right.
day.
All right, so you may step down.
Judge, I do have one quick witness.
Okay. You may call your next quick witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Judge, today we call Miss Cindy Thomas.
Okay.
Judge, I also have two other quick witnesses after this one, and when I say quick, I mean quick.
That's okay. Is the jury okay with going a little while longer and then we'll break for lunch? Okay, that's fine. All right. What if you'll face the clerk and raise your right hand, she'll swear you in right here.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
You can take the stand. And you may proceed when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am. Would you please introduce yourself, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, by telling them your name?
Cindy Thomas,
And Ms. Thomas, where do you work?
Starbucks,
And how long have you worked there?
almost 10 years.
What do you do for Starbucks?
Barista,
And what's involved in that?
make drinks, wait on customers, make food.
And after having been there for a number of years, have you also come to know certain customers as regulars?
A lot, yeah.
And was a regular customer of yours a gentleman by the name of Barry Schmalbach?
Yes,
And was there also a gentleman who later became known to you as Christopher Davis?
yes,
Do you see a gentleman here in the courtroom today by the name of Christopher Davis?
yes,
And was he one of those regular customers?
yes,
And was he one of the individuals who came with Mr. Barry Schmalbach to
He
your
was.
particular establishment? And would you please point him out and describe an article of clothing that he is wearing?
the white shirt right over here.
Judge, will let the reflect the witnesses also identify. Now, Ms. Thomas, how often would you say that Mr. Schmalbach and Mr. Davis came to your Starbucks?
I work 4 days a week and they were there most days,
Okay, and do you know about when they came in, about what time usually?
very early in the morning.
And
Gosh, is it just me or is the prosecutor actually asking these questions very, very fast? I know he's trying to squeeze these last three witnesses in before they go to lunch, but wow, he is speeding up his questioning.
I want to direct your attention specifically to the 20th of July of 2023. Did Mr. Schmalbach come in with Mr. Davis on that particular day?
No,
Who came in on that particular day?
Chris came in.
Okay. And did you inquire of Mr. Davis as to where Mr. Schmalbach was?
Yes,
And what did Mr. Davis tell you as to the whereabouts of Mr. Schmalbach?
he said he was away on a business trip for his business.
And was there any further inquiry with regards to the whereabouts of Mr. Schmalbach?
No,
Did Mr. Davis tell you anything more?
no,
After he had he made a purchase that particular morning as well?
yes,
Okay. And after he made that purchase, did he then just leave?
yes.
Did you see how he left?
I did not.
Thank you.
I don't know if they had a car or not. I mean,
Very well. Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right.
Briefly, those, you said most of the days, those 4 days, they would come in?
on the days I worked, they would be there.
Okay, and was that like in the like May, June, July time period? Is that-
Yes, I mean, yes,
Do you still work there?
yes,
Okay. And do you work like a early morning shift?
yes.
All right, and so at what time would it normally be you would see the two of them come in there?
I think like 7 or 8.
Okay, and did you saw them a number of times, like every day or every other day?
Pretty much.
Okay, and then did you ever take note if they were on foot coming in there every day or if they were driving in?
I never saw how they got there. They just walked in the door. I didn't
Okay.
know what car they drove or.
All right, thank you.
All right, anything else?
No, Judge.
All right, you can step down.
That's it.
Judge State would like to call Ms. Kim Zanzoltani.
Okay. And is she released or?
She is not, Judge.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. If you'll raise your right hand, we'll face the clerk. We'll have her swear you in again.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes.
All right. You can take the stand. All right. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am.
Hello.
Once again, you're Ms. Zanzoltani?
Yes.
You're the same that testified earlier this morning?
Yes.
Now, Ms. Zanzoltani, I'd like to direct your attention specifically to July 20th of 2023.
Okay.
During the course of this investigation, was it asked of you to review a phone call that had been collected for a PNC bank and listen to it and see if you recognized anyone on that particular phone call?
Yes.
Now, you indicated to us that you had known Mr. Schmalbach after he had gone ahead and moved into your condo complex there at 1835 Beach Parkway. Is that correct?
Correct.
And during the course of the time that you knew Mr. Schmalbach, you had numerous conversations with Mr. Schmalbach?
Yes.
So you would recognize his voice if and when you heard it?
Yes.
Is that fair? All right. And during the course of time after May of 2023, did you also have an opportunity to have multiple conversations with a gentleman by the name of Christopher Davis, who you previously identified in this case?
Yes.
And you would also be able to recognize his voice if and when you heard it. Is that right?
Yes.
Judge, let the record reflect, I'm showing defense counsel some pre-submitted states exhibit number 24. May I approach?
You may.
Now, Ms. Anatoni, I'm showing you with some pre-submitted marked as states exhibit number 24. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Okay, and how do you recognize that?
Well, it's Christopher Davis's name on it. And let's see, I don't have my glasses, sorry.
Does it also bear your initials and the date in which you listened to this particular phone call?
Where would that be? Oh, yes.
That's it, right?
Yes.
All right. And this phone call, you had an opportunity to listen to it and review it?
Yes.
Permission to publish, Judge?
All right.
Hi, my name is Melissa. Can I get your first and last name, please?
This is Barry Schmalbach.
Thank you. And how can I help you today?
I'm just adding my card to my phone.
Okay, we'll be happy to assist. Let's start by getting your social security number.
Yes, absolutely. 0790.
You. And what is the last four digits of the card number you were trying to verify?
0577.
And is it for Apple Pay, Samsung Pay, or Google Pay?
Apple Pay.
And can you verify your address on file?
Yes, 1835 Beach Parkway, Cape Coral, Florida, 33904, apartment 303.
Thank you. Your mother's maiden name?
Jacqueline.
That's her maiden name?
Oh, I'm so sorry. It's been a long night. It's Anderson.
What is your date of birth?
10/15/1960.
Thank you. The phone number you have on file?
Yes, it's 708 31. Hang on. Oh, boy. I never remember my own phone number because it's damn cell phone. I'm sorry. 708 341 0729. 3410729.
Thank you. And the last piece of information I need is the three-digit security code on the back of the card.
Absolutely. 409.
Looks like it wants me to send you a text message. That number that you provided, is that a valid phone number or cell phone to get a text message at or phone call?
Yes, that's a very phone number. What I will say is I've been having a problem with my text messages. Is there any way I can call me?
Yeah, I think that, it should give me an option to do it as a phone call. That way you can put me on hold, grab that, code and then come back to me. Alright, let's put that phone number in. Okay, and you said you wanted it as a voice call. Okay, just hit that, you should be getting a phone call with a 5-digit passcode. Yeah, perfect, okay. Got you verified. Now let's verify that card. All right, we got it verified. I do apologize for so long. Anything else that we can help you with?
No, that is it. Thank you. And it should be, so it'll be ready in the wallet now?
Yes.
Oh, so it's ready already. Oh, it's amazing. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Bye.
Ms. Sanzaltani, whose voice was that?
At first, I didn't recognize it because it seemed like he was disguising the voice. But when he got excited, when he got the code, then I recognized it was Christopher Davis.
Thank you. No further questions, Judge.
Across the same.
You were familiar with Chris from when he moved in with Barry?
Yeah.
And
Yes.
you said he came down earlier. You said he came to your condo. Y'all went to the beach the next day.
Yes.
All right. And then throughout the time he was there, a couple weeks, you would see him at the pool.
Yes.
Talked to him, so you saw him a few times?
Every time we were down at the pool, I would say more than a few times, we saw a lot of each other.
Did you ever talk with him on the phone?
Not talking, maybe in a text at one time.
Part of a group text?
No, he was never on the group text.
Never he never called you, or you never called him and you heard how he sent it on a phone?
No.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Your Honor, thank you.
All right, you may step down.
Yep. She may be released, Judge.
And you, any objection to her being released? All right, and you're released from your state.
All right, thank you.
Say we call Mr. Miguel Blanco.
Okay. All right, sir. If you'll just face the clerk, raise your right hand, she'll swear you in again.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
All right, you can take the stand.
Good morning, Mr. Blanco.
Good morning.
You're one of the same Mr. Miguel Blanco that testified yesterday, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, Mr. Blanco, I want to direct your attention specifically to July 20th of 2023. During the course of the investigation of Mr. Barry Schmalbach, did you have an occasion to sit down with a detective and review a bank phone call that was made in this particular case?
Yes, sir.
And what was asked of you as related to that particular phone call?
To identify the voice and if it was Barry Schmalbach.
And when they played that particular phone call for you, were you able to do that?
Yes.
Now, you've had, over the course of, 13 years of knowing Mr. Schmalbach, had various conversations with Mr. Schmalbach.
Yes, sir.
Have you had conversations with him on the phone?
Yes, sir.
Have you had conversations with him in person?
Yes, sir.
Have you had conversations with him in restaurants
Yes, sir.
and also various other locations?
Yes, sir.
So you're familiar with the cadence of Mr. Schmalbach's voice and how he spoke?
Yes, sir.
Now, did you also have an occasion to have numerous conversations with Mr. Christopher Davis?
Yes.
And have you heard his voice on many occasions?
Yes, sir.
Judge, may I approach?
May.
Mr. Blanco, I'm showing you some proofs he admitted as State's Exhibit number 24, which is a copy of the PNC Bank call. Did you have an opportunity to review this specific call
Yes, sir.
prior to today's date?
Yes, sir.
And does this disc also contain your initials and the date in which you reviewed it as well?
Yes, sir.
Permission to publish, Judge?
You may.
Hi, my name is Melissa. Can I get your first and last name, please?
This is Barry Schmalbach.
Thank you. And how can I help you today?
Just add my card to the phone.
Okay, we'll be happy to assist. Let's start by getting your social security number.
Yes, absolutely. 652-66-0790.
And what is the last four digits of the card number you were trying to verify?
0577.
Apple Pay, Samsung Pay, or Google Pay?
Apple Pay.
And can you verify your address on file?
Yes, 1835 Beach Parkway, Cape Coral, Florida, 33904, apartment 303.
Thank you. Your mother's maiden name?
Jacqueline.
That's her maiden name?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. It's been a long night. It's Anderson.
What is your date of birth?
10/15/1960.
Thank you. The phone number you have on file?
Yes, it is 708 31. Hang on, I never knew my own phone number because it's damn cell phone. I'm sorry. 708 341 0729. 341 0729.
Thank you. And the last piece of information I need is the 3-digit security code on the back of the card.
Absolutely. 409.
Looks like it wants me to send you a text message. That number that you provided, is that a valid phone number or cell phone to get a text message at or phone call?
Yes, that's a very phone number. What I did say is I've been having a problem with my text messages. Is there any way I can call me?
Yeah, I can do, it should give me an option to do it as a phone call. That way you can put me on hold, grab the, code and then come back to me. Okay, let me get the last phone number in. Okay, and you said you want it as a voice call. Okay, just hit that, you should be getting a phone call with a 5-digit passcode.
Two 26015.
Thank you. Perfect. Okay, got you verified. Now let's verify that card. All right, we got it verified. I do apologize if this is so long. Anything else that we can help you with?
No, that is it. Thank you. And it should be, so it'll be ready in the wallet now?
Yes.
Oh, so it's ready already? Oh, it's ready. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Have a good night. Okay.
Mr. Blanco, did you recognize that voice?
Yes,
Whose voice is that?
Christopher Davis.
And was that voice trying to be Mr. Schmalbach?
Yes,
As long as you've known Mr. Schmalbach, are you familiar with that phone number? 708-341-0721?
yes, that's Barry Schmalbach's number.
How long has he had that number?
When I met him, he already had that number. He never changed. So before I met him.
So if he was asked what his phone number was, he should be able to just spot it right out.
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions, Judge.
Said you've known Barry for a lot of years, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and then for Chris, you had known him a much shorter period of time?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that's just when he came in to your house, I guess, the Cinco de Mayo party in May. Is that correct?
Yes.
Then yesterday when you testified, you mentioned a couple times I guess you were at the same place he was at?
Yes.
Okay. And even when you were like at the Cinco de Mayo party, you didn't spend the whole time talking with Chris, did you?
No.
Okay. So you would say you're much more familiar with Barry's voice than Chris's voice?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, any redirect?
There you are. Thank you.
All right, you may step down, sir.
Thank you.
It's a good time.
Yes, Judge. Thank you.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's about 5 minutes after noon. I'm going to let you all go to lunch, so we'll break. Have you come back here. Give you a little extra time just so you can make sure you can get in somewhere here downtown. So 1:15, come back. And just remember my earlier instructions. Don't do any research, look up anything, or discuss anything about your service as a juror on the case. Bailiff will escort you out. Just leave your notepads here. We'll see you back at 1:15.
Hi. So I know that they're at lunch, right? But we have our TiVo time. So I will fast forward through the lunch, but I wanted to make sure that because this is a different type of case, right? I'm not a lawyer, so let me first put that disclaimer out here. I am not a lawyer, but I do want us to kind of understand what we're looking for and what the state of Florida has to provide for the jury to be able to make a conviction. So the first thing is that it is a body of crime. Now, Florida does require that proof of a crime occurred independently of any type of confession. So in this case, we have nobody. So the prosecutors must still demonstrate that Barry is dead and that his death was caused by Davis before admitting any statements from Davis. So the defense is trying to combat that with nobody, no proof beyond natural causes. Now, the next thing is that they have to meet that standard of proof, right? So beyond a reasonable doubt, the prosecution must establish every element of the second-degree murder beyond reasonable doubt. So jurors will be instructed that there is a mere possible doubt isn't enough. It must be reasonable doubt, evidence-based doubt. The next thing is in regards to all the circumstantial evidence rules that are coming in. So Florida treats cases built entirely in circumstantial evidence with scrutiny. Now, the prosecution must exclude every other reasonable hypothesis of innocence. In this trial, the state leans heavily on the videos, the credit cards, the purchase history, and it's all circumstantial. The defense, they're, of course, aiming to inject reasonable alternative theories, such as a natural death or innocent explanations for the purchases that Christopher was making. That's why they had those last two witnesses that did testify yesterday come back so they can verify that that was actually Christopher trying to impersonate Barry on that phone call. The state also has to prove a timeline and element of this murder, right? So the jury must be convinced that Barry is one, deceased, that the death occurred due to Christopher's actions, and that it was not accidental and fits a second-degree murder criteria. So now, with no direct witnesses or a body, the state's timeline is very, very, very central. Like in regards to what time he disappeared, when the last time he was seen, what type of purchases that Christopher made after the last time that Barry was seen, including that duct tape, the tarp, all of those things that he purchased. So of course, the defense is going to be challenging this crime of body. They're going to argue that there is no independent proof in regards to Barry's death caused by Davis. There's no death certificate. There's no missing persons report. There's no autopsy. And there are no remains. So they're going to offer different alternatives, stating that he died of a natural death or voluntary disappearance or a third party involvement. So they're going to be trying to attack the timeline and challenge whether the tarp and duct tape were purchased for other reasons. So I just wanted to keep this in mind as we're watching the trial to see if the prosecution actually proves to us with the timeline and proof that Barry is dead. If that proves their position, let's put it that way. So I'm gonna fast forward us through the lunch break and bring us right back into the courtroom because we have TiVo time. Give me a second here. Let me know your thoughts and comments in the chat. Do you think that the state is on the right path in regards to proving that, one, I guess we got to make sure that they prove that Barry is dead, unalive. Let me say unalive. That Barry is no longer with us. And two, let's see here. And two, that Davis did it, right? Like, we need to know that he did it. We don't have any witnesses. We only have these receipts that we're kind of going by right now. So they are just now filing back into the courtroom, but we didn't have to wait for that hour and a half break in regards to them going out. I do have it up on my screen. It's currently playing. They just haven't brought the jury or anything back in, but I definitely would like to know what your thoughts are in regards to this. And as we're going through this case, determining whether or not Christopher is guilty of second-degree murder. Let's see here. And don't forget, while we're waiting for them to file into the courtroom, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share. I'll be bringing everything to you live on this case and additional cases as they come through. And right here at Take It to Trial, we provide in-room courtroom action with no filter, no fluff, just facts. So you can be the judge, right? Let's see here. Okay, I'm gonna take us back in. We're looking at a sign, but they're piling in now.
I'll find out on Thursday. Oh, you're full.
Right. I am wondering like how they're gonna piece this all together. And yeah, he definitely got caught because the people were able to testify. Rosa and his very good friend were able to testify that hey, that's not his voice, that's Christopher's voice. Trying to impersonate Barry, right? So why would you be trying to do those things if there's nothing deceitful behind it? Because you could have just had Barry call. And why are you doing these things after he was last seen? Remember, the last time that anybody seen Barry was on July the 19th, 2023. He hasn't been heard of. And that's why they brought the Starbucks person in, because she testified to the fact that, hey, he was coming into Starbucks, him and Christopher, they had like a scheduled routine in regards to coming in there. And then all of a sudden he just stops and now Christopher is coming. You know, the neighbor, Rosa, who testified, hey, he went out walking every morning, you know, for his exercise. So, you know, establishing a pattern of habits that people saw, and then all of a sudden you just done, right? Like he just don't do it anymore. And Rosa, she also testified to the fact that she heard them arguing, but she didn't get involved. She wanted to get involved and ask, but she didn't say anything or, you know, call up there to check on them. She just, you know, figured, you know, domestic dispute. But yeah, that's all gonna play a part in this, right? And this is why everything leads to Christopher committing this heinous act.
Is it the one that used to be a green jacket?
All right, good afternoon. Please be seated. You can be seated. Sorry. We get everybody back? All right. Defense counsel and the defendant are present. We're just waiting on the state.
You're talking to witnesses. That's how Mr. Garnier, he was just talking to a witness.
for the record, state's present, defense counsel, and the defendant are present. Are we ready to resume testimony?
Yes, Judge.
All right.
Yes.
And we have all the jurors back.
Oh,
Is there anything you need to get set up or anything before I call them back in?
May I approach the clerk to retrieve
Yes.
some evidence? Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate the reminder.
And then I anticipate we'll end on time today at 5 and then just carry over till tomorrow, just for your scheduling purposes. Is that all right?
Yeah, that's what we're trying to aim for, Judge.
Okay, no problem. All right, let's bring them back in. Everybody ready for the jury to come back in? Okay.
Okay.
Because some of these data, they're not going to be very long. So
You say that.
I know.
About 25 pages.
I know.
We're gonna wipe this shit down and you need to pay. No, brought up just in case you need it.
First entry. All right, please be seated. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. By a show of hands on the jury, was there anyone who was not able to follow the court's earlier instructions about doing any research, looking up anything, or discussing anything about their services as a juror on the case? Seeing no hands, we're ready to proceed. Statement called their next witness.
They would recall Bryce Bierman. $31. Or 30. It's 30. This is 30. That's 30.
All right, sir, you were previously sworn today, so you may just retake the stand. You're still under oath.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
You may.
So the last time you were on the stand, we ended up with the fact that your investigation went up to that point till the 20th, correct?
Yes,
So when did your investigation pick back up?
July 21st is the next day in the timeline.
And can you walk the jury through what the first thing was that you found out on the 21st?
Through interviews and witnesses, we were able to determine that there was some kind of commotion outside the residence around 4 a.m. Someone heard some noises.
And that was through Brian Job?
Yes,
And Mr. Job lives at the residence?
yes.
And at another point, did you end up following the defendant to where you see him on a surveillance video of some sort?
Yes.
And what is that?
It's a gas station.
Approximately at 5:30 in the morning?
Yes.
And on that particular gas station, do you actually have the video from that, or is it just photographs?
I believe it was just photographs taken from the videos.
Do you remember seeing the defendant wearing the eye watch in those photographs?
I believe so, yes.
And that particular gas station's the Daybreak gas station in Cape Coral?
Yes.
Is that located in Lee County, Florida?
Yes.
Did you end up finding out if the defendant went back to Starbucks on the morning of the 21st?
Yes.
And did he use the Discover card once again?
Yes, with the Apple Pay, yeah.
Well, it's the Discover card from.
It's the Discover card on that boat, yes,
Okay,
correct.
so it's the Blackhawks card.
Yes,
That's the way to say it. And were you able to ascertain that he did more searches for Airbnbs?
yes.
And so what is the next step that you took with regards to the investigation that led you to a Walmart?
Going through the more searches and stuff on the phone and records, we were able to determine that had gone to the same Walmart that he'd been to on the 19th.
That Walmart's located in Lee County, Florida?
Yes, 1619 Del Prado Boulevard.
And was there a credit card used at that Walmart?
Yes,
And it was again the Discover card?
that was the first one, yes. I believe so.
Yes, and that is the Discover card, which is the Blackhawks card, correct?
Yes,
Your Honor, permission to republish State's Exhibit 22. So we see Walmart on the 21st for
Yes.
3073.
yes,
Okay. And then we see the Starbucks we just talked about for 659 on the same date.
yes.
Okay, 30. 130. Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm now showing opposing counsel what's been previously marked for identification purposes as states 30, 31A, 31. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm now showing the witness what's been marked previously for identification purposes as states 30, 31, and 31A. I'm going to ask you first about 30. What is 30?
30 is a surveillance video from Walmart. Looks like the parking lot.
And what is 31A?
This is surveillance from Walmart inside the purchases and going to the ATM inside.
And 31?
It's a copy of a ATM transaction.
And that's from inside the Walmart as well?
Yes,
Your Honor, at this time, the state would admit 30, 31, and 31A into evidence.
Any objections? You admit it.
Your Honor, with regards to states 30 and 31, they were previously identified as being the defendant, Christopher Davis, by the Miguel Blanco on day one of the trial.
Okay.
Permission to publish states Exhibit 30.
You may.
I'm going to stop it for a moment at the very beginning of states 30. So you said this is a video view of the parking lot.
yes.
What, if anything, should the jury be looking for with regards to this video?
This is the vehicle, or the Chris getting out of the vehicle and then walking inside.
And do you see Barry in any of these videos?
No,
Now, this individual, this is the person that the jury should be watching.
Yes.
And do you know where this person parked their car?
Towards the back of that row there.
Okay, so once again, just like in the Home Depot video, they were parking towards the back, even though there might have been spaces
Yes.
that were open previously. Okay, you can continue playing. Sorry, Lowe's, I apologize. Permission to publish 31A.
You may.
Now, what individual should the jury be watching, if anyone?
With the cart.
So the individual wearing the black hat, it looks like black or dark gray?
Yes.
Pause it for 1 second. What is that individual walking up to at that point?
An ATM.
And I'm just going to ask because I know opposing counsel will. With regard to the date at the top left, it says August 4th. Is that the date of this particular video?
No, that's the date that we obtained the video.
Okay, and the date of the particular video that's being captured within it is on what date?
July 21st, I believe it is.
Okay, so we see the individual walk up to an ATM machine. That's the same thing. You put a card in and it brings you cash out?
Yes.
Okay, continue playing. Permission to publish dates 31.
All right.
So I'm now showing you what's been already moved into evidence as states 31. Do you recognize this?
Yes, that's an ATM receipt.
And is that the ATM receipt for the ATM that is the Walmart that we just watched a video of?
I take that back. That is not an ATM receipt. That is a receipt of Chris loading up his one of his debit cards at the counter.
And that was loaded from the ATM machine?
That was loaded from cash taken out of the ATM machine.
Your Honor, may I have one moment?
I'm sorry, and what number was that?
That is number 31.
Okay, thank you.
And that shows it on July 21st at 7:26 a.m. Is
Correct.
that accurate?
This was the second time that he was in there that morning.
Now, in the particular video that we just watched, does Mr. Davis purchase anything while he's there?
Yes.
And what does he purchase?
A long sleeve t-shirt, Chemical Guys air freshener, and I want to say 2 Yankee Candle air fresheners that you'd hang from like rearview mirrors. And
So
the
air
chemical,
fresheners?
yes, yeah, and the Chemical Guy is a spray.
What is that air freshener for? You said the rear view mirrors of like a car?
Yes. The little candles, the Yankee Candle ones where they got the string on them and you hang them from your rearview mirror.
In the chemical spray, what is that used for?
That's an air freshener for the car.
So we see that he pulls cash out from that ATM.
Yes.
And then with regards to the ATM that he's pulling money out, does he end up pulling money out using a Capital One card?
Yes, he does.
And that Capital One card is a card that is under whose name?
Barry Schmalbach.
And was that Capital One card found at some point?
Yes.
And whose wallet was it found in?
Christopher Davis.
Your Honor, may the record reflect I'm now showing opposing counsel what's the previously marked state proposed exhibit 35. May I approach the witness?
May.
May the record reflect that I'm now showing the witness what's been previously marked for identification purposes the state's proposed exhibit 35. That is what document?
This is a Capital One Spark business receipt or account.
And that account relates to the money that was pulled out of the ATM?
Yes.
And with regards to that particular account, it ends in 5270, which correlates to one of Barry's cards.
Correct.
And that card is actually listed to being toward Barry, and Christopher's name is nowhere on it. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move into evidence states 35.
Any objections?
No.
Be admitted.
Permission to publish?
You may.
This is states 35. And we see the owner of the account, is that Barry Schmalbach?
Yes.
And we see the last 4 digits, the 5720.
Correct.
And then we see the transaction date of pulling money, correct?
Correct.
And that correlates to the same money that was pulled out of the ATM by Christopher.
Correct.
So what occurs after he goes to Walmart?
An Airbnb is booked out in Clewiston, Montura.
And can you describe Montura to the jury?
It's agricultural, wide open. If you've been in Lee County long, I kind of equate it to, I grew up in Cape Coral. I've been here about 43 years. North of Pine Island Road, when I first moved here, there was nothing there. It was wide open, empty houses, maybe one a block, maybe if that, but a lot more agriculture, cane fields, that kind of stuff.
And Montura is in Clewiston, which is located in Hendry County.
Yes.
How far is the Airbnb, which He ends up renting at 160 Bald Cypress from Cape Coral. Is it a short drive?
No, it's probably close to 50, 35, anywhere between 35 and 50 miles. I'd have to actually look at it on the map, but it's a good hour drive at least. Probably
least.
longer, at least an hour.
And are you also familiar with the 1000 block of West Sugarland Road in Clewiston?
Yes,
Is that near the Airbnb?
probably 5, 6 miles.
Okay, so it's not next door by any means?
No,
And are you able to track the movements that he made from the Walmart in Cape Coral to Clewiston that day?
yes,
And were you able to ascertain what time the defendant got to Clewiston?
I want to say it was sometime around 10, maybe a little earlier, maybe a little later.
And what, if anything, occurs when he gets to Clewiston?
He's on Sugarland, checks into their Airbnb, goes to a couple stores, goes to a bank.
And when you say he goes to a bank, that bank's in Clewiston?
Yes,
And with regards to that bank, is it a bank that Barry had a credit card for?
I don't believe so. No, no,
Is it a bank where Capital One credit card is used?
yes,
And with regards to that particular bank, were you able to view any videos while in it?
yes,
And does the video show an individual who Miguel Blanco, for the record, identified as Christopher Davis on the video, making any sort of withdrawal or purchases?
makes withdrawals.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm now showing opposing counsel with previously marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 34. May I approach the witness?
You may.
May the record reflect that I'm now showing the witness with remarked for identification purposes as State's proposed Exhibit 34. Is that the video from the Sea Coast Bank?
Yes,
And that's located in Clewiston?
yes,
And this is associated with the Capital One card?
yes.
Your Honor, permission to move into evidence, or sorry. Yeah, permission to move into evidence, State's Exhibit 34.
All right, any objection? No. Be admitted.
Permission to publish?
You may.
And while we're getting this video queued up, you end up seeing him withdrawing money in this video?
Yes.
And do you remember how much he withdrew?
I believe it was 180.
And is there anything you see Christopher wearing in this particular video?
Same clothes that he was wearing at the Walmart in Cape Coral and what appears to be an Apple iWatch.
We could get the lights again real quick. So this particular angle, where's this camera at?
That's the camera on the ATM machine itself.
So it's actually capturing the person that's punching in the numbers.
Yes, as they're making the transaction.
Now, the card that he was just putting in his wallet, and for the record, that is at a minute and 22 seconds. Whose card is that?
That's the Capital One Spark card
Okay, and that card was found where?
in Chris's wallet.
And Chris's name is not on that card, correct?
No.
Your Honor, permission to republish States Exhibit 35.
All right. You need the lights back on?
Yes, please. So, with regards to line item 2, Seacoast National Bank, Clewiston, Florida, July 21st for $183.50. Is that accurate?
Correct.
And is the $350 a service charge?
That's the transaction fee.
So he pulled out $180 using Barry's card.
Correct.
Now, when you were going through the phone records of the defendant, which for the record is States Exhibit 56, did you ever see a time where the defendant's phone called a Capital One
Twice.
twice? And do you remember what days they called on?
Would have been July 20th and it would have been July 21st.
And the number would be on the back of the card, correct?
Yes.
Did Barry's phone call Capital One at all during that time period?
No, it did not.
When was the last time Barry's phone actually called anyone?
Oh, the last activity on his phone was about 8:30 on the 19th p.m.
So, publishing page 6 of States 56. Okay. So I am showing you page 6, which is going to have, you said he called twice? So we see the same number twice at line 125 as well as line 133.
Correct.
So those are the two calls that were made to Capital One.
Correct.
And this is on whose phone?
That's the Chris's phone.
And that was Chris that was using the Capital One card as well.
Correct.
Now, after Chris withdraws money using Barry's credit card, what does he do next?
We were able to determine he went to a Ace Hardware store in the area.
What is Ace Hardware?
It's a hardware store you can pick up.
Is it a national hardware brand?
Yes, it is.
Are you familiar if there's any Ace Hardwares in Lee County before you get to Hendry County?
There's one in Cape Coral on Cape Coral Parkway.
Okay,
Very
there's
close.
also,
Very close to Starbucks.
is there also one on State Road 80 in the Buckingham Alva area?
I believe so. Yeah.
And then there's the one in Clewiston.
Correct.
So it's not like just a run of the mill
No.
mom and pop store. Okay. Now, with regards to him going to Ace Hardware, were you able to ascertain a video with regards to his shopping endeavors there?
Yes.
And what, if anything, do you see in that particular incident?
He buys a shovel and a pickaxe.
And he lives on the 3rd floor of a condo building, correct?
Correct.
And this is after he's already purchased a tarp as well as duct tape?
Yes.
Your Honor, may the record reflect, I'm now showing opposing counsel with the market identification purposes, States Exhibit 37, 36A, 36B, 36C, 36D, as well as 37A.
You said 37, 36, A, B, C, and D, and
36A, B, C, and D, Your Honor. And then there's obviously 36 as well. So there's 5 total there.
36.
And then 37 and 37A.
Thank you.
permission to approach the witness?
You may.
Detective Behrman, I am now showing you what's been previously marked for identification purposes. This states 36, 36A through D, as well as 37 and 37A. Let me know when you've had a moment to review.
Yes.
And are these fair and accurate depictions of Mr. Davis inside of Ace Hardwell in Clewiston on the 21st of July, 2023?
36 and 36 AR, yes.
Okay, and what are 30?
Objection to the detective identifying, making an identification of the defendant.
Your Honor, Miguel Blanco is already identified.
She
Someone
stated
else
that,
did,
so I'll overrule the objection.
And with regards to 36B and C, as well as D, what are those photos of?
These are photos. I actually took these photos. These are photos of the models that were purchased.
And
So the
how-
same models.
How were you able to determine what models were purchased?
We got a copy of the receipt of the transaction and then matched up the model number to the items on the shelf.
And 37A is the receipt,
Correct.
and then 37 is a video of the incident, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, permission to move into evidence 36A through D, 37A, and 37.
So what is it, 36 and then 36A through D and whatever.
37 and 37A.
Okay. Any objections? Be admitted.
So I'm going to start with 37. So 37A is a receipt. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And it shows the day, which is the 21st,
Yes.
the time, which is 10:43 a.m.,
Yes.
as well as Brenda B. Is that the cashier?
Correct.
It also shows two different items. Were those the items that you were able to take photographs of?
Yes.
And what is the first item?
It's the pickaxe, a Maddox pick.
So, permission to publish 36D.
Yeah.
Is this the pickaxe that correlates to?
Yes.
Okay, so this is the exact same pickaxe that Mr. Davis purchased.
Yes.
And then we see a second item. What is the second item?
It's a shovel.
And you took photographs of the shovel as well based on the SKU number?
Yes.
And for the record, 36B, what is 36B of?
That is the front of the shovel.
Now, this isn't the actual shovel
No.
that Christopher bought, correct?
No, this is a one of the same model that was purchased.
And the pickaxe was also one of the same models?
Correct.
Did you also take a back of the shovel too?
Yes.
And for the record, 36C. And that's the back of the shovel?
Yes.
What is the shovel made out of?
Steel.
And pickaxe is made out of?
Steel.
So it's not some kid's toy that they go to play in the sandbox with?
No.
And with regards to the receipt, how does Mr. Davis pay?
Cash.
And the total cash amount was $81.68?
Yes. Paid with $82.
And again, this is at 10:43 a.m.?
Correct.
And now I'm going to publish 36 and 36A to 36. What is this a photograph of?
Male walking up to the cash register.
And that's the same male that is seen in the prior video at Seacoast Bank.
Yes.
And that's the same male that was also seen in the prior video from Walmart in Cape Coral.
Yes.
Is he wearing the same clothes in all three videos?
Yes.
And this is an overview of the register area.
Yes.
And this is the individual you're talking about right here.
Yes.
Now 36A. Same question, same individual.
Yes. At the register.
And he pays in cash this time?
Yes.
Okay, and what did he end up purchasing again?
The Matic or the pickaxe, the Matics, and the shovel.
Permission to publish states 37.
Yeah.
May we have the lights as well, please? Now, permission to move freely about the courtroom.
Yeah.
We stopped this at 14 seconds. Is there somewhere in particular the jury should be watching on this video?
On the far side of that aisle, where the glass is, right down, right there.
Okay, so this is the individual that purchased the items?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, he's definitely back on camera again. There you go, purchasing his shovels and stuff. We got the receipts to match. Remember, there's nobody, so the prosecution has to actually determine a couple things. One, that Barry is dead. Two, that Christopher caused it. And three, the third one is going to be a good circumstantial case, considering we have nobody, no witnesses, no murder weapon that has been found or located.
And the lady in the pink, is that the cashier or employee from Ace?
Yes.
You're under permission to stop the video at this point?
Okay.
And for the record, it stopped at 1:47. Were you able to tell how this individual in the video as well as photographs got to Ace Hardware?
Yes.
And how were you able to tell that?
Outside surveillance.
And how did that person get there?
It was Barry's Jeep.
Have you used that type of shovel before?
Have I used that particular model? No. Have I used a shovel that heavy before? Yes.
And what would you need to have a shovel that heavy for?
Dig.
Here, and I can rephrase.
All right, I'll sustain this one. Go ahead.
What have you personally used that heavy of a shovel with before?
Digging.
Digging? Did you dig in small planters with that type of shovel?
No, that was heavy digging when I was, or like when I was in the military.
And when you were in the military, you were digging.
Foxholes, all kinds of different pits, fighting pits, stuff like that.
So that would be excessive for a potted plant.
Yes.
And have you used a pickaxe before?
Yes, I have.
Have you used a pickaxe of the same brand?
The same brand, no.
Of the same weight?
I don't know if it was the same weight, same general build type,
What
a
do you
heavy
use
pickaxe.
What do you use a pickaxe for?
Speculation.
What have you, Your
Who
Honor?
ruled as speculation?
What have you used a pickaxe for?
I've used it it's to break up heavy ground, stuff that's hard, rocks, that kind of stuff. But stuff that you can't get out with a shovel, you use that to break it up, get it soft, and then use a shovel.
And did the defendant pull up and also was inside of Ace Hardware by himself?
Yes.
Was Barry with him anywhere?
No.
But it was Barry's Jeep?
Yes.
What, if anything, occurred next?
There's a period not long after that where everything just kind of stops. We don't pick them up again for a few hours.
And when you say everything kind of stops, that's as he's driving to the Airbnb?
Yes.
And how long does it stop for?
I want to say it's about 3 hours, maybe a little longer.
And during that time period, you said there's nothing. So what
Correct.
does that mean?
That it's like the phone was turned off. The stuff that we were able to digitally track was just gone. There was no trace on any of it.
Were there any phone calls made by the defendant out during that time period?
No.
Any text messages?
No.
Any type of data usage at all?
No.
And when his phone came back on, it was about 3 hours later?
Yes.
And was it the same location where it went off at?
I want to believe it was around Sugarland Avenue. If I'm
And the Airbnb is not on Sugarland Avenue.
no, it is not.
So it would be closer to the 1000 block of Sugarland?
Correct.
And you said that's 5 to 6 miles away
Yes.
from the Airbnb, excuse me? Where did your investigation lead now?
There was video purchase at the Walmart in Clewiston, which is on Sugarland.
And with the Walmart in Clewiston, do you remember what he purchased again?
Oh, I want to say there was some beauty aids, like a facial cleanse type thing, some stuff like that, and a package of hot dogs.
Did you buy any clothing?
I don't believe so. No.
Is he wearing different clothing in these
Yes.
videos? Your Honor, may the record reflect that I am now showing opposing counsel with some previously marked identification purposes of state's proposed exhibit 38, 38A, and 38B. May I approach, Your Honor?
May.
May the record reflect that I'm now showing the witness with the previously marked for identification purposes as states 38, 38A, and 38B. And for the record, Your Honor, 38 has already been identified by Miguel Blanco as that being the defendant in the video.
These are Cape Coral Walmart.
So with regards to 38A and 38B, what are those photographs of?
Those are of the Cape Coral Walmart.
And 38A is what video?
38 is, this is the video from Walmart in Clewiston.
Your Honor, permission to move into evidence 38, 38A, and 38B?
All right, any objections?
I can just proffer. So it's 38 A and B from 38, or it's from somewhere totally different?
It's from, those are from somewhere different.
Different date and time?
No, same date. different time. Those are from the early morning hours at the Walmart in Cape Coral, the photos.
Still shots.
Yes,
From an earlier video we saw.
yes.
Okay, no objection.
All right, be admitted.
And I'm gonna publish 38A first.
All right.
So this is Christopher Davis in the morning at Walmart in Cape Coral.
Yes, walking into the Walmart when he was using the ATM machine, making the purchases of the filter, the air fresheners and stuff.
Okay, and then we see the same outfit at the Seacoast Bank in Clewiston.
Correct,
And then we see the same outfit again at the Ace Hardware, correct?
correct.
Here's another view. That the same outfit as we just discussed in all three of those locations?
Yes, that's the inside of Walmart.
And Your Honor, for the
in Cape
record,
Coral.
that's 38B. Permission to publish 38.
Okay.
And then now the video that we're publishing, that's from later, correct?
Yes,
And where is this video from?
the video that you are about to show is from the Walmart in Clewiston on Sugarland. And that's in the afternoon. I want to say it's sometime around 4, a little after 4.
So this is after there's been dead air basically
Yes,
for
Yep.
3 hours. Now, before we begin playing this, I see a timestamp on the upper left corner that says Monday, July 31st, 2023. Is that the date of the actual date in the video?
that is the date that we collected the video.
What is the date from the actual date in the video?
It was July 21st.
And is there a certain person we should be looking for when they're walking in?
Yes, white male, no hat, tank top. I can't remember the color, different color outfit. More pastel colors, I believe. Up.
So that particular individual, that's a different outfit than earlier in that day.
Yes,
And for the record, Your Honor, this video is identified by Miguel Blanco as being one of the defendants. And what, if anything, occurred next during your investigation on the 21st?
we were able to go to, there was a Ring camera video of a next door neighbor.
I'm going to stop you there for a second. With regards to Clewiston.
Yes,
Were you able to track to see if anything occurred on Mr. Davis's phone from about 6 p.m. or 6 p.m., excuse me, until about 11 a.m. on the 22nd?
it was pretty much dead. There was no usage as far, no phone calls, no text messages.
But there was data usage.
Yes.
Though. And do you remember what the data usage was for?
Lots of different searches. I believe there was some weather searches, some adult sites, stuff like that.
Were you made aware of anyone that went to the residence on the evening of the 21st in Cape Coral?
Yes,
And who was that?
Miguel Blanco.
And he actually went to Barry's address that night?
Yes,
And this is when the defendant was in Clewiston?
yes.
Your Honor, may I have a moment?
Yes.
No further questions at this time.
First thing talked about just this time, you mentioned the gas station, the daybreak.
Yes.
All right, and then there's actual video that you obtained from there?
I believe they took stills of the video. I don't think they were able to actually download the video. The detective who was actually took photos, still photos off the screen.
Okay. All right, you collected those photos?
Yes, those photos were collected, yes.
All right, and then going to the Ace Hardware, if you remember the receipt, it says the word Maddox.
Yes.
In your investigation, did you determine the difference between a pickaxe and a Maddox or Maddox pickaxe?
They're pretty much the same thing.
Does the Maddox, it has the flat side on it
Yes,
as opposed to just a double sided, like,
yes,
just straight pick?
correct.
Okay. And I don't know if you noticed on the receipt where it indicated the Maddox it was a fiberglass handle.
Okay.
So it wasn't entirely made out of steel.
Entirely made out of steel, no.
So that fiberglass would, I guess, assume it would make it lighter.
Yes.
Ooh.
All right, and as far as cell phones go, like any cell phone, you agree they have to be plugged in to be charged
Yes.
at some point?
To charge them up, yes.
Yeah, and if they're not, and the battery goes out, the phone's not going to collect any data.
Okay, yes. It's not going to make any calls or anything like that, yes.
Right. So if you then went back and checked to see what happened during a period when the battery had gone out, you're not going to find anything.
Correct.
Okay. And also, we talked about the Cape, well, the Walmart, the two Walmarts. The one at Cape Coral, you indicated the Yankee Candle, the air freshener, but there was also a T-shirt bought, right?
Yes.
Okay. I'll leave it at that. All right, thank you.
Anything else right now?
No, Your Honor, permission to recall at a later date.
All right, you can step down for now. All right, state and call their next witness.
Yes, Judge. State we call Mr. Brian Jobe.
All right, sir, if you'll face the clerk, raise your right hand, she'll swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
You can take the stand. You may proceed when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, would you please introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury by telling them your name?
I'm Brian Jobe,
And Mr. Jobe, where do you reside?
1835 Beach Parkway, Unit 202.
And how long have you lived there?
I'll be going on 5 years in February.
And during the time that you resided at that particular address, did you know an individual by the name of Barry Schmalbach?
Yes, I did.
And how did you know him?
I know him from when he moved into Unit 303. And we kind of, became friends and, hung out at the pool and stuff.
And over the course of that time, did you spend some time with him?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And how would you describe that time?
Great. Barry was a great guy, well liked. Everybody at the complex got along well with him, and he was always pleasant to be around, and just a great guy.
Now, sir, I'd like to direct your attention specifically to these screens. Can you see that okay?
Yes,
Do you see your residence in this particular photograph?
I do. From this angle, it's got like a light on it. There you go. It's the one on the second level that has a wreath on the door.
Okay, so if I was pointing to it
That's
right here directly above this red vehicle
That's correct.
parked, that would be your residence. is
Yes,
that
sir.
right? And did you know that Barry Schmalbach lived at 303, you said?
Correct. Up in the right-hand corner.
And that would be up here.
Yes, sir.
Now, how would you get from your place to Barry's place?
I would come out of mine turn right and go up the stairwell to the third floor, come across my front door and kitchen window, and then come up to Barry's on the corner.
Okay, so you'd actually go into this stairwell here
Correct,
and climb up the stairs
correct.
and then go along the stairwell here and then take a right and go to the corner here to Mr. Schmalbach's residence.
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, sir, I'd like to direct your attention specifically to July 21st of 2023. Okay. Very early in the morning, say around 4 o'clock or so. Could you tell us a little bit about what was going on at that time with you specifically?
Well, it's not uncommon for me to be awake at 4 o'clock in the morning. I heard some noise, and it concerned me because they were doing construction downstairs on a couple of condos that were still damaged from Ian. So my first thought was that, did we lock the condos up downstairs? So I got up, and as I got up and went out of the bedroom, I heard plastic. Then I got concerned thinking, well, surely the drywallers and the painters aren't here at this time of morning. So I went to the front door, opened it up just a little bit, maybe 10 inches, and I heard the plastic. And then within just a few seconds, I saw a person dragging something back into the, where I could see like the back half of them. They were bent over, dragging something, and then I could spot them, their back end.
Now, you said a lot there, so let me see if I can understand that correctly. You indicated that it would be odd for you to be awake at that particular hour, or not odd for you to be awake.
Not odd. I mean, my average hours are, I wake up between 4 and 6 almost every morning. And for most of my life, I worked an early shift. So I guess my clock, kind of stayed that way where I get up early. I go to bed early, so I'm up early.
Have you always had trouble sleeping, sir?
Yes.
Okay. And on this particular day, you also had some trouble sleeping.
Correct.
Okay. You indicated that you heard some plastic, some heavy plastic being dragged. Can you describe that sound for us a little bit?
Well, it's heavy plastic, heavy tarp. I think most people probably understand what heavy plastic sounds like if it's being dragged. If you ever used a drop cloth or used any heavy plastic or tarps.
And you indicated that was being drugged?
That's what it sounded like.
And where did you see, when you looked out your door, did you actually see the individual when that particular sound was occurring?
I heard the sound. I went to the door. When I looked out, I could still hear the sound, but then just within a few seconds, this individual appeared, but I only got to see the backside of him.
And are you familiar with the gentleman by the name of Christopher Davis?
I am.
And how are you familiar with Mr. Davis?
I know he was a roommate of Barry's. I met him when he moved in, and he came to the pool occasionally. If we went on a boat, some of the neighbors have boats. I think Chris and Barry went a couple of times, and mainly hanging out at the pool.
So you've interacted with Mr. Davis on multiple occasions. Is that fair?
We were in the company together.
So you had an opportunity to see how he walks and how he talks.
Yes.
Okay. Do you see the individual that you know as Christopher Davis in the courtroom here today?
Yes.
Would you please point him out and describe an article of clothing that he's wearing?
On the corner of the desk with a light blue shirt on.
Judge, let the record reflect this witness has also identified the defendant. All right. Now, Mr. Joe, when you looked out and you saw an individual pulling this heavy tarp or heavy plastic. Were you able to make out who that particular individual was?
I wasn't able to make out exactly who he was, no.
And did there come a point in time when you were able to discern who that individual was?
Yes, I mean, what I saw,
Object to non-responsive. You answer yes or no to the question.
Sustained. You can ask another question.
What did you see, sir?
well, I saw this individual and what he was wearing, and he fit the frame of Christopher Davis. And there was only 3 people in the entire building, 3 males that lived in the building at that time, myself, Chris, and Barry. So at 4:15, 4:30 in the morning, you know, and this individual had on black, dark, like athletic shorts and a dark top. And Chris, for all the times I've been around Chris, he always had on athletic shorts, short shorts, and or a bathing suit. That was his attire.
So that which he was wearing that particular day matched what that person was wearing that was dragging that tarp.
Correct.
And what did you notice that person do when you peeked out your door?
They didn't do anything. The individual didn't see me. I sort of got frightened and I shut the door and locked it right away. And my mind was trying to process what I was thinking and what I saw. So at that point in time, I went over to the kitchen window and was just trying to see if I could see anything else. And I couldn't see down into the stairwell because it was all dark. There was no lights in the stairwell at that time.
Why weren't there any lights in the stairwell at that time?
Well, this individual must have,
Judge, I'm object, speculation.
Sustained at this point.
well, let me, go ahead.
We want to let him ask you a question.
Let me re-ask the question, sir. What prevented you from looking into the particular stairwell at that time?
Because there was no lights on.
And is that unusual that there not be any lights in the stairwell?
Yes. There should,
Are there lights in the stairwell?
yes.
Okay. What kind of lights are there in the stairwell?
These were, I took down all the exterior lights after the hurricane and we went and bought these, I call them construction lights that are temporary, just a hot and a cold, and you put the light bulb in and they hang there. So after I went to the window, couldn't see anything. It was a few minutes later, I heard a click or door closed. So I went and looked, and this individual came up and turned the light on. So then the light comes on. And at that point, the individual came up and I could hear him go over top of me because my kitchen window is right there above the catwalk over to their place. And he was carrying a black tote with a yellow top, like you see at Sam's or Home Depot.
And did you see where that individual go?
He went right into the unit 303.
And unit 303, once again, is that Mr. Schmalbach's residence?
Yes.
And were you able to discern whether or not that individual was one of the same individual that was going ahead and pulling that heavy tarp?
It was.
And did that individual, when you saw him once again with the black bin and the yellow top, were you able to discern by and through what you observed who that was?
Yes.
Who was that?
Christopher Davis.
And Judge, let the record reflect, I'm showing defense counsel some previously marked mistakes, exhibit number 25, 25A, and 25B. Wish to approach?
You may.
Mr. Joe, I'm handing you what's been previously marked as state's exhibit number 25, 25A, and 25B. I ask that you take a look at those items and see if you recognize those,
Yes, I do.
and how you recognize those.
This is a stairwell going up to the, this is the first set of steps that goes up to the landing that takes you up to the second and third floor.
Do those photographs fairly and accurately depict your condo and the landings and stairwell with regards to lighting fixtures?
Yes.
Say we say this is 25, 25A, and 25B.
Any objection?
No.
Be admitted.
Permission to publish? Sir?
May.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Joe, I'd like to direct your attention specifically to the screen once again. I'm showing you Mr. previously admitted as case exhibit number 25. Is that the landing or the stairwell that you're referring to?
Yes.
And those are the light fixtures that were that you just described for us today as just being a hot and cold?
Right. It's like a pigtail type thing that just goes into the hot and cold and gives you temporary light until our lights arrived.
Okay, so basically what you've got there is basically a socket. Is that fair to say? And then you put
Yeah.
the light bulb into that socket?
Well, there's not really a socket. There's a hot and cold,
Okay.
wire. The pigtail thing comes with a socket,
Okay.
and then you just, put the hot and cold together, plug the light bulb in, you're good to go.
Okay. And then you put the light bulb in?
Correct.
Okay. And you're saying that light bulb had been unscrewed?
Yes, it was dark when I first looked down into the stairwell and couldn't see anything. And then some time went by and I heard the car door close, chirp, and I got back to the window and looked, and then he was screwing the light bulb in.
Did you actually see the individual screwing it back in?
I did. Yeah, I saw the individual screwing it back in.
Now directing your attention here to, Stacy exhibit number 25A. Would that be a view down the catwalk there towards Mr. Schmalbach's residence, directly above your residence?
Yes. Not directly above my residence.
Well,
Above and to the left.
to the left, correct. Thank you. And 25B. That's the unit in which Mr. Schmalbach resided, 303?
Correct.
And each of the units had those types of hot, cold with the light bulb hanging there without the fixtures. Is that correct?
I can't say for certain that every one single unit had one. We bought a number of them, probably 25 of them, and placed them throughout the stairwells and certain apartments, units down by the pool, just so that there was enough light throughout that people could see.
And you did that on your own?
Yes. Well, I did it with a neighbor, help of a neighbor.
Now, after you saw this individual screw in the light bulb, proceed up to Mr. Schmalbach's residence with those black containers, what did you do next?
Well, at that point in time, I was actually fixing a cup of coffee. And while I was fixing coffee, I heard the door close.
Which door, sir?
Unit 303.
And then what happened?
And then I went over to the window, kitchen window again. And by this time, I could hear him going across underneath my kitchen window. And he made his way down the stairs. And as I looked down through the window, I could tell that the individual was carrying what I thought at the time was two beach bags or beach chairs that go into the bags that go over your shoulder. I can't be certain if they were beach chairs, but he was carrying something over each shoulder with straps.
You couldn't make out exactly what it was. Is that correct?
I couldn't.
Now, did that person ultimately wind up leaving the condo area?
Well, at that point in time, my initial thought of what was going on, and then when I saw what I thought were beach chairs, kind of eased my mind. And I kind of was just sort of like, oh, they're going to the beach or they're going away for the weekend. I think they had just several weeks earlier had been in Key West. So I thought, well, they're going somewhere. And it kind of eased my mind. I got my coffee and went on with my day.
Did you see Barry that morning, Mr.
No.
Schmalbach?
No,
Did you see him going up and down the stairwell?
no,
Did you see him unscrewing any of the light bulbs?
no.
Did you see Mr. Schmalbach going for a walk that morning?
He's asking answered. He didn't see him.
Oh,
Did you see Mr. Schmalbach go for a walk that morning?
No,
Were you aware of whether or not Mr. Schmalbach went for walks in the morning?
yes. There were certain times I would take walks, and there's times that I would see Barry walking. Usually it was at 5 o'clock in the morning, maybe 5:30. It was early. Once in a while, we'd cross on Beach Parkway. He was heading out Beach Parkway for his long walk and trip to Starbucks.
And did he do that on a regular occasion?
He did it almost, as far as I know, he did it probably 5 days a week.
Now, did there ultimately come a point in time when a detective came down and had to sit down with you and showed you a particular photograph?
Yes,
And were you able to identify anyone in that particular photograph?
yes.
Exhibit number 28.
all right.
Commissioner approach, Judge.
You may.
Joe, I'm handing you some precinct marked State's exhibit number 28. Do you recognize that?
I do.
How do you recognize that?
Well, it's Barry's Jeep, Grand Cherokee Jeep, and it's Christopher Davis standing there, and he's got the same clothes on that I saw earlier. Same person pulling the plastic, same person carrying the tub into the unit 303.
Does that photograph fairly and accurately depict Mr. Davis and the Jeep on the morning that you saw?
Yes.
Judge, state would move State's exhibit number 28 in evidence at this time.
Any objection?
No.
Be admitted.
Commissioner Police, Judge.
You may.
Now, Mr. Joe, I noted that when you were looking at this particular photograph, that you pulled out a pair of glasses.
Yes.
Do you have any problems with your sight?
No, these are just cheaters that you buy at the drugstore.
So things that allow you to see things up close, is that
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, since July of 2023, have you seen Mr. Barry Schmalbach?
No, I haven't.
You heard from Mr. Schmalbach?
No, I haven't.
Have you spoken to Mr. Schmalbach at all?
No, I haven't.
Have you had any contact with Mr. Barry Schmalbach since July of 2023?
No, I haven't.
I have no further questions for this witness, Judge.
All right.
All right, you were on the board of directors there?
I was, yes.
Is that something you still do or not?
No, I'm not currently.
Okay, and so, and you mentioned changing the lights out, was that part of your duties there, or is that something extra you did?
No, we just, another gentleman on the board, we would do things we could do around the complex to save money, to just help out and get things done.
All right, so approximately, when did you guys put those temporary lights there? throughout the complex?
Exact date, I couldn't tell you the exact date that we put them up.
Month, year?
I would say they went up in June of 23.
All right, and then you mentioned you took medication to help you sleep.
Yes,
What kind of medication?
it's trazodone.
Okay, that you still would have sleep trouble
Yeah,
after
so-
taking the medicine?
Yeah, I take trazodone every evening.
Okay. Would that put you out at first and then you'd wake up early still? or-
Yeah, it helps me sleep for 6 hours or so, and then I get restless, and usually I'm up.
Okay, and then you mentioned, would you say in general, back then, that 4 or 5 a.m. time, would you typically go for a walk or just occasionally?
Not just occasionally. I would go on, I'd take it up on spurts, and I maybe walk for a week or so and then get lazy, and that was it, and pick it up again, and, just off and on.
And sometimes would you come across Barry and Chris out at early morning hours walking?
I came across Barry a lot more than I did the two of them. There were several times that I did see on at like beach or at JC Park, and I'd see them, but I may be, quarter mile away from them.
Do you know what had led to Barry's doing these early morning long distance walks?
He had some health issues. I know he had some, I think it was some heart conditions. He was hospitalized, and when he got out, he took it serious to start exercising and get in better shape.
All right. And then you mentioned hearing the noise, the plastic noise, and the light in the stairwell was out. You don't know how it got off?
No, it was off when I looked down the very first time, and there was no lights on in the stairwell.
Then the individual, you then later saw the individual turning it and fixing the light.
Just turn it
To
real
turn it
quick.
on.
Just turned it, came on,
Okay.
and up the stairs he went.
All right, and then, let me get this right. You can't definitively say like that person is Chris, but you're saying based on the clothing and how the person walked, you believed it to be Chris?
Well, yeah, I mean, it being, like I said, with being 3 men in the building, and when I saw this individual and what they were wearing, it was typical of what Chris would wear, his attire. So I instantly thought, this is Chris.
All right, and then you said when you like came back in and shut your door, you were kind of scared? Or
Yeah,
you said frightened.
Yeah, I locked the door.
Okay, now you didn't go and call the police or 911 or anything?
No, I didn't.
All right, and then your initial concern, I guess, in the first place, when you heard noises was because you said you're on the board of directors and then the place under you was going to be painted or something?
Yeah, they were doing construction work, remodeling after the hurricane.
You thought to yourself, did I lock that door down there?
Yeah, the contractors had a key, but I thought it's strange that I was here in the plastic at 4 a.m. And that's why I went to the window the first time to look out to see if there was anybody taking anything out of the unit downstairs or any activity.
Like maybe you left it unlocked and some person's in there now?
Correct.
So that was your concern? Okay. And then later you hear person, you said kind of go under you, and then you look out and you see them carrying what you believe to be your beach chairs. And that kind of eased your mind?
Well, you have to remember that the stairwell and the window is only 18, 20 inches wide, and looking down in there, and it just in a couple of seconds, yes, it appeared that he was carrying, what I thought were beach chairs.
Okay, and that put your mind at ease?
That put my mind at ease that what I thought earlier,
Okay, and then after that, you go on a trip to Orlando or Disney or something?
Correct.
And then you're up there, what, a week?
A week, uh-huh.
And then at some point after you get back, that's when you talk to a detective or police or somebody?
Right, I met with Detective Bierman.
Okay. All right, thank you.
All right, any redirect?
Briefly, Judge. Medication that you utilize that helps you sleep, does that affect your vision at all?
No,
The individual that you saw carrying the black totes or the bins, if you will, that individual was one and the same that was dragging that heavy plastic.
correct,
And that was one and the same person that was also turning on and off the light bulbs.
correct,
And that person's Christopher Davis?
correct.
No questions, Judge.
Just one question. He said the person turning on and off the light. You said he turned the light on, right?
Turned the light on.
You never saw him turn it off.
I didn't see him turn it off.
He just fixed it. Thank you.
Anything else?
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
You can step down, sir.
You may be released, Judge.
Okay, any objection? Mr. Miskina, any objection in being released?
You're on.
All right, you're just released from Miskina. Call your next one.
Yes, Judge. Say we call Mr. Edward Palmer.
So the witness that we just seen stated that he saw Christopher pulling a tarp or some type of heavy plastic out of the apartment building. And also like one of those big black totes with the yellow that you see at a Home Depot or something, like an industrial tote, out of the apartment at about 4:15 in the morning. And he said that he can definitely tell from the body type and also what they were wearing that it was Christopher dragging this down the stairs of the apartment building. So we have a witness that saw something. So let's see.
Ladies and gentlemen, the jury, we usually will take an afternoon, like short break for about 10 or 15 minutes, about 3 o'clock. But if you need to before that, let me know. It's about 20 minutes till 3. All right, sir, if you'll face the clerk, raise your right hand, she'll swear you in.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
You can take the stand. Watch your step.
He looking nervous. Y'all see he got his hand over his face. Like, oh gosh. No, I wonder who this is that's about to testify, because he don't look like he definitely want this person to testify with the gesture that he done made towards his face. But let's tune in.
Whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Hi.
Would you please introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury by telling them your name?
Yes, Edward Palmer,
And sir, where do you reside?
North Fort Myers,
And what do you do for a living, sir?
store manager for Daybreak Market, 76 stations.
And how long have you been doing that, sir?
2.5, 3 years, almost 3 years.
Were you doing that sort of work back in July of 2023?
Yes,
Did you have an occasion to be working at a Daybreak gas station at 4532 Del Prado Boulevard in Cape Coral?
right. I was covering that one.
All right. Is that in here, Lee County?
Yes,
And can you describe for us what exactly that is, Daybreak?
It's a gas and convenience store operation. That one there took over old Wells or an old bank. They remodeled that, and that was just a Daybreak gas and convenience store.
Well, he definitely came into court marketing the Daybreak gas station and market convenience store. He is in his entire uniform, and he also includes his name badge. Interesting. Well, Daybreak gets a little publicity from this trial today in regards to their employee coming in with the actual uniform on.
And does that gas and convenience stop have a monitoring system or surveillance system, if you will?
Yes.
And is that a newer one or an older one?
Older one, yes.
How would you describe it?
Well, it's a large TV in the back in the office, and then it's got different monitors or cameras throughout the property.
And is that Daybreak any different than any of the other Daybreak gas stations?
Not really. They're all set up in the same model.
How about the surveillance systems?
Well, as the stores get newer, they're always newer systems, you know. So
How about this particular store? Is this a newer one or is this an older one?
that was one of their original ones. So it's really older, even though it's only been a couple of years.
Okay.
Because there's been 8 or 9 more stores since then.
So is that particular monitoring system or surveillance system user-friendly, if you will?
No.
How would you try to access any type of video or photographs in that particular system?
You have to go through an administration passwords, and they're controlled by, of course, our security people. And we do that when we need to see something. It could be anything. Could be people at the pump, or it could be a car wash problem.
Now, at your newer systems, do you have to go through that same type of scenario, or is it more user-friendly?
More user-friendly because they leave it to the store manager to have the passcode and entrance to it.
Now, did there come a point in time when you were asked or tasked with meeting with a detective by the name of Jason Vensky about trying to obtain some video from that particular store for a July 21, 2023 incident?
Yes, he contacted me and said he had an incident, didn't know what it was, that he needed to see. And so I met him there because I was helping open another new store. And we were having trouble at the time get into it. It took us 3 times before he could actually take care of it himself and do what he needed to see and do.
And did he ultimately wind up taking a series of photographs as best he could of whatever you had on your surveillance?
Yes, because I think he was using his phone, because we couldn't get a thumb drive to work on it.
Thank you. I have no further questions for this witness, Judge.
All right.
No questions.
You can step down, sir.
Okay, thank you.
They would like to call Mr. Jason Fensky, Judge.
All right. Is he released?
Yes, Judge, he is.
Any objection? He'll be released from this meeting. You said you're calling your next witness.
Yes, Judge. They would call Mr. Jason Vensky.
Okay. All right, sir. If you'll face the clerk, raise your right hand, she'll swear you in.
Do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do. You can take the seat. And you may proceed whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Would you please introduce yourself to ladies and gentlemen of the jury by telling them your name?
My name is Detective Jason Vensky.
Sir, where do you work?
I work for the Cape Coral Police Department
And how long have you worked there?
since 2013.
And what do you do for the Cape Coral Police Department?
I am a detective in the Major Crimes Unit, specifically the Violent Crime Unit.
I'd like to direct your attention back to an incident in July of 2023. Specifically, were you investigating an incident whereby you were tasked with trying to obtain video or photographs on for something that occurred on 21st of July of 2023?
Yes, sir.
Would you please describe for ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you were asked to do?
I assisted in the investigation in reference to a suspect who we had a whole bunch of information actually that came in. And so I was tasked with investigators found some trash at this residence. There was some plastic on the trash that basically described a hand truck, a Milwaukee hand truck. And so I was tasked with trying to find out who sold the Milwaukee hand truck. And I went to Lowe's in Cape Coral, one of the locations in Cape Coral. I found the specific model and brand, a Milwaukee hand truck that was sold there. And I went to make contact with a loss prevention agent and asked if they sold that specific truck and when.
Were you also thereafter, were you asked to go to a Daybreak gas station?
Yes, sir.
And would that have been located there at 4532 Del Prado Boulevard in Cape Coral?
Yes.
And what was the reason for you to go to that particular location?
Investigators found a credit card. I believe it was a 76 gas station. That's what the Daybreak is. There was a transaction for a specific date. And so I went to meet with the manager there and ask if I could get video footage from that day.
And how would you describe this particular gas station?
The gas station was located on Del Prado. You could easily make access to it from the west side and then exit again from the west side. Pumps were very close to the road.
Now, as far as the surveillance system goes in this particular gas station, did you become familiar with that?
I did, yes.
And was it as user-friendly as some of the newer gas stations?
It was not.
So as a result of it not being as user-friendly, were you then tasked with having to utilize your own phone in order to take photographs of what you were trying to capture?
Yes.
From that particular system?
Yes.
Judge, let the record reflect, I'm showing defense counsel some previously marked mistakes, exhibit number 29, 29A, and 29B. Commissioner approach.
You may.
Detective Bensky, I'm showing you some previously marked mistakes, exhibit number 29, 29A, and 29B. I ask you to take a look at those items.
Okay.
You recognize those?
I do.
How do you recognize those?
Those were pictures that I took from the back of the 76, from the back office of the gas station there.
Do those photographs really and accurately depict photographs that you took at the incident on the 21st of July, 2023?
Yes, I do.
Judge, I would move station number 29, 29A, and 29B to evidence.
All right. Any objections?
No.
Be admitted.
Permission forward.
You may.
Now, Detective Vensky, when we're looking at this particular photograph, what exactly are we looking at here?
This is a dark gray SUV parked on the outside pump closest to Del Prado. So if you were to make entry into this parking lot, it would be the very first pump you could gain access to.
Now, you indicated that you had gone to Lowe's and obtained a video from
Yes.
Lowe's. And were you able to actually review that particular video?
I did.
And did the person that you observed in the video that you had actually collected from Lowe's, is that similar to the individual that you see in this particular photograph? It's exhibit number 29.
The same, the person that was involved in the Lowe's video looks similar to this video or picture, yes.
States exhibit number 29A. Is that another still shot or a side view of the same individual that we were just looking at? States exhibit number 29.
Yes, it is.
Just from a different angle.
Different angle.
And then when we're looking here at 29B, were you able to determine that that was one and the same vehicle that we had observed in 29A and 29? Is that the Jeep?
That looks like the same Jeep.
After you obtained these particular photographs, did you provide these to the case agent, Detective Bryson Barron?
Yes, I did.
Thank you. I have no further questions for this witness, Judge.
All right.
Briefly. Just curious, sometimes when you're obtaining a video like this and you can't get the hard drive or pull it off of there, how come you just don't make a video of the video, like, as opposed to the still shots?
So there, I did actually try to make a video, and for some reason that, I don't know why it didn't save. So I had still shots and I had the video, but the video for some reason didn't save.
Okay. And then you had the still shots as backup.
Yes.
And those were just taken at different points as the video played on the station surveillance system. Okay, thank you.
Anything else?
No.
There you are. Thank you. You may
All
be
right.
excused.
You may step down. Any objection to being released? All right, so you're released from your subpoena. Is next witness going to be a little longer? Or?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, now's a good time to take our afternoon break. It's about 7 minutes to 3 o'clock. Why don't you come back at, we'll be in recess till 10 minutes after 3.
All right.
Whatever we got. No, that's the back and forth.
All right, let the record reflect the jury's exited the courtroom, be in recess till 10 minutes after 3.
32 and 33. Okay, can I grab it out of there real quick? I'm gonna go get our fun toy. And I'm gonna use one. Can I get gloves?
Thanks.
You're welcome. Get this refilled. Are you ready to go?
Canvas says get off your phone. Oh. Right on us.
Because they shoot, I think they shoot ProRes and ProRes. Probably better if you like 20 minutes. You're welcome.
Yeah, they did this morning. There's your welcome.
So upsetting that we don't have any T-bill time. So we are currently on a break here. As long as they're timely, we'll be okay. Right? So what do you guys think so far in regards to what we're seeing? Is the state proving everything? I think that was some very explosive testimony in regards to the gentleman who saw Christopher, actually identifying Christopher as being a person dragging a tarp out of the apartment building complex. Is that Barry? Where is Barry? Like, what did he do with Barry? So while they're on break, what I think I'll do is I'll rewind back to his testimony, so we can relook at it again. Only because that's very important. Because if the jury is convinced that the neighbors saw Barry being drugged out of the apartment building in a tarp by who he identified as Christopher, then we have some good witness information, right? Of course, with all the video and the receipts that were presented so far. So let me go ahead and I'm going to go back to his testimony. His testimony was not that long, but I think it's worthwhile definitely to re-review. So let's start where you see the apartment complex and how it is. And once they back live in the courtroom, I will definitely take us back live.
And did you know that Barry Schmalbach lived at 303, you said?
Correct, up in the right-hand corner.
And that would be up here.
Yes, sir.
Now, how would you get from your place to Barry's place?
I would come out of mine, turn right, and go up the stairwell to the third floor, come across my front door and kitchen window, and then come up to Barry's on the corner.
Okay, so you'd actually go into this stairwell here?
Correct.
And climb up the stairs?
Correct.
And then go along the stairwell here? And then take a right and go to the corner here to Mr. Schmalbach's residence?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, sir, I'd like to direct your attention specifically to July 21st of 2023. Okay. Very early in the morning, say around 4 o'clock or so. Could you tell us a little bit about what was going on at that time with you specifically?
Well, it's not uncommon for me to be awake at 4 o'clock in the morning. I heard some noise, and it concerned me because they were doing construction downstairs on a couple of condos that were still damaged from Ian.
Mm-hmm.
So my first thought was that, did we lock the condos up downstairs? So I got up, and as I got up and went out of the bedroom, I heard plastic. I heard, then I got concerned thinking, well, surely the drywallers and the painters aren't here at this time of morning. So I went to the front door, opened it up just a little bit, maybe 10 inches. And I heard the plastic. And then within just a few seconds, I saw a person dragging something back into the, where I could see like the back half of them. They were bent over, dragging something, and then I could spot them, their back end.
Now, you said a lot there, so let me see if I can understand that correctly. You indicated that it would be odd for you to be awake at that particular hour, or not odd for you to be awake.
Not odd. I mean, my average hours are, I wake up between 4 and 6 almost every morning. And for most of my life, I worked an early shift. So I guess my clock, kind of stayed that way where I get up early. I go to bed early, so I'm up early.
Have you always had trouble sleeping, sir?
Yes.
Okay. And on this particular day, you also had some trouble sleeping.
Correct.
Okay. You indicated that you heard some plastic, some heavy plastic being drugged. Can you describe that sound for us a little bit?
Well, it's heavy plastic, heavy tarp. I think most people probably understand what heavy plastic sounds like if it's being drugged. If you ever used a drop cloth or used any heavy plastic or tarps.
And you indicated that was being drugged?
That's what it sounded like.
And where did you see, when you looked out your door, did you actually see the individual when that particular sound was occurring?
I heard the sound. I went to the door. When I looked out, I could still hear the sound, but then just within a few seconds, this individual appeared, but I only got to see the backside of him.
And are you familiar with the gentleman by the name of Christopher Davis?
I am.
And how are you familiar with Mr. Davis?
I know he was a roommate of Barry's. I met him when he moved in, and he came to the pool occasionally. If we went on a boat, some of the neighbors have boats. I think Chris and Barry went a couple of times, and mainly hanging out at the pool.
So you've interacted with Mr. Davis on multiple occasions. Is that fair?
We were in the company together.
So you had an opportunity to see how he walks and how he talks.
Yes.
Okay. Do you see the individual that you know as Christopher Davis in the courtroom here today?
Yes.
Would you please point him out and describe an article of clothing that he's wearing?
On the corner of the desk with a light blue shirt on.
There's let the record reflect this witness has also identified the defendant. All right. Now, Mr. Joe, when you looked out and you saw an individual pulling this heavy tarp or heavy plastic, were you able to make out who that particular individual was?
I wasn't able to make out exactly who he was, no.
And did there come a point in time when you were able to discern who that individual was?
Yes, I mean, what I saw.
Object to non-responsive. Answer yes or no to the question.
Sustained. You can ask another question.
What did you see, sir?
Well, I saw this individual and what he was wearing, and he fit the frame of Christopher Davis. And there was only 3 people in the entire building, 3 males that lived in the building at that time, myself, Chris, and Barry. So at 4:15, 4:30 in the morning, and this individual had on black, dark, like athletic shorts and a dark top. And Chris, for all the times I've been around Chris, he always had on athletic shorts, short shorts, and or a bathing suit. That was his attire.
So that which he was wearing that particular day matched what that person was wearing that was dragging that tarp.
Correct.
And what did you notice that person do when you peeked out your door?
They didn't do anything. The individual didn't see me. I sort of got frightened and I shut the door and locked it right away. And my mind was trying to process what I was thinking and what I saw. So at that point in time, I went over to the kitchen window and was just trying to see if I could see anything else. And I couldn't see down into the stairwell because it was all dark. There was no lights in the stairwell at that time.
Why weren't there any lights in the stairwell at that time?
Well, this individual must have,
Speculation.
Sustained at this point.
well, let me, go ahead.
We want to let him ask you a question.
Let me re-ask the question, sir. What prevented you from looking into the particular stairwell at that time?
Because there was no lights on.
And is that unusual that there not be any lights in the stairwell?
Yes.
Okay. Are there lights in the stairwell?
Yes.
Okay. What kind of lights are there in the stairwell?
These were, I took down all the exterior lights after the hurricane and we went and bought these, I call them construction lights that are temporary, just a hot and a cold, and you put the light bulb in and they hang there. So after I went to the window, couldn't see anything. It was a few minutes later, I heard a click or door closed. So I went and looked, and this individual came up and turned the light on. So then the light comes on. And at that point, the individual came up and I could hear him go over top of me because my kitchen window is right there above the catwalk over to their place. And he was carrying a black tote with a yellow top, like you see at Sam's or Home Depot.
And did you see where that individual would go?
He went right into the unit 303.
Okay. And unit 303, once again, is that Mr. Schmalbach's residence?
Yes.
And were you able to discern whether or not that individual was one of the same individual that was going ahead and pulling that heavy tarp?
It was.
And did that individual, when you saw him once again with the black bin and the yellow top, were you able to discern by and through what you observed who that was?
Yes.
Who was that?
Christopher Davis.
Judge, let the record reflect, I'm showing defense counsel some argument states exhibit number 25, 25A, and 25B.
Now, he said plain as day, that was Christopher Davis. So that's very important, because if the jury believes that Christopher believes him that he saw Christopher Davis dragging this tarp out, then that puts Christopher definitely at 4:15, 4:30-ish in the morning on the 20th or the 21st, dragging something out of the apartment, also carrying a very large industrial tote out of the apartment. So that's kind of like piecing together, well, it's definitely piecing together some things for the jury if they believe what this witness has to say and what he saw. He specifically said Christopher was the person that he saw dragging the tarp. I mean, he seems like a very credible witness to me. He seems like he has been around Christopher and Barry enough. He said it was only them three men staying in that condo portion at the time of the incident when Barry went missing, when he was last seen. So it's a very small, tight-knit condo community with some snowbirds there. So I think the jury is going to believe and put Christopher as dragging the tarp out. right? And there's no other reason to drag a tarp out unless you have a body in it or you were painting, you were doing something in the household, right? But it'll be interesting to see if there's any type of DNA evidence or anything that they are able to present from the prosecution side saying that something happened in the apartment, whether it's small or big DNA. I would like to see if they have anything. I'm going to go ahead and continue to play. I'm still watching to see when they're coming back from their break in order to take us back live into the courtroom.
Approach.
You may.
Mr. Joe, I'm handing what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit number 25, 25A, and 25B. I ask that you take a look at those items and see if you recognize those.
Yes, I do.
And how you recognize those.
This is a stairwell going up to the, this is the first set of steps.
Heavy plastic being drugged.
There's a tire.
Was
Christopher Davis.
put
Yeah.
the light bulb into that socket.
Well, there's not really a socket. There's a hot and cold,
Okay.
wire. The pigtail thing comes with a socket,
Okay.
and then you just, put the hot and cold together, plug the light bulb in, you're good to go.
Okay, guys, we're back live. They're back from their break. So I'm going to take us back live into the courtroom.
Are we ready to bring the jury back in?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Jury is heading in.
All right. Please be seated. State and call their next witness.
The state would call Roxana Hernandez.
All right. If we face the clerk, raise your right hand. She'll swear you.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes.
All right. You take a step.
Just watch your step.
May I proceed?
You may.
Would you please state your name?
Roxana Hernandez.
And Ms. Hernandez, do you own an Airbnb in Clewiston?
Yes, I do.
And what exactly is an Airbnb?
It's a property that you have for rental in a day-to-day basis.
And how long have you been using that particular property as a rental?
Since 2021.
And what is the address of the property?
It's 160 Bald Cypress Avenue, Clewiston, Florida, 33440.
And can you describe the area that the Airbnb is in?
Yes, it's like a rural area. Like now it's getting developed, but there is the smallest lot that we have there is like an acre and a quarter, like this one.
And what is that area called?
It's Montura Ranch Estates.
Is the entire area developed?
No, no, there are a lot of vacant lots. This one, for example, it's a house that has the 1.25 acre. Next is an empty lot. To the other side, it's a house, a mobile home. But in the same street, you can have the mixture of a house and vacant lots still.
Can you describe for the jury what the vacant lots look like out there? Are they clear cut?
Not necessarily. Most of them are completely raw, so no one has ever touched it as yet. But some others, depending which, because it's like 4,000 lots in total in the area. So basically, it's now when it's getting a little bit developed.
So it's a very rural area with not a lot of homes in it.
Correct.
And the homes that are there are few and far between?
Yes.
Would you describe the lots in Montura Ranches being, as you said, they were rural and it's kind of raw? Does that mean they're full of palmetto or berries, excuse me, they're full of briars, trees, vines, etc.?
Correct. That's exactly what I mean.
And with regards to the rental, do you live nearby the Airbnb rental?
Yes, my house is just in front of it.
And you've rented the property out multiple times?
Yes.
And you've rented out the property since this incident as well?
Yes.
And can you describe the property for the jury?
Yes, it is 1.25 of an acre. It is completely fenced. We have a mobile home installed there. It's a double wide mobile home, 2021 year from built on 2021. It has 4 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, and the property has a lot of trees. And as I mentioned, it's a fully fenced property.
And how do you describe the property on your Airbnb site?
What do you mean?
It's the perfect getaway for?
Oh, the city stress. That's basically a marketing that I have, that it's basically in the middle of the country, the goods, that you can leave the stress from the city. We're really close by from Fort Myers, but we're really close from Miami, Fort Lauderdale as well. So a lot of the clients come from there to have a relaxed time over the weekend or during the week as well.
So you're explaining that this is not in the middle of the city. It's a very
No. It's a completely rural area, yes.
And with Airbnb, if somebody is going to book it or rent it, could you walk us through the process?
Yes, this is an app that we use. As a host, we just create a listing. We describe the property, describe everything that is in the property and around. And the booker make the reservation through this platform using the app. They should have been qualified and verified by Airbnb before they even can contact me with a request of a reservation. So the customer goes in, gets verified, and then they are able to make a reservation and comes directly to me that this day this person made a reservation.
And are you able to review both the renter as well as the property?
Correct. Yes. There is a site there where it says that the person that booked, I can click it and see how many stays they had or before, or this is the first time. So basically to get to know a little bit the person that is going to stay in my house.
And they're also able to leave you a review for the property?
Yes. After the stay of each customer, both sides have the same option that I can review their stay and they also review the property.
Did you end up renting the property on the night of July 21st, 2023?
Yes.
And did it get booked that morning at approximately 7:32 a.m.?
Yes,
And the person that rented it by was the name of Tyler Gamble.
correct.
And the information that you received on Mr. Gamble, what did it include at that point?
At that point was saying that the guest was verified by Airbnb, and then that they had he had like 5 different stays before with good comments. So for me was okay for to rent.
And were you communicating back and forth with this individual?
At that moment, no. I received the reservation. That's the process. I received the reservation. In that specific case, the house was ready early in the morning because it didn't rent from the night before. So when I got the reservation, I sent a text through the app saying that the house was ready, that they can check in at any time, and providing the rules, the codes, and everything to access the property.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that I am now showing opposing counsel with previously marked for identification purposes as 33, 33A, and 32. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
May.
May the record reflect that I am now approaching the witness with states 33, 33A, and 32. Ms. Hernandez, I'm going to show you these 3 different papers, okay?
Mhm.
Do you recognize what is states 32? It's a composite, meaning there's multiple pages.
Yes.
And what is 32?
This is the conversation that we had with Tyler through the app of Airbnb.
And it is a fair and accurate depiction of your entire conversations with Tyler through the Airbnb.
Here I gave him the code, the house rules, my contact info if they need me for any emergency. Yes, it is. Mhm.
And do you recognize states 33 and 33A as well?
Yes. Yes.
Are they fair and accurate depictions of the front and the back of your residence that you use as an Airbnb?
Yes.
And you recognize these as the way they looked on or about July 20th, July 2023?
Correct.
You are at this time the state movements to evidence, states exhibit 33, 33A, and 32 composite.
Any objections?
No objection.
All right, they're admitted.
Mm-hmm.
Your permission to publish 32, it's a composite.
You may.
Okay, so this is through the app, is that correct?
Correct.
And so it says the perfect getaway from the,
City stress.
and it says July 21st through 22nd, 2023. That's the night that the property was rented.
That is correct.
What is this 244.88?
That was the total of how much I was gonna get paid for that night.
And we see a photograph, kind of a profile as well as a name. Is this the renter?
Yes, that's where if you click the where it says Tyler, it should open the profile, and you can see what I mentioned before.
And then we see a message from Tyler at 7:32 a.m. Is that accurate?
Correct.
And what does it say?
Hi, I'm visiting family and just looking for a nice, relaxing place to stay while I travel. It just be me.
And it says request received, request accepted. What do those mean?
That means that there is 2 options on the app that I need to first see the reservation in order to approve it, or they just booked instantly and then I just get the reservation. So in this case, it was the request send it, I revise it, and then I accept it. That's why it kept the record there.
And you responded pretty quickly at 7:34 saying, "Good morning, Tyler. It'd be a pleasure to host you."
Correct.
So it's instantaneous to your phone?
Yes, it comes to my phone.
And this page, it's at 7:37 a.m. This is giving the address as well as the code.
Correct.
And the house is ready now. You can check it at any time.
Correct. Normally check-in time is at 4, but as I mentioned before, that day it was not rented the previous night, so that's what I allowed them to go in earlier.
And this property actually advises that there's a gate that you're supposed to close, correct?
Correct.
And then you said house rules
Mm-hmm.
and your phone number.
Correct.
And I'm going to turn to the very last page of States 32. What is this page?
That is his profile, the one that I mentioned before.
Okay, so this is a picture of this individual named Tyler?
Correct.
Okay. And it'll say kind of like, hey, prior host, this is what they say.
Correct.
Now I'm going to direct your attention to the middle of page 32, sorry, States 32, which is going to be page 4, 5, and 6. It looks like there's some more conversation going on at this point. So
Yes.
what does Tyler say to you? It says, okay, awesome. Thank you so much. I will go ahead and head over soon.
That was probably after the text that I sent it with the code. Yeah. So he just said that. It was 7:54 in the morning. Yes.
Okay, and he put okay as in okay. Is that
He
accurate?
yes, he put it like that. Mm-hmm.
And then it looks like there's another message the next day on July 22nd.
Correct.
And what does this message say?
It is saying, good morning. Thank you so much for a great stay. I just wanted you to know I am going to get some breakfast and come back and go for a run before going home. The forests are so beautiful and the countryside is so relaxing. I will be checking out by 10 or 10:30. Thank you again.
And then you just responded in kind.
Yes.
And then it looks like he messages you a little bit later as well.
Mm-hmm.
And that is at approximately 8:07 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
And what does he say?
It's saying, thank you. I'm heading now to run. Now, yay. I will message you when I leave. And your home is very beautiful. By the way, 5 stars from me.
And that's 5 stars referring to a review.
Yes. Yes.
And then he messages you again approximately 2 hours later at 10:22. Is that accurate?
Correct.
And what does he say then?
It's saying, I am leaving. Thanks again. I wanted to swap, but could not find the broom. I had a great time. I'll be back to see my brother next month. Could I reserve this place for a week and bringing him and his wife? They will love it.
And then you responded back
saying, thank you, Tyler. Don't worry, we will clean it out. You don't have to sweep it. You definitely can reserve it for a week. Just let me know the day. So as you know, I can give you a discount for a week. You can do it through Airbnb or directly. That's the best you want.
So you have people that sometimes will re-rent the property.
Correct. Correct.
So it's not unusual for the back and forth.
No.
And this last page, you said about the identity. So this is the identity of the individual Tyler, that he's been an Airbnb member since 2017 and he lives in Fort Myers.
Yes, that's the information that I received.
Okay, and identity verified,
that means that Airbnb go through a process to verify that person.
And that's Tyler, correct?
Correct.
And I'm now publishing States 33. What is this a picture of?
This is the front of the house, the mobile home.
Okay. And page 33A. And what is that?
That is the back of the house.
Now, were you able to verify when this individual named Tyler checked in?
No.
Did it come to a point where you happened to drive by the home and notice anything?
Well, that morning I went to Miami And when I came back, my house is just in front of it. So when I drive to my driveway, I noticed that he already checked in. I didn't see him personally, but I noticed because there was some clothes hanging out of the front rails. Yes,
33 or
that one.
And
On the right side, I noticed some clothes hanging there. So obviously, I knew that he already checked in.
And how did you know he had already checked in based on the clothing being there?
I'm sorry?
How did you know he had already checked in based on the clothing?
Because there was no clothing before then when I left.
Do you know what kind of clothes it was?
I can tell that it was like maybe shorts or a t-shirt, a sport t-shirt, shorts, something like that, hanging out there.
And that was approximately 3 to 4 p.m. that day?
Yes, more or less.
Did that seem unusual to you?
Not really. No, not really.
And were you ever able to see any vehicles at the property?
It was a vehicle there, yes. At night, I saw a vehicle there.
And was it a grayish color SUV?
Correct.
And it ended up being a Jeep, I believe?
I don't know the brand, but it was an SUV that I clearly saw it.
And what time is your normal checkout?
Normal checkout is around 11 a.m.
And I see the back and forth, and we've published the back and forth. Did he check out prior to 11?
Around 10:30, he said that he was leaving the property, yes.
Do you usually have that much back and forth conversation with the renter?
No.
Could you please describe what sort of conversations you usually have with a renter?
Normally, I text them early in the morning, remind them that checkout is at 11, just in case they need a little bit more of time or something. And normally the response is, okay, thank you, or no, I need a little bit more of time, or we already left, because some people just leave earlier than I send the text. So it's basic, very limited conversations. So yeah, no.
Could you say it was almost oversharing?
Yes, that I noticed that a little bit.
Ooh.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Yes, I noticed a little bit of too much explanation of what's going on.
Was the person pretty much giving you a play-by-play of that morning as well as while they were there?
I don't know if that was the intention, but it was unusual for me to see those much details as I'm going to have breakfast or I'm going for.
Yeah, he was telling his every move while he was in the Airbnb because he didn't want them to come and check that Airbnb. So he stayed in constant communication. And this is, like, I'm pretty sure everybody has rented an Airbnb or know somebody who has rented an Airbnb. It's kind of no different than a hotel, right? Like, you check in, you get your code. They may text you and tell you a date, time that you got to leave on that day, what time checkout is as a reminder. But as far as I'm going to go for a run and I'm going to eat breakfast and this is what I'm going to do, I am going to be checking out in 30 minutes. I have checked out. All of that stuff. Like, no, people don't typically do that when they rent an Airbnb. You check in, you have your wonderful vacation, enjoy the Airbnb, and then you leave the Airbnb and you may let them know that you checked out. But if you need to leave a review in regards to how beautiful the forest is and that you're going to be running through the forest, that's something that you would just put in your review, right? So yeah, I kind of agree. Like, they were oversharing. You guys, give me your thoughts. Would you ever share that much information as you're renting an Airbnb? Because I know I definitely wouldn't. I done did it plenty of times, then rented cabins, and no, I would not be sharing all of that information. Like, that's interesting. And already he sent a message to the Airbnb rep stating how, hey, I'm coming back next month and I'm gonna need it for a week for with my brother-in-law and his wife, or my brother and his wife. Like, really? Like, who goes into all of that? But we'll see.
For a run. So normally guests don't share that type of information.
And you've been doing Airbnb rentals for approximately 4 years?
In that house, yes. Before I used to do it in some other property. So more or less in Airbnb, I have experience like 11 years, more or less.
So this one sticks out because of the information that was received?
Correct.
Is that correct?
Correct, yes.
Did you ever end up meeting Tyler?
No,
Did you ever see him on his run though?
yes.
Did you actually see Tyler on the run, or did you see someone else?
I saw someone else. It was not the same person that I had in the picture.
So this is Tyler per his Airbnb. So that was not the person you saw going on a run?
No,
Do you see the person you saw going on the run in court today?
yes.
Would you please point to him and identify him by an article of clothing?
Yeah, the gentleman right there.
When you say right there, what color shirt is he wearing?
Blue.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
Okay.
So that person, Christopher Davis, is not Tyler.
No.
And did you notice anything else about the property or his stay while he was there?
No.
When he checked out, what is your normal procedures for checkout?
Normally they just
Gosh, he over there rocking. He is nervous. Did y'all see that? Let me rewind just a little bit so y'all can see that. What I caught.
so it's basic, very limited conversations. So yeah, no.
Could you say he was almost oversharing?
Yes, that I noticed that a little bit.
Ooh.
Sorry, it may went back just a little bit too
Yes.
far, but
I noticed a little bit of too much explanation of what's going on.
Was the person pretty much giving you a play-by-play of that morning as well as while they were there?
I don't know if that was the intention, but it was unusual for me to see those much details as I'm going to have breakfast or I'm going for a run. So normally guests don't share that type of information.
And you've been doing Airbnb rentals for approximately 4 years?
In that house, yes. Before I used to do it in some other property. So more or less in Airbnb, I have experience like 11 years, more or less.
So this one sticks out because of the information that was received?
Correct.
Is that correct?
Correct, yes.
Did you ever end up meeting Tyler?
No,
Did you ever see him on his run though?
yes.
Did you actually see Tyler on the run, or did you see someone else?
I saw someone else. It was not the same person that I had in the picture.
So this is Tyler per his Airbnb. So that was not the person you saw going on a run?
No,
Do you see the person you saw going on the run in court today?
yes.
Would you please point to him and identify him by an article of clothing?
Yeah, the gentleman right there.
When you say right there, what color shirt is he wearing?
Blue.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
Okay.
So that person, Christopher Davis, is not Tyler.
No.
And did you notice anything else about the property or his stay while he was there?
No.
When he checked out,
y'all see him? He nervous. He just a rocking. Yeah,
Normally
he nervous.
they just leave the key in the same lockbox that I provided the code at check-in. And when they tell me that they're gone or it's 11 and I see that the property is vacant, we go with my mom. We together clean the house and have it ready for the next stay. So that's the regular procedure that we follow.
did you end up going in to clean the Airbnb
Yes.
with your mom?
Yes.
And can you describe for the jury what you saw inside the Airbnb?
Yes, something, as soon as you walk in from that door to the left side where the 3 windows are, there is a big sofa, 3-seat sofa. The first thing that catch my attention was that the sofa was moved from the wall, away from the wall, and it was a lot of debris and little branches and trees in that side. So that was a little bit strange because it was kind of moved away the sofa and all of that debris there that I know it was not from previous stays because we cleaned the house before, so we know that it was not like that.
And when you say debris, can you kind of describe what it looked like?
Yes, like little leaves and little like branches from the trees.
Is it consistent with some of the vegetation that is out in the Monterey
Yes, yes.
area? And did you notice anything about the area where the couch had been moved?
That was a lot of things there. That the debris was there, but other than that, the sofa just was kind of pushed away from the window, and the debris over there, like I don't know if he put it something there or I don't know.
There was any part that looked like there was something heavy, like imprinted somewhere?
No.
How did you end up having to clean that whole area?
Well, I normally take the vacuum and start cleaning all, but being that it was a lot of debris, I use the vacuum cleaner, but also with the broom, I swap it away. But then my mom calls me because she was already in the bathrooms, cleaning the bathrooms, because she noticed a lot of sand inside of the shower from the main room. So she called me and said, something going on here because this is weird. We've been cleaning and we never seen this. So I went there and saw it was a lot. In the bathroom, you have the combination of a shower and a bathtub. And it was a lot of sand in the shower, in the floor, and also at the bathtub. So
now, how would you describe the amount of sand for the jury?
wow. Very unusual, but a lot. Maybe like when a kid gets a bucket and put it with the sun at the beach, that kind of amount like this, maybe inside of the shower, and like the half of it inside of the tub.
Now, during the 11 years that you've been an Airbnb host, have you ever had this situation where somebody had sand all over?
No.
And is this usual for this particular property to have that much debris and sand on the inside?
No, never.
Even after just one night?
Correct, never.
And have you rented that particular property to families before?
Yes.
And small children before?
Yes.
And you've never had the amount of sand and debris?
No.
Did it come to a point where you had to take garbage out?
Yes, we took some garbage out from the house, and my mom mentioned to me that it was some big boxes on the trash can. We have 2 trash cans outside the house that we normally put all of the trash there and then put it outside when the service comes to pick it up. So she mentioned that it was 2 boxes there. So I went to see it, and it was 2 empty boxes inside of one of the trash cans.
Are these like cardboard boxes?
No, those really big one plastics that Home Depot, you can get it from Home Depot, that usually put the Christmas decoration and things like that are really big like this.
And they're black and yellow in color?
Correct. But it was just the box without the lid.
And did you do anything with these particular boxes?
No, we left it there, and on the next day, I believe it was a Tuesday that the service comes, they took it away with the rest of the garbage.
And so at some point, did law enforcement end up contacting you?
Yes.
And were you able to give them the boxes?
No, because the boxes were picked up by the trash service. And when they contacted me, it was like days after they already came. So.
And they weren't able to take any of the debris because that had already been thrown away as well.
Correct.
And did you end up getting a positive review from Mr. Davis on your Airbnb?
I believe from Tyler I got one. Yes. I'm not sure.
And the person that you rented the home to was not the person you saw running?
No.
May I have one moment, Your Honor? No further questions.
All right.
Hello.
All right, that account you talked about, did you recognize it said the person had been active for 6 years?
I'm sorry, what?
That the person had been active for 6 years or since 2017?
From the picture of the profile you said?
Yeah, the name Tyler.
Yes.
Okay.
That's the
and-
information that was provided to me through the app.
Okay. Did the person ever tell you that it was Tyler's brother staying there?
No.
Okay. But you indicated you saw a person that didn't look like that particular picture,
Correct.
and then you identified this gentleman you saw?
Correct.
Okay, and you saw him when you got the message that the person said they were gonna go out on a run? Go out for a run and then leave in a little while?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then after that message, you saw the person coming back, this gentleman coming back to the house?
No, it was not like that. On the first text that was there saying that he was going for a run, that was, I believe, 8 something in the morning. And I was outside of my house when I saw the person coming from, if I'm here in my house, the property, the Airbnb is in front of it. He was coming from this side, running. So I was outside, I saw it, I saw him, and I said, oh, the renter, because he mentioned that he was gonna be going for a run. So I saw him, and then he went inside the house. So of course, matched with what he told me he was gonna do.
Okay.
And after that, I received the other text that you just mentioned saying that he said that he was checking out.
Okay. And then later I noticed in that profile thing that you got on there and made a comment that Tyler was the perfect guest.
Yeah, because I didn't have any problem with him.
Okay, and aside from the sofa and the bathroom, the rest of the whole place was clean.
Correct.
Okay. And in fact, in the messages, there was talk about that he had tried to look for a broom to sweep some things up for you and couldn't find it. And you said, don't worry about it. And then you saw the debris when you went in.
Correct.
Okay. And when guests check out, do you normally like move the couch and clean that area?
Yes.
Okay.
Every time.
And also, in the clothes, was it pretty hot that day? Sorry, let me go. It was July, right?
It was July. I don't remember how this was.
Okay. And you saw the guy jogging. Okay. And you had mentioned clothes you saw hanging on the railing.
Correct.
It appeared like somebody was trying to dry clothes, maybe.
Correct.
Okay. Is there a dryer inside there?
It is, yes. A washer and dryer.
What day is the trash pickup for?
Every Tuesday and Friday.
Okay. And so do you remember if it was Tuesday or Friday that the pickup was here?
It should be Tuesday because the house was vacant on Saturday, so the next day should be the Tuesday, the following Tuesday.
All right. And you may have heard of this place, but out there in Clewiston, have you ever heard of this Devil's Garden Mud Club out there?
The what, I'm sorry?
Devil's Garden Mud Club?
Yes, I have heard of that place.
Okay, that's a place where people can go and four-wheel and dune buggy, like in mud and sand?
Correct.
Okay. And is that close to where you're at?
I don't know exactly the address, but I have heard that it's close, yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
My pleasure.
No further questions for this witness. We'd ask that she be excused and released.
All right, any objection?
No, you're.
All right, you may step down and you're released from your subpoena.
Thank you so much.
All right, state and call their next witness.
So you would call Brenda Villatora.
So, guys, what do you think? Do you believe that she is a credible witness to Airbnb representative? Does she correctly describe Christopher and the condition that he left the home in during his vacation or whatever he did during that period of time? Her noticing him on a run during this period of time, and he did not match the Airbnb photo description. Interesting. We shall see.
All right, you'll face the clerk, raise your right hand, she'll swear you in.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
All right, you can take the stand. Whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Could you please state your name
Brenda Villatoro,
and where are you employed?
Vision Ace Hardware in Clewiston.
Sounds silly, but what is Ace Hardware?
Ace Hardware, basically a store where we sell hardware items, tools.
So kind of like anything you'd find like in a workshop almost?
Yes, ma'am.
And more?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And it's a national business. Is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, did you drive out from Clewiston today?
Yes, ma'am.
Are there multiple Ace Hardwares between Clewiston and here?
Yeah, we have actually one in LaBelle.
And there's one out in Alva, Buckingham as well?
That one, I don't think so.
Okay,
Not
but
at Vision.
You're not the only one.
Yeah.
Okay. And how long have you worked at Ace Hardware?
I've been there, I'll be 11 years this month coming up.
And what are your duties there?
I'm actually the store inventory, managed also the store, and they put me anywhere.
So you kind of fill in with whatever job there is.
Yes, ma'am.
Did it come to a point that you worked as a cashier on July 21st, 2023?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you come into contact with someone who later became known to you as Christopher Davis?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you see that person in court today?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you please point to him and identify him by an article of clothing? And what is he wearing?
The blue shirt.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant?
All right,
Your Honor, permission to publish states 36A.
you may.
And ma'am, there's a video that we've had you look at, correct, with regards to being at Vision Ace?
Yes, ma'am.
And there's an individual standing here, it looks like in a pink sort of vest.
Mhm.
Who is that person?
Me.
And then the individual standing on the opposite side of the register, who is this person?
That will be him.
Him as in the defendant?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you remember him making a purchase for two different items? And
Yes.
Your Honor, for the record, States Exhibit 37A,
Thanks.
which would be a pickaxe as well as a shovel.
Yes, ma'am.
And how did he pay for those items?
I believe with the card.
If you looked at the receipt, it says, does it say card or does it say?
It's cash.
Okay, so he paid with
Okay.
cash. And with the pickaxe and the shovel being with inventory, you're very familiar with what those items are.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, with regards to the shovel, is this the shovel that was purchased?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And it's an all steel shovel?
Yes.
Okay. It says maximum strength. Do you sell ones that aren't as strong, maybe?
Yeah, we sell different type of ones.
Okay. So is this like the strongest one you can buy?
That would be true. Yes.
Okay. And then you also said that you sold a pickaxe, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And for the record, 36D. And this would be a photocopy of a pickaxe that is sold at your store.
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have a chance to remember what this is the exact pickaxe brand and model and everything else?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would show opposing counsel what's been previously. As State's Exhibit 42. Yep. And before you took the stand, did you have an opportunity to look at State's Exhibit 42?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is State's Exhibit 42?
The axe.
Your Honor, you have exhibit evidence, State's Exhibit 42.
Any objections?
Object to the deed of custody.
Your Honor, we'll put it through. We'll do it later. With regards to the pickaxe, though.
What are you doing?
This is the same pickaxe you saw in the backhoe, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And it's the same pickaxe that is sold at Ace Hardware and is the Collins pickaxe.
Yes, ma'am.
No further questions for this witness?
All right.
You refer to it as a pickaxe, but it's also, they note Maddox on there. The name Maddox on the receipt.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a difference between some of the pickaxes you have and then
There
this
is.
Maddox thing?
There is different ones. We do have on that section, I believe the pickaxe, they have, I don't know what they call them, round big things that you hit.
Hey, you have to speak up a little louder for
I'm
me.
sorry, them round big things that you hit. I can't remember what they call them. But there are different axes on there too. Small ones, big ones.
Is the difference with this one is it has the flat edge part of it.
Yes, sir.
And then some of the other ones that are
Some
called
of the other ones don't have
pickaxes
it.
just have like a sharp or narrow
Yes, sir.
side to it. Okay. And then this one here, it looks similar to the one you sell in your store. You don't know if it's the same one or not.
I mean, to me, it's the same one.
It's the same make and model.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Had you ever seen that person in your store before?
Just that time.
Okay, great. Thank you.
No further questions for this witness. May she be released and excused?
Any objection?
No.
All right. You may step down and release from your subpoena.
Thank you.
May call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. So you'll call Mr. Tom Wilson.
You notice as they bring in the witnesses in, each of them are providing support. And let me see, as they bring in the witnesses in, they are supporting the receipts. Either the person was the cashier or they spoke to them on the phone. They're able to verify them on the video surveillance. So it's putting together, you know, although this person came into Ace Hardware, I was the cashier. This is the receipt. This is the item that he purchased. So kind of supporting these receipts that we have seen, right? So just additional backup for the state in regards to proving this case without a body, without a murder weapon, without any witnesses to the actual crime.
Proceed whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Hello.
Would you please introduce yourself to ladies and gentlemen of the jury by telling them your name?
My name is Thomas Wilson.
And sir, where do you reside?
I reside in Cape Coral.
And who do you reside with, if anyone?
Miguel Blanco.
And who's Miguel Blanco to you, sir?
He is my husband.
And does anyone else reside with you?
Yes, I have two roommates, Sean Rippentop and trying to think of Jeff's last name, Caldwell. Sorry about that.
I don't know.
I'm on the spot.
All right. And what do you do for a living, sir?
I am a internal auditor for Restaurant Depot,
And how long have you been working for a Restaurant Depot?
10 years.
Do you know a gentleman, or did you know a gentleman by the name of Barry Schmalbach?
I did.
And how did you know him?
I knew him from Restaurant Depot. He was a vice president over dry goods and small wares. And when I started with the company, I was a small wares manager.
And where did you meet Mr. Schmalbach?
I met him in Chicago at a meeting.
And over the course of that time, how long would you say you'd known him for?
Close to 10 years, but actually really well in 9 years.
When you say really well, what do you mean?
Well, we actually opened a location here in Fort Myers together, setting up the small wares and dry goods.
And when
That's
was
how I
that?
got to really know him. 9 years ago,
And where was he residing at the time?
Chicago.
And so he came down here to Fort Myers to assist you?
Yes.
Okay. Did he set up shop down here in Florida eventually?
Eventually he moved to Naples.
Okay. And how long had he resided in Naples?
I don't recall.
Okay. And did there come a point in time where he ultimately wound up moving or living in Cape Coral?
He lived in Naples roughly maybe a year and a half and then moved to Cape Coral.
And did you keep in contact with Mr. Schmalbach?
Oh, yes.
How did you keep in contact with him?
2 texts or phone calls, and at one point in time through Facebook.
Now, when you kept in contact with Mr. Schmalbach by a phone call, if he wasn't available, how soon would he be able to respond to you?
Within a half hour or less.
Okay. And now, also, you indicated by text as well?
Yes.
And when you texted with Mr. Schmalbach, how would he respond? Or how
Usually
quickly
right
would he
away.
respond?
Usually right away.
All right. And that was something that he did fairly regularly?
Yes.
And that was something that you came to know him to be?
Yes.
Now, are you also familiar with a gentleman by the name of Christopher Davis?
Yes.
How did you become familiar with Christopher Davis?
Actually, he was invited to my Cinco de Mayo party,
And
2023.
and was that Cinco de Mayo party at your residence?
Yes.
And at that particular Cinco de Mayo party, did Mr. Davis make contact with Mr. Schmalbach?
Yes.
And how long had Mr. Schmalbach and Mr. Davis stayed at your particular party?
I don't recall.
Okay. Did you see them conversing with each other?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see one leave at one time and one leave at another time?
Yes.
Who left first?
Christopher Davis.
Did there come a point in time after Mr. Davis left that particular party where he inquired of you, Mr. Schmalbach's telephone number?
Not to me.
Okay. Who from? Do you
I
recall?
don't recall whether it was Miguel or Sean.
And as a result of that, was that phone number provided to Mr. Davis,
Yes.
to your knowledge? Now, I'd like to direct your attention specifically to the 21st of July of 2023. Were you in town on that particular day?
I flew in late afternoon.
And how did you get back to your residence?
Miguel Blanco picked me up at the airport.
And did you go straight back to your condo or your residence?
No.
Okay. Where did you go first?
Went to dinner.
Okay. And then what happened after the dinner?
After dinner, we went to do a wellness check on Barry at
Why
his
would-
residence.
Why would you go ahead and do a wellness check on Mr. Schmalbach?
We had not heard from him and no responses to texts and phone calls. And he had had a heart attack previously, like a year prior. And he gave us the key to his condo at that time to do wellness checks if we had not seen or heard from him.
Now, were you and Mr. Blanco the only two friends or close friends that he had here in the area?
Yes.
Do you know of anyone else that he consorted with or was that close to?
He had an uncle that lived here as well.
And was that uncle here year round?
No,
How would you describe his uncle?
just as a snowbird. I'd never met the uncle.
Okay. So he would have been here, say, from what? From what months to?
I would say probably October through April.
So July, uncle's not present.
No.
Okay. So that leaves just you and Mr. Blanco.
Yes.
And you were aware of the fact that Mr. Schmalbach had a heart condition?
Yes.
And how was Mr. Schmalbach taking care of himself?
Exercise, diet.
Okay. And did he lose a lot of weight as a result of this exercise and diet?
Like the way I like to say it, he lost a person.
Okay, very well. And was he very health conscious, obviously, after
Yes,
this
very much
hospital
so.
visit? All right. No, so after the fact that you had this key to his residence and were doing a wellness check, please describe for us what exactly you did.
We arrived, parked in the parking lot. I noticed Barry's vehicle was not there.
I'm sorry?
I noticed that Barry's vehicle was not there. Okay. And there were some packages lying around.
What do you mean they were lying around?
Just packages mailed as far as for his business.
Were they inside of his residence, outside of his
Outside.
residence?
One was down on the ground near the mailbox. The other was outside his door.
Okay. Is that unusual?
Yes,
Why?
because he didn't tell us he went anywhere, so obviously it would have been picked up.
So if Mr. Schmalbach was going somewhere, would he let you know?
Yes.
Once again, why?
Why?
Yes.
To take care of his place. We would get his mail for him to take it inside. Any packages that would be lying about.
Did he regularly tell you where he was going and when he was going,
Yes.
when he was coming back?
Yes.
And that's because he wanted to make sure that you knew his whereabouts?
Taking care of things, but also we're close friends.
As a close friend, did you also share what were called locations on your phone?
Yes.
Okay.
He
And
shared his location with me.
I'm sorry?
He did share his location with me.
So you knew where he was at any given point in time?
Yes.
So when you went to his condo on the 21st of July of 2023, was Mr. Schmalbach present?
No.
And what did you do in response to seeing these packages in mail outside of his residence?
Miguel and I picked up the packages. We went to the door, knocked on the door. There's no response. So I opened the door, looked in. I set the packages on the bar. And then I noticed things were just not right.
What do you mean they weren't right?
Barry liked to sit in the dark, and he was very neat and clean. The place was a mess, and every light in the place was on.
What do you mean the place was a mess?
Disheveled. I mean, things lying around, furniture not where it would normally be, that kind of thing.
Okay. And that would have been odd, given
Very
the
odd.
fact that you knew Mr. Schmalbach the way you did?
Yes.
Did that concern you?
Very much so.
Okay. What did you do in response after having seen that?
Looked at Miguel and I said, we need to leave.
Did you?
We left.
Where'd you go?
Home.
Did there come a point in time when you ultimately returned to this particular location?
Actually drove by the next day and the Jeep had returned.
Did you notice anything odd about this Jeep when you returned?
Not at that time.
At what time did you notice something odd about this Jeep?
That was later in the evening when we met the Cape Coral Police Department there.
And would that have been on the next day on the 22nd?
Yes.
Judge, let the record reflect I'm showing defense counsel increasing mark in state's exhibit number 2A. May I approach?
You may.
Mr. Wilson, I'm showing you what's increasing mark in state's exhibit number 2A. Do you recognize that?
Yes, that was Barry's Jeep.
And was that the Jeep in the condition that you last saw it?
Yes.
Judge, state move state's exhibit number 2A in evidence.
Any objections?
No.
You admitted?
Permission published?
You may.
Mr. Wilson, what's odd about this Jeep?
It was very dirty. And Barry was very clean about everything.
Well, if Mr. Schmalbach had a Jeep that was this dirty, how would he respond to it?
Speculation.
Overruled at this point if you know. If you know the answer, you can answer.
Okay. He would be highly upset, but it wouldn't be in that condition.
Okay.
To begin with.
Did Mr. Schmalbach keep his Jeep in that condition?
Never.
It's indicated that he was neat and tidy.
What's
Is that
that?
correct? You indicated that Mr. Schmalbach was neat and tidy and meticulous.
Yes. Very meticulous.
Did that also pertain to his Jeep?
Yes.
How long would Mr. Schmalbach allow for his Jeep to be in this particular condition?
It wouldn't be in that condition.
What condition would it be in?
Very clean. You wouldn't see dirt on it.
Were you aware of who drove Mr. Schmalbach's Jeep?
No.
And do you know if Mr. Schmalbach was the only person that drove Mr. Schmalbach's Jeep?
Yes. He wouldn't even let me drive it.
You indicated Mr. Schmalbach owned his own business. Is that right?
Yes.
And as part of running his own business, was it important for him also to utilize and remain in contact with customers and clients and colleagues?
Yes, definitely.
And would you have been considered to be a colleague?
Yes. Sometimes I would get samples from work for him.
And when you when you spent time with Mr. Schmalbach, was he known to always have items of communication with him?
Yes.
What did he have with him?
Typically a watch and a cell phone.
And was he also aware, or did he also carry with him a wallet
Yes.
regularly?
Yes.
Would it be unusual for Mr. Schmalbach to leave a iPhone or his iWatch or Apple Watch behind?
Highly unusual.
Why is that?
That's his major mode of communication, especially with his business.
What about his laptop?
That I would not be sure of.
So, do you recall the last time that you saw or heard from Mr. Schmalbach?
The last time I saw him was on July the 9th.
Okay.
And that was at Cruisers.
And when you attempted to locate Mr. Schmalbach by your phone, you indicated that you shared locations of Mr. Schmalbach.
Yes.
Where was the last location that you were able to determine his whereabouts?
At his condo.
Okay. And when was that?
That was even after the 21st. So I would say maybe up through the 24th.
And that would have been buying through his phone?
Yes.
And so his phone was located somewhere right around his condo?
Yes.
Had you seen or heard from Mr. Schmalbach since July of 2023?
No.
Have you attempted to contact Mr. Schmalbach?
I
That time.
did through sometime in August of 23.
Did or has Mr. Schmalbach responded to you in any way, shape, or form?
No.
Is that unusual?
Highly.
You haven't had any contact with Mr. Schmalbach since July of 2023?
No.
Thank you, Judge. I have no further questions for this
All right.
case.
That's
All right, so you first know who Christopher Davis is with the Cinco de Mayo party?
Yes.
Okay, and then after the party, you weren't contacted, but either Miguel or Tom or somebody else was contacted?
Miguel and or Sean.
Okay. And I meant, not Tom, I meant Jeff. Do you know if they were using some Grinder app to communicate or text each other?
That I have no idea.
All right, and then you're aware, how are you aware when Chris moves in with Barry?
Barry told me.
Okay, just talking to him one day, he let you know?
Just on the phone conversation. And prior to when he was debating whether or not he was going to move him in.
Okay. All right, and then, so from that time, May up through July 9th, when else did you come to the condo?
To the condo? I don't recall.
Okay, so after Chris moves in with Barry and the two of them are living there, you really don't see how the condo looks during that time?
I don't recall.
Okay. And then to the day you go there with Miguel to do the welfare check, do you remember seeing the cats in there?
Yes.
Okay. Did it appear the cats have been running around tearing things up?
They were small, so I wouldn't think they'd be able to do some of the stuff I saw.
All right. And the litter box, could you smell that?
Yes.
Okay. So it was apparent, the smell of the litter?
Well, anyone that has a cat, you would smell a litter box.
Okay. All right. And then the heart attack issue, that's why you got keys from Barry in the first place?
Then to take his mail in when he would go on his trips.
Okay. And the heart issue, that was a big scare for him?
Yes.
Okay. And he kind of changed like his whole lifestyle around with.
He changed his diet and exercise.
He was like walking every day, like
Walked every morning.
a lot of miles. All right. All right. Thank you.
anything else?
Just one quick question, Judge. Mr. Wilson, did Mr. Schmalbach tell you that he was going anywhere?
No.
Thank you. Nothing further.
All right. You can step down.
Thank you.
You may be excused, Judge.
Any objection? All right, sir, you can step down and you're released from your subpoena. State and call their next witness.
Want me to jump? Yes, Judge. At this time, the state would like to call Mr. Carl Hewitt. Video.
All right, sir, if you'll face the clerk, raise your right hand, she'll swear you in. No, right here. Sorry. That's okay.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
All right, you can take the stand. whenever you're ready, you can proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir. Would you please introduce yourself to ladies and gentlemen of the jury by telling them your name?
Carlton Hewitt.
And sir, where do you work?
Well, presently I'm working for a hardware store in Cape Coral.
Hardware store. Is that Ace Hardware?
No, sir. I was with Ace Hardware for several years, but I switched over to another one.
Okay. I'd like to direct your attention specifically to July 22nd of 2023. Did you have occasion to be at an Ace Hardware in Cape Coral?
Yes, sir. I was working there then.
What did you do for Cape Coral Ace Hardware?
I was with management.
And when you say you're with management, what do you mean?
I was a manager, a floor manager.
Okay. And what were you doing on that particular day?
I was in the office. I don't recall exactly what I was working on, but I was in my office.
And did you have occasion to watch some surveillance video?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you were watching the surveillance video, was there anything that gave you any pause for concern?
Well, it looked like somebody was throwing something into our dumpster, which was a problem we were dealing with because we were getting a lot of people that were using our dumpster for their private use. So when I saw it, it brought it to my attention.
And what did you do when that was brought to your attention, sir?
I went out the back door, which was directly right next to the dumpsters, and told the gentleman that was throwing, it looked like throwing some tools into the dumpster, told him he couldn't do that and to stop.
Was one of those tools a pickaxe and a shovel
Yes, sir.
that he was attempting to put in the dumpster?
Yes, sir.
And because you're a hardware store, is that something that would typically be found in your dumpster or disposed of in your dumpster?
Well, my presumption was that it was somehow broken and he was just discarding it.
And one's not allowed to do that in your dumpsters?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, you indicated that you had an opportunity there was a video that you were able to observe and watch this entire action?
Yes, sir.
Judge, let the record reflect I'm showing defense counsel some previously marked as states exhibit number 41.
All right.
May I approach?
You may.
Mr. Hewitt, I'm showing you was some previously marked as states exhibit number 41. Do you recognize that particular disc?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize that?
I viewed it in your office.
And did you initial that?
Yes, I did.
And did you also date it?
Yes, I did.
And is that a video of the entire interaction that you had with the individual regarding the shovel and the pickaxe on the 22nd of July of 2023?
That's correct, sir.
Is there any alterations, deletions, or amendments to that particular video?
No, sir.
That fairly and accurately depicts your interaction with that person.
That's correct.
Judge, take a move 41 in evidence at this time.
Any objection?
No.
Be admitted.
Permission to publish, Judge?
You may. Do you need the lights dimmed?
I do not, Judge. Thank you.
Okay.
Now, Mr. Hewitt, I'd like to direct your attention specifically to the screen to your right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let the record reflect. I'm pausing it there at 52 seconds on the video screen. Mr. Hewitt, the individual that just walked out of that building with the blue polo shirt, is that you?
That's correct.
And is that the point in time in which you exited the building to confront the individual who was dumping the items there in the dumpster behind?
That's correct.
Where in relationship to your building is that dumpster?
It's probably about 30 feet from the building.
Where were you at the time that you began watching this video and saw this particular SUV pull up? When did you start watching that? Where were you at the time?
My office is just inside that door, approximately 20 feet inside the door. And the monitors are right directly across from my office.
So when you saw this particular SUV pull up, did you immediately get up and go outside, or did you watch to see what he was doing first?
No, I did watch it for a moment to see what he was up to. I didn't know who it was that pulled in with the SUV.
And is it fairly commonplace to see cars like that pull up behind your building?
Yes, because a lot of people will come in to get cardboard boxes that have been discarded, which we have no problem with them doing that. Those dumpsters are recycled dumpsters, and they have cardboard boxes primarily, you know.
Okay. So tools like, say, shovels and pickaxes don't belong in there.
That did not. So that brought it to my attention.
And what are you doing here?
That was, I think I was having him take the stuff back out that was in the dumpster, if I recall. Because there was a shovel, a red-handled shovel, I think that he had not yet discarded, and a yellow-handled.
Did y'all see this? Wow, he has got caught on camera discarding the shovel and the pickaxe in the garbage can behind the Ace store. And they have the store manager on here testifying to that he caught him on video and stopped them from discarding those items because it's illegal to dump your trash in commercial businesses trash cans. But they have him on video. That's Christopher. And guess whose car he's in? Barry's. Wow. Let's go back in.
Pickaxe.
They just left him to go back into his SUV, and you went back into the building?
Correct.
Now, that pickaxe that was left there by the dumpster, that was ultimately collected and placed in your office, was it not?
That's correct, but it was after I had already left for the day.
And you had seen that particular pickaxe when it was laying there against the dumpster, correct?
No, sir. I thought he had placed it back in his vehicle when I turned away from him and walked away. I didn't know it had been left behind.
And when you came in the next day, you did note that there was a pickaxe that was located in your office.
That's correct.
And that was similar to the one that he was trying to discard.
Also correct, sir.
Now, sir, I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as exhibit number 42. Do you recognize this item right here, sir?
It looks exactly like the same thing that he was holding.
And would that have been similar to the actual pickaxe that was inside your office? at the
That's
time?
correct.
I have no further questions for this witness, Judge.
All right.
Afternoon. All right. So when you're first coming out of there, you see on the video, it looks like there's a dumpster to your left. Is that like a trash dumpster?
That's the trash dumpster, yes, sir.
Okay. And then, so then the one that person was trying to put things into is the cardboard dumpster.
That's correct.
Okay. And so number one, you don't want people using your dumpsters, but number two, throwing things in the cardboard recycle dumpster.
Well, we actually, we can get in trouble with the waste company if we do put garbage in on the cardboard.
Because they come to collect it and then there's metal or whatever in there. All right. And you indicated you thought the person had taken the items back as you were walking in, and
That's correct.
then were you surprised to see this item the next day in your office, wondering what is this, where'd this come from?
I did ask. I asked, I don't recall who, but I did ask you, what is this doing here? And they said it was left behind. And that was the end of my connection with it.
Some guy, Dante Anderson, that worked
That's
there?
correct.
Okay. All right, thank you.
I have nothing for the witness, Judge. Thank you.
All right, you can step down, sir. And is he excused, or do you want to remove?
Yes, Judge. Thank you.
All right, any objection? All right, sir, you're excused from your subpoena. You may call your next witness.
Bryce Spearman.
Sir, you've previously been sworn. You're still under oath. You may take a stand.
Mayor, may I proceed?
Yes.
Good afternoon, Detective Bierman.
Good afternoon.
So what was the next day of your investigation?
Would have been July 22nd.
And what, if anything, did you learn that Mr. Davis did on July 22nd?
That he was at the Airbnb and then he had come back into town.
And did you end up collecting what is known as the LPR photographs?
Yes.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that the witness that I am showing opposing counsel was previously marked to state's proposed exhibit 14D and E. May I approach?
May.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that I am showing the witness was previously marked as 14D and E.
Correct. Yes.
Do you recognize these?
Yes.
Are they fair and accurate depictions of the the license plate reader on or about the 22nd of July, 2023?
Yes.
And they're a photograph of the victim's Jeep coming back from Clewiston into Lee County.
Correct.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves into evidence states exhibit 14D and 14E.
You said D and E?
D and E, yes.
All right, any objection? All right, they're admitted.
With regards to the license plate reader for the Jeep, did you notice anything about the Jeep at this time?
It was dirty.
And I am going to publish 14D. So we've got the same situation as last time where we have the vehicle, as well as we have the date, the 7/22. And what time is this?
That is 10:43 a.m.
And where is State Road 80 and CR 833?
I believe that's Hendry County because that's a flock hit, which is they use a different brand out there. I believe it's Flock and Vigilant here in the county.
Okay. And based on your investigation, you were able to ascertain that he had left the Airbnb and was driving back into Lee County?
Yes.
And what do you notice about the vehicle at this point?
Up on the passenger side, up around the driver's side door, appears to be some dirt there and some dirt on the back end.
And that's different than what it looked like before going out to Monterey.
Correct.
And now I'm publishing 14E. And this is a different view as well.
Yes.
Okay. And it still shows the same dirt?
Yes.
And what else do you learn at that point that happened on the 22nd?
There's contact between Miguel Blanco and Chris. Go ahead.
And does it come to your attention that there was some sort of information about the Italian dinner that Barry had had?
Yes.
And Cape Coral actually ended up responding to a missing persons report, which ended up getting you involved. Is that accurate?
Eventually, yes.
And during that missing persons report, you were able to review the body worn cam of the officer that made contact with Christopher.
Yes.
And you were able to make it known that there was supposedly a text message that was on Barry's iPhone.
Yes.
Correct? Were you able to look into that text message?
Yes.
And with regards to that text message, when you requested the victim's records for the back and forth with text messages, was the particular text message an incoming text message to Barry's phone?
Yes.
And the number that was there, were you able to look into see whose number that was?
Yes.
And whose number was it?
It was, as I recall, it was what we call a non-VoIP number.
What does that mean?
It is a phone number that's assigned by, it's basically an internet phone number. There's no physical activity, no physical address, no subscriber information, anything like that. You can actually get it through the internet.
So during the course of your career at Cape Coral Law Enforcement, did you ever have to deal with VIOPs?
Yes.
And when are VIOP numbers used?
Usually when I'm dealing with them, they're involved with some kind of harassing phone calls. Someone's trying to make contact with someone without letting them know who they are, type thing.
So it's not an assigned number.
Correct.
We hear sometimes about swatting incidents or spoofing incidents. Have you heard of those before?
Yes.
And what are those?
Basically the same kind of thing, but those involve getting law enforcement involved as far as swatting and stuff. It's calling in a threat at an address, and it comes from a number basically through the internet.
And it's a VIOP number usually that's
Yes.
used? So would you characterize a VIOP number as a phone number that somebody is attempting to hide their identification?
It can be, yes.
And this particular message was a message that was received into Barry's watch?
Yes.
And at no point did Barry respond to that message based on the records?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
And at no point after July 19th at approximately 8:30, was there any sort of communication from Barry's phone out?
No.
It was only incoming.
Correct.
Now, did you get a chance to also make it aware that not only did the defendant make a missing persons report, but Miguel did as well?
Yes.
And prior to the defendant making a missing persons report that day and Officer Daniel Lilly showing up to take said report, were you able to find out what the defendant did?
He had stopped, based on our investigation, he had stopped at the hardware store in Cape Coral.
And when you say you stopped at the hardware store in Cape Coral, what do you mean by that?
Ace Hardware off of Cape Coral Parkway, about the 1000 block.
And were you able to see an incoming text message, or excuse me, incoming phone call or text chain with Miguel Blanco and the defendant on or about July 22nd, 2023?
Yes.
And did that happen before the defendant went to the Ace Hardware?
Before.
And during that conversation, it was a conversation between Miguel and Chris, and Miguel later did a persons report.
Correct.
And what did you, if anything, did you see with regards to the Ace Hardware?
A male driving up in Mr. Schmalbach's vehicle, getting out and trying to get rid of items.
And when you
In
say
a dumpster.
items, what do you mean?
Tools, looked like shovels, that kind of stuff.
Okay. Similar to the shovel and the pickaxe that you took a photograph of from the Ace in Cloviston?
Correct.
And approximately what was the time range between the Ace in Clewiston and the dumping of the items in Cape Coral?
That would have been 25, 26, 27 hours, somewhere in
So
there.
a day?
Yeah.
And after the video at Ace Hardware shows him trying to get rid of items, that's when the defendant made the missing persons report. It was afterwards.
Yes.
And based on the defendant's records, were you able to find out that he did in fact call to do a missing persons report?
He called in a call. I don't believe there was an actual missing persons report taken until later that evening.
And with regards to the call, do you remember what type of number he called? Was it 911?
No, he called a non-emergency number.
Is there a difference between a 911 call and a non-emergency number?
911 call gets you directly to an emergency dispatcher. A non-emergency number, they take you as you come in an order.
Do you usually get missing persons reports through 911?
It would depend.
And was there an actual recording of the non-emergency call that the defendant made that day?
All our incoming calls are recorded.
Do you remember what the time difference is from when the defendant is disposing of the shovel and the pickaxe to when he contacts the non-emergency number?
I'd have to verify, but I think it was a little over an hour.
And once the phone call is made to the Cape Coral Police Department non-emergency number, an officer arrives to speak with the defendant.
Yeah.
And is this conversation recorded
The conversation between
between the officer and the defendant?
Yes,
And that's recorded on what is known as a BWC?
correct.
What is a BWC?
It's a body worn camera.
Is that something that all of the patrol deputies are assigned?
Correct, yes.
Now, were you assigned one that you used to have to wear as a detective?
As a detective, no.
so
I had one if I was working details, off-duty details in uniform.
So it's predominantly only for patrol deputies?
Correct.
So-
SROs, anyone in uniform.
There's not
Traffic.
a body worn cam that was attached to you during the course of your investigation unless there was a uniformed officer?
No.
And did you end up finding out later that day if Chris did anything else? Such as reviewing different websites or alternatively the Airbnb?
I believe there was some back and forth between the Airbnb as far as a review. And just checking websites. I'd have to go back and look and see all of the confirmation of which ones were actually there.
And did you end up talking to neighbors as well that spoke to Christopher that evening?
Yes.
And I know that on day one, we discussed the cell phone records of the defendant calling Barry. Did he call Barry before he reported him missing?
Yes.
And he approximately called him 18, 19 times between the night of the 19th the morning of the 20th until the 22nd?
Yes.
And can you explain for the jury how those calls show up on his phone?
They actually show up just like that first day that we did it. They come into the phone number or the watch, then the watch transfers them to the phone, and then they're call forward, not answered. None of them are answered.
So the best way to say it would be watch, phone, call forward, phone.
Correct.
So the watch and the phone are pinging off of each other and nobody answers it.
Correct.
And this happens over and over again.
It slows up as the days go on.
Now we say it slows up as the days go on. After he's reported Barry missing, does he continue calling the phone number?
Doesn't call it again.
Does he ever text it?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
So at no point after he's reported him missing, are there any communications between the defendant and Barry's phone?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
No phone calls out?
No.
No text messages out?
No.
And are you aware if Cape Coral was able to recover a pickaxe from Ace Hardware in Cape Coral?
Yes.
And that pickaxe was collected by Cape Coral and was brought to court today?
Yes.
You had an opportunity to review what has been previously identified as State's Exhibit 42.
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state will move into evidence states exhibit 42.
All right, any objection?
Judge, I object in that the last witness had indicated he didn't even know it was left there. And the next day, just some item that shows up in his office. And then some
All right,
other
well,
employee
okay,
tells-
approach.
Your Honor, at this time, the state will move into evidence states exhibit 42.
All right, subject to that objection, it's overruled and admitted.
Permission to publish?
You may.
Detective Bierman, is this the pickaxe that was recovered from the Ace Hardware in Cape Coral?
Yes,
And this is the same pickaxe that was bought at Ace Hardware in Clewiston within 24 minutes?
Perhaps it's beyond the scope of his knowledge.
Overruled.
yes.
Your Honor, permission to publish, I won't hand it to the
You may.
jury, but if that's
Yeah.
okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right.
Your Honor, may I approach the clerk?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, you may proceed.
Right. Sir, the one license plate reader photo, you noticed the Jeep, I guess had some dirt near the front wheels.
Yes.
All right. And in your investigation, did you ever learn if the Jeep or the defendant had gone to a place in Clewiston for 4x4 and off-roading called Devil's Garden Mud Club?
I did not.
And through your investigation of Mr. Schmalbach, did you ever learn anything about some scam he had been involved with a grinder app and some other gentleman getting money from him?
I don't know if it was through a grinder app. I know that there was a police report that had been filed for someone taking money from him in South Carolina.
Okay. And you mentioned the VOIP. Do you know if like a non-VOP number was used in that situation?
I do not know. I don't know if it was or not.
Thank you.
No further questions for this witness. May he be retained?
Yes. All right, sir, you may step down, but you're not released from your seat.
So you'd like to call Mr. Miguel Blanco?
Okay.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, sir, you were previously sworn in, so you're under oath. You can take a stand.
Good afternoon once again, sir.
Good afternoon.
Please state your name for the record.
Miguel Blanco.
Mr. Blanco, I'd like to direct your attention specifically now to the 22nd of July of 2023. From the point in time after you heard the voicemail from Mr. Schmalbach, had you heard anything further from Mr. Schmalbach?
No.
As a result of having heard that voicemail from Mr. Schmalbach seeking your help in getting rid of Mr. Davis, what did you do in response to that?
Could you repeat it? Sorry.
Yeah, after you received that voicemail from Mr. Schmalbach seeking your help to get rid of Mr. Davis, did you ultimately try to reach out to Mr. Schmalbach?
I called him and I texted him, but didn't get a reply.
And how many times would you say you did that?
No,
Approximately.
probably 4 or 5 times, and text him. I sent the last messages were 6 messages I sent.
Did he respond to any of those calls?
No.
Did he respond to any of those texts?
No.
Was that unusual?
Yes,
Why?
because he always replied to me right away.
So we learned that on the 21st of July, you and Mr. Wilson had gone to Mr. Schmalbach's residence. Is that right?
Yes.
And as a result of having gone to that particular residence, did you ultimately follow up with Mr. Davis on the 22nd of July of 2023?
Yes.
And how did you go about doing that?
I texted him.
And when you reached out to Mr. Davis, did he indicate to you where Mr. Schmalbach was?
He said he thought he was with me and Tom because they had gotten in an argument, and he left and said he was going to be with friends.
And did that sound unusual to you?
Yes.
What did you do in response?
I told him that he had to contact the police because that was unusual, and I hadn't heard from him.
And did these text messages take place later on that morning?
Yes.
Okay. So right around 11 o'clock or so?
Yes.
So did you ultimately wind up contacting law enforcement?
Yes.
And when was that?
That same day, that afternoon, and then 2 officers met me at the condo.
You actually went over to the condo that evening?
Yes.
And when you were at the condo that evening, did you notice anything unusual outside?
Yes, the Jeep had mud on it.
And was that unusual to you?
Yes.
Why?
Because he always kept the Jeep clean.
And was it ultimately brought to your attention whether or not the Jeep was locked or not? If you remember.
I don't remember.
Would you have been shocked if you saw that the Jeep was in fact unlocked?
Yes.
Irrelevant.
Ooh.
Were you aware if anyone else was ever allowed to drive that vehicle besides Mr. Schmalbach?
No.
And as a result of not having heard from Mr. Schmalbach, did you ultimately go ahead and file a missing persons report
Yes, sir.
regarding your friend, Mr. Schmalbach?
Yes, sir.
Since July of 2023, have you seen Mr. Schmalbach?
No, sir.
Since July of 2023, have you heard from Mr. Schmalbach?
No, sir.
Have you spoken to Mr. Schmalbach since July of 2023?
No, sir.
Have you had any contact whatsoever with Mr. Schmalbach
No,
since
sir.
July of 2023?
No, sir.
Is that unusual?
Yes.
Why?
Because he usually replies right away if we contact him.
I have nothing for this witness.
No questions.
All right, sir, you can step down.
Thank you.
You may be released, Judge.
And any objection to him being released from his subpoena?
No.
Sir, you're released from your subpoena as well. All right.
Your Honor, the state would call Samantha Drake.
Let me ask a question. It's about 5 minutes to 5, so.
Maybe your first Drake, please.
All right.
Hey guys. So we have a sidebar. Court will probably be winding down very shortly for the day. But I posted a question in the chat room. So here we are. Nobody, no confession, but the state says he killed his boyfriend, cleaned it up, and vanished the body like it was nothing. Is the state proving their case? Drop your thoughts in the chat.
Call Samantha Drake.
Let me take you back. We are calling Samantha Drake. Come to the altar. Come to the front of the court immediately.
All right, if you'll face the clerk, raise your right hand. She'll swear you in.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
All right, you can take the stand. All right, you may proceed.
Thank you. Would you please state your name?
Samantha Drake.
And how are you employed?
I'm employed with the Cape Coral Police Department as a telecommunicator or dispatcher.
What is an intel communicator or dispatcher?
A telecommunicator is a dispatcher or a call taker. So we take incoming calls, dispatch calls.
Would that include emergency calls as well as non-emergency calls?
Correct.
And how long have you been a dispatcher for?
In total, about 11 years.
And are you aware of the system that Cape Coral Police Department uses to record either 911 calls or non-emergency phone calls?
Yes.
And how are you familiar with that system?
I've been working with it for 11 years.
So you received training on how to use it as well as the fact that all calls are recorded.
Correct.
And were you working in your official capacity on or about July 22nd, 2023 at 1:19 p.m.?
Yes.
And what is the difference between a 911 line and a non-emergency line?
911, you just call directly to 911. You get a 911 dispatcher. Admin line is typically for non-emergency calls.
And did you receive a non-emergency call from later somebody became known to you as Christopher Davis at 1835 Beach Parkway?
Yes.
And when you received that call, what, if anything, did you do?
I started entering a call, asking questions, just going through typical day-to-day things.
In that particular call, the individual was addressing the fact that his boyfriend had not been heard from.
Correct.
And was this entire call recorded?
Yes.
And was a unit dispatched to the location of the call?
Yes.
And were you able to see the actual dispatch notes with where the person went?
Yes, to the address.
And the person that ended up going to the address, was that Officer Daniel Lilly?
I believe so, yes.
And what information is relayed to the officers based on that call?
So usually we put in any pertinent information, so anything that's discussed in the call that we feel that they might need.
Being a dispatcher for the last 11 years, have you taken missing persons reports before?
Yes.
If you could gauge, how many do you think you've taken?
I would have to say over 100. I mean, even more than that.
And this particular call, does it stand out at all to you?
Yes.
And why?
Just because of it coming in on a non-emergency line and for the information that was being relayed.
And when you say the information that was being relayed, how would you characterize that information?
It just seemed rather odd.
Speculation.
Overruled at this point.
Your Honor, may the record reflect I'm now showing opposing counsel with previously marked States Exhibit 43 for identification purposes. May I approach the witness?
You may.
May the record reflect that I'm now showing the witness with previously marked States Proposed Exhibit 43. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And how do you recognize this?
That is the recording of my phone call.
And is this a signature on it?
Yes.
Whose signature is that?
That's my signature.
And there is a date above it, as well as that also the date that you listened to this call?
Yes.
And has this call been altered or changed in any way since you first listened to it when the defendant called the non-emergency?
No.
Your Honor, at this time, the state will move into evidence, States Exhibit 43.
object is hearsay.
Your Honor's submission by the podium comment.
That falls under the.
I'll let you approach.
This is also the first time that I didn't see where like the defendant each time is going up to the bench with the attorneys. Typically they have them with some headphones or something on, but I mean, I guess each courtroom is different in regards to the way they run the courtroom. Has anyone noticed how they are piecing together this information? Like, remember, they got to have a solid timeline considering that they don't have any body, murder weapon, or direct
Your Honor, this time the
witnesses.
state admits State's Exhibit 43,
It'll be a minute.
permission to publish.
You may.
So we're about to listen to a 911 call. Let's see how he sound. Y'all listen carefully and let's determine if it's a
While my
abnormal
co-counsel
call.
queues this up real quick, you said it sounded odd, the conversation that you were given.
Yes.
Was there not enough information given?
No, a lot of the times for a missing.
I stand corrected. It was odd for the conversation. And consider that she takes a lot of 911 calls. I would trust what she's saying. She knows what they sound like, what information is typically provided. So let's see. She's going to go in more details why she mentioned that the call was odd and why it stood out to her.
The person reporting is, pretty concerned with giving description or it just seemed more so that it was that he was still, doing normal activities and making it seem like he wasn't really missing.
Hi, Samantha. I'm calling. I need to file a police report, a missing persons report.
Okay, are you in Kid Forum?
Yes. My boyfriend, I haven't heard from him in a few days. He did tell me that he wanted some space and he needed a few days, but his friends haven't heard from him. And I'm concerned. I wasn't trying to be nosy, but he left his Apple Watch here and messages have come in. Apparently, he had an Italian dinner with someone last night.
Okay.
But I need to file a missing police report. He's not responding. Hello?
I'm here. I had a dispatcher call. So you said that he had messages coming in last night, so he was on his phone?
I don't know. I don't see what he typed. It's an Apple Watch. A message popped in from a 23 number and it said, "How did you feel about that Italian dinner last night? How about Chinese tomorrow?"
Okay. So clearly he's still talking to people, correct?
Yes, but his other friends have not heard from him. His friend Miguel has not heard from him, and I have not heard from him. He did message me and tell me that he wanted space for a few days,
Right.
but he's not responding. I mean, and I don't want to sound stupid because yes, he's done this before, but he's never not talked to his friends,
Okay. But he's still going out and having dinner.
I guess he's not coming here.
Okay. So what is your address?
1835 Beach Parkway.
1835 Beach Parkway?
Yes, 1835 Beach Parkway, apartment 303.
Okay. And what's your name?
My name is Christopher Davis.
And what's your telephone number?
239-851-9567. I already tried calling the Lee County Sheriff's Department and they sent me over here to you. Does this sound like
Okay,
something
give me 1 second.
I'm sorry. I really honestly wasn't even worried until his friend messaged me today and his friend was like, hey, we haven't heard from Barry in a few days. Sorry, I got a text message from my friend now. So we haven't heard from Barry in a few days. And someone came in our house and put packages on the counter. So I think he was here last night because there's packages on the counter. But I don't.
Okay, so I'll have an officer come out and meet with you. It doesn't sound like he's missing if he's still coming and dropping stuff off and having dinners. But what is his name?
Barry Schmalbach.
Can you spell that for me, please?
Schmalbach.
And the last name?
Oh, sorry. So the last name is Schmalbach.
Okay, what's his first name?
Barry. Barry.
Okay, do you know his date of birth?
Yes, it is 10/15, the year 66. Yes, I do.
10/15/66?
Yes.
Is he white, black, Hispanic?
He's white. He's 6'4". He's probably 220 pounds.
And his hair color?
White, well, blonde, but he's got the blonde. It's white, really.
Okay, and his eye color?
Blue.
And what's his phone number?
Oh, hang on, I have to look. Sorry, hang on. There we go. So, 708-341-0721.
All right, so I have a call in and I'll have the next civil officer come out and meet with you, okay?
All right, thank you so
All
much.
right, you're welcome.
No further questions.
All right. Vince?
No questions.
All right, you can step down. Is she released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No.
All right, you're released from your subpoena as well. All right, we're all good to come back tomorrow then? Okay. Okay. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, it's about 10 minutes after 5. I'm going to release you for the evening. Same instructions. Don't do any research. Look up anything. Discuss anything about your service as a juror on the case. I'd ask you again not to watch any local TV in case there's any news stories or anything like that. So you're not looking at anything you're not supposed to. You're only focusing on what's presented in court today or in the courtroom each day. And so with that, I will release you, have you come back here. We'll start again tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. and the bailiff will escort you out. Leave your notebooks here.
All rise.
All right. Let the record reflect the jury's exited the courtroom. Are there any issues I need to address prior to recessing for the evening and coming back tomorrow morning?
No, Your Honor.
All right. You're going to make sure you've got all the exhibits up there with the clerk. All right. Anything from the defense for tomorrow morning? Very well. All right. We will see you tomorrow morning then. Do I have anything at 8:30 tomorrow? Okay. 8:30? Okay.
Okay, guys, there we have it. Day 2 has been put in the books. Well, we had a stampede of witnesses. We had witnesses come on the stand. I think the detective got on the stand, and I'll go back and count. I think he got on the stand about 4 or 5 times. He might have got on the stand after each witness. I know that the friend from yesterday that we had on the stand, Miguel, he was on the stand at least 2 to 3 times today. the neighbor, she also came back on the stand, and the detective Bryce Bierman was on the stand multiple times today. We have heard from 2 ACE employees, and also who else did we hear from? It was so many witnesses today, and the most crucial witness that I thought was the neighbor that was upstairs, who saw Christopher, identified Christopher as dragging the body out of the apartment building in a tarp. Well, he didn't see what was on the tarp, but he explained that he heard some banging and he saw Christopher pulling the tarp. And then also the information that we received from the Airbnb representative who came in and testified to that, hey, the person that actually booked this Airbnb was not the same person as the picture described. She noticed him running. His behavior was very odd because remember, he was telling her, blah, blah, blah. I'm checking in. I'm eating breakfast. I'm going for a run. I'm checking out this day. I'm checking out at this time. Hey, everything's beautiful. The forest is beautiful. This is what I'm doing. So he was kind of like giving a blah, blah, blah the entire time that he was staying in the Airbnb, which is really odd because I'm pretty sure, like me, you have rented an Airbnb and nobody's doing all that. We get our code, they send it to us, we check in and we check out, right? He was asking for brooms, telling her why he couldn't sweep, all types of different things, right? So that's kind of odd. And then we had the video surveillance from the ACE guy showing, hey, this is Christopher in Barry's truck trying to dispose of what we would say is the murder weapon, right? He purchased it from ACE and was trying to get rid of it in the ACE dumpster and got caught, right? So they showed that in court today also. So I guess piece by piece, although we don't have a body, we don't have any direct witnesses. I'm not sure if they're going to come up with any type of DNA. We still have that to look forward to. We'll see what tomorrow's testimony brings. I really, really appreciate everyone coming to join me. Remember, here is no filter, no fluffs, just facts. This is Take It to Trial, and you be the judge. See you guys later.